Hello and welcome in to everybody tuning in on YouTube and to all of those that have already joined and continue to join on TikTok. Thank you so much for being here today, giving me some of your time on this nice Friday afternoon. For everybody who continues to tune in live, we just started the stream, so you guys are the early birds of the day. Over on YouTube, every single day, there is thousands and thousands and thousands of people that will actually watch the live stream after it is over. Okay, so they'll be watching the VOD like 4 hours in the future, a day in the future, a couple days in the future. So if that's you, if you're one of those people that aren't even watching this live, but are watching the VOD at some point in the future, make sure to say what's good in that comment section. Now, if you've never been here before, let me quickly describe to you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their mind, get them from the wrong side of history to the right side of history. As I say every day, the right side of history is, of course, the side that doesn't think that an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon who's destroying our economy, eroding our democracy, and attacking the Constitution is a good president or somebody that should be president at all, quite frankly. And if that's you, if you are a Trump supporter, I will humbly invite you to join the guest requests on our TikTok stream. Just please make sure that if you are in the guest request, you're following our rules. The rules are simple. You just have to be an American adult that's at least 18 years old that supports Trump. Now, the breaking news. Okay, we have some bombshell breaking news. The Epstein files are beginning and continuing to be released. We have a new release of Epstein files today. Now, has the White House and Pam Bondi's DOJ released all of the Epstein files? No. They still have about another week to do that. However, the same House subcommittee that gave us the letter that Trump sent to Epstein, the same House subcommittee that gave us the emails Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 saying, hey, listen up, Donald Trump is the dog that's never barked. He's always known what I've been doing with those girls, so on and so forth, has now released another 95,000 images from the Epstein estate today. And we will only be getting more in the week to come. The next week, okay, is projected to be, Kat, thank you for the motorcycle over on TikTok, the multiple motorcycles. The next week is projected to be one of the more wild ones of the Trump administration, because that is when we are going to get the full and total release of all the Epstein files, hopefully. We've already gone over how the language in the Epstein Files Transparency Act allows names of people to be redacted if it's a national security concern. And knowing Pam Bondi, knowing Trump, knowing their corrupt DOJ and their corrupt ways, we could totally see them redacting Trump's name because he's the president and that might be a national security concern. But, we'll have to wait and see. But let's talk about what we got released today. So the bombshell that was found in the photos released today by Congress is the fact that Donald Trump, alongside other people like Steve Bannon, Bill Gates, and Bill Clinton, all have closer ties and relations with Epstein than we once thought. So one of the images that was released by that House subcommittee today was a photo of Donald Trump and 6 women taken either by Epstein or someone in close relation to Epstein, because this photo found its way to the Epstein estate. Now, the photos of these women were blurred and redacted because, they don't want to show the faces or the identities of the women in association to Epstein, which is good. If you want to find that photo for yourself, I think that Aaron Parnas posted it on TikTok. You could find it online. Now, the second image was a photo of Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein taking a mirror selfie together in some type of hotel. If you don't know who Steve Bannon is, that has been one of Donald Trump's lead political advisors for quite some time now, and he is insane. Steve Bannon is ludicrous. He just gave an interview to Bloomberg less than 2 months ago where he was like, hey, we are laying the groundwork for Trump to run for a third term, and there's nothing you could do about it. He's going to do it. And then the third photo was a photo, once again, from the Epstein estate of Donald Trump sitting with another woman who had her face blurred out on a private jet, likely taken by Epstein. And then the fourth photo, and this one is a little bit weird, is a photo of Trump condoms taken by Epstein. It is a condom with Trump's face on it and the statement, "I'm huge," with 4 use. That one is a little weird. And then, of course, we have some other photos of Bill Clinton and Epstein with Ghislaine Maxwell and Associates. A lot came out about Bill. I almost wanted to say Bill Cosby. The computer guy. Why am I spacing on his name? Hates mosquitoes. Fucking hates mosquitoes. Billionaire computer guy. Kind of like weird. What's his last name? I'm gonna need some help here. I'm gonna need some help here. No one is Gates. There we go. Bill Gates. As well as there's a lot of other photos surrounding the paraphernalia owned by Epstein, photos of the estate. And, we won't be showing any of those publicly on stream because, talking to many victims of sexual violence, growing up around women in my life that had to experience that, looking at the photos of this paraphernalia and, the things that were involved with Epstein, the Epstein estate, can be incredibly triggering. So we're not going to be showing any of those photos on live, but that's what we got today. Total release of 95,000 new photos from the Epstein estate that we didn't have yesterday, with more to come. Now that we're through the breaking news of the afternoon, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates. So if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, feel free to hop in that queue. We'll happily pull you up. Just make sure that you're American, at least 18 plus. But, we actually already have our very first Trump supporter of the day locked and loaded. Welcome in the Crazy Sports Mama.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Now, like I said, I popped into your live before we even went live to see if you wanted to join. And I just thought I would let you know, because I think someone on your panel did misinform you. They told you that you couldn't turn your camera on. I don't mind if you turn your camera on. Feel free if you want. But I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, listen, I might do that in a minute.
Okay. All right. So you support Trump?
I do.
All right. Well, that's what we're here to talk about. So, I think the pressing question on everybody's mind is why, So I'll go ahead and pass the mic to you at this point in time. If you want to describe to the other viewers, why you support Trump as president, we'd all love to know. I think that, I just find it very difficult to still support Trump as president. Not just after everything that he did to this country, everything that he did to this country's democracy, everything that he did to the American people in his first term, but especially after the last 11 months of something I would describe as mask-off tyranny. But of course, I'll get more specific as the debate progresses. The mic is yours. My attention is yours. Tell us why you still support Donald J. Trump as the president of the United States of America.
Okay, so listen, I am a Christian conservative from Alabama, but I have also been trying to bridge the gap between the left and the right. Yes, I wear my Trump hat every day, and yes, whatever. But I have gotten a lot of hate for that, but I've also had a lot of hate from the MAGA party itself. But I support Trump because he is a very good leader. I just think he's strong, and that's what we need. And I do not believe America is ready for a woman to lead. And, that's basically why I voted. I don't know where it's at. I'm sorry, listen, I got kids. I don't know. But I have a breathing disorder too, so I'm trying to breathe while I talk.
You're good. Well, I think that I would love to respond to what you've said so far.
Go ahead, please.
1 second, we got a gift. Hey, Rai, I appreciate you for that work hard, play harder. You're awesome. Show some love to Rai down below in that chat. So I think that we're going to start with the last thing that you said there. You definitely shared a bit with us, point number one about how you want to bridge the divide between the right and the left. Listen, I think, honestly, the only way to bridge the political divide that we see between the right and the left in America today is to first ensure that those in power are not creating, then fueling that divide. This is much more than interpersonal division because of a difference of thought, but a systemic division intentionally created by those in power to serve in their best interests. Now, what might those best interests be? A continuation of holding on to power. In the creation of the vision, you're also creating tribes. You're creating a cult. You're creating a base of a following that will follow you to the grave, and no matter and regardless of what you do. And I think that's what Donald Trump is doing today. This is why he says that he hates Democrats, so his followers also hate Democrats. So then when a Democrat says something that's true and indicates a reason to not support him as president, they brush it off as they label that Democrat a hateful, incorrect person. The same thing would go with why he calls true news fake news. I mean, he'll get clipped saying something, then a Democratic news reporter will ask him about what he said, then he'll say he never said it and call them, an idiot, call them a piggy, say they're fake news. As well as, I just think that he holds a lot of disdain for his quote-unquote enemies. And maybe this is why less than 2 weeks ago, he was literally calling for the execution of Democrats. And, of course, that's going to create a divide. Imagine you were a Democrat and you were reading an official statement published on social media by the President of the United States that basically said he wants you to die. He thinks that you should be hung. What would that inform you about the people that still support him? I mean, what that tells me is that, well, maybe they don't care if I were to die. And then just to respond to the last point you made there, you said that you don't think that America is ready for a leader that's a woman. I think my first question would be why?
Because let me just explain on that too, please. Other countries do not respect women like we do, right? And listen, I know you're gonna think I'm crazy, but I get what you're saying. I do. And I also did not know a lot of politics until I came to TikTok. And I am learning. I am trying to learn. Who knows? One day I may not be a conservative, but right now I am. And it's just my family. I grew up in a very Republican family in church. You know what I mean?
Well, I grew up in in the same type of very conservative Republican family in church every Sunday. Church school. Every day went to a Catholic school, so I get it. But you said that you don't think that we're ready for a president that's a woman because people in other countries around the world don't respect women. Well, I mean, we know that people elsewhere in the world respect women more than they respect Trump. All right. Think that there was a study done. There's a poll done by Pew Research that indicated that on average, constituents of other countries around the world had more confidence that Kamala Harris would be able to execute effective public foreign policy compared to Trump. So we know as a fact that people outside of America had more confidence in the woman than they do in the adjudicated rapists. All right. And I don't disagree that there is misogyny everywhere in the face of planet Earth, America included. Okay. But still yet, Donald Trump is so terrible, right, that even though the general constituent base of the globe, right, is more likely to hold disdain towards a woman because they're a woman compared to a man because they're a man, they still yet on average found significantly more confidence in women than they did in Donald Trump. And we also see leaders in countries around the world that are women that are very effective and successful. We're talking about the president of Mexico. We're talking about not my type of politics, but the new PM of Japan, the president of India. We had a woman chancellor of Germany. We had Queen Elizabeth II in the UK. She was significantly more respected and known on the global stage than the king they have today. New Zealand. We could continue to go down this list, and the conclusion always is, I think that the world not only is ready for female leadership, but already has it and is performing great. And when you compare and contrast that fact with the first fact that I shared, which is on average, people outside of America had much more confidence in Kamala Harris's proposed foreign policy than Donald Trump, it becomes clear that Kamala Harris was the right choice, even though she was a woman. Right? And we shouldn't really even have to say, even though she's a woman. Right? Because I honestly, if you were to put a gun in my head and ask me if I think that men are better at leading than women or women are better at leading than men on average, I'd kind of swing towards the women are better at leading than men on average.
Men are natural born leaders. That's why I say that. But I might be wrong. Like I said, I am me. I am still learning. Just later in life than usual, than most. But that's okay as long as I'm learning, right? As long as I'm going forward.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay, go ahead.
myself, I do not hate Democrats. I actually love Democrats. Some of my biggest supporters on here are Democrats. And, I have shown them the love and the light that I'm supposed to, regardless of who I voted for. And that is my ultimate goal, is to show them that whatever our titles may be, I can still love you regardless. And that's what I'm here on this earth for, and that's what I'm going to do. So if you are a Democrat, I would love for you to come see me, get to know me, then you can judge me.
So I mean, I watched that on your live. I mean, like before I left your live, like I watched a Democrat come up on your panel, and they were like, hey, I just love you. You're like the only Trump supporter I've ever seen on this app that I've just really been a big fan of. Like I watched that. That was interesting, right? But I think like what's worth adding on here, right, is like the beliefs that you're describing to us are extremely prejudicial towards women. Like maybe you were like indoctrinated from a very young age and you believe these things until today, right? And you have good intention inside of your heart. But in the real world, that's just not the outcome. That's not the impact. Okay. Right. Like when we say things like, we're not ready for a president that's a woman, men are the natural born leaders. You're just reinforcing this glass ceiling that has existed on top of the heads of women, socially on top of the heads of women, building up the hierarchy of the corporate ladder on top of the heads of women, almost in every aspect of their lives for generations. And I think that that's incredibly harmful and damaging, not just to the women and girls that are alive today and have been alive before today, but also for the women and girls that will be alive in the future. And, if you really hold this intention of benevolence and fair and equal treatment for everybody else, I think it's really important that you can recognize a certain fact, that certain fact being that no, men are like not natural born leaders. There's no reason why men are better at leading than women. And these are lies perpetuated by the patriarchy, upheld by traditional values, including, maybe the Republican church that you grew up in. And when we look at the facts, we're told a different story. The only natural, quote unquote, indicator that may tell us one gender is better at leading than the other would be the fact that evolution gave women thicker spines on their dendrites in their brain. For the purpose being that because women can give birth to children and birth is incredibly stressful and painful, these thicker dendrites that evolution gave to them give them a higher tolerance to deal with stress and pain. Obviously, a higher tolerance to deal with stress and pain is going to make you better at leading on average. And that's the only natural and biological predisposition that I'd be able to point out in any given sex that might give them a slight upper hand in leading. But then just going back to that conversation surrounding are men better at leading than women, I don't believe that we have any evidence to believe that.
Well, I mean, I see where you're coming from, and I really do, y'all. I really do. But biblically speaking, sorry, I couldn't get my words out. I am a firm believer that men are to lead. Like, that is just what men do. So maybe one day a woman can lead our country, as long as she's not putting on the twerk shows and all that. Like, my kids watch TV, watch these debates and stuff, and I don't know. I just feel like if she's going to do that, we have to set the bar high. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, if you're arguing that we need to set the bar, quote unquote, high for women being president and they can't be putting on fucking twerk shows, first and foremost, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know where the hell that's coming from. But I mean, I think that it's definitely worse to grape a woman than it is to twerk on a stage. Donald Trump was held liable for graping a woman in 2023. I think that it's worse to sexually exploit women and girls than to twerk on stage. Donald Trump boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and kids to Howard Stern in April of 2005 by saying that he just barged into their dressing room and look at their naked bodies. And I certainly think it's worse to pass economic policy that's ballooning and exploding our debt while taking more away from the poor. He defunded Medicaid by $900 billion, kicking 10 million people off their services to then give more to the rich. He's increasing, the purchasing power of the top 1% by 3%. And I could just kind of go on and on all day. Like, if we want to set the bar higher, if we want to make that standard more professional, if we want to make that standard more exclusive and extraordinary for the office of the presidency, then we can't support Trump because Trump sets that bar in hell.
I do have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah.
You said you grew up in church, like your family grew up in church. You come from was it Republican background?
Yeah, very, very.
Okay. So what made you switch? Can I ask you that? Because I don't know you at all. So,
Well, I mean, I think what made me switch is having very similar conversations with people to the one I'm having with you right now. Of course, they weren't the same conversations. They weren't identical to the line of dialogue that we're engaging at the moment, but under the same umbrella. I had a really good friend in high school. I won't share his name, but he was always a Democrat, and we were best friends from elementary school until we graduated. And he was very intelligent. He was very well spoken, very good at debating. And over the course of a couple of years, he was able to change my mind. Not to mention, I think that my mind finally changed the moment Donald Trump tried to coup our government and rig the outcome of the 2020 election and incited his followers to raid the Capitol, try to kill cops on its steps, and then smear their shit on the walls inside. And something else I'd like to highlight on here is I think that you have repeated this theme a couple times, that you think that men are the leaders, and that's rooted within your faith, rooted within the Christian Bible. I just read a different story from the Christian Bible. The Old Testament focuses on themes of female leadership, like we see Deborah and Miriam in Corinthians and Galatians, I believe. We also see, the fact that maybe some of the New Testament restrictions on female leadership are culturally specific, like when Paul's talking about how women can't serve at the head of churches in Timothy. I think that was very specific to the Greco-Roman society, dependent on very limited and narrow contexts. And the reason why I think this is compounded by the fact that the very first witness of Jesus's empty tomb that then revealed to the rest of the world that Christ had risen was a woman by the name of Mary Magdalene.
yes. Okay. Well, listen, you got me there, dude. You got me, and I got to give it to you. Um, it's not necessarily that I don't believe women shouldn't lead. I don't know. Listen, I'm still learning. Like I told you, I'm very open to learning, and I want to learn as much as I can about politics.
Well,
But
I could give you some facts. I could help you learn.
that's why I came here. Because you see me, I was like, should I go? Should I not? But anyway, I do.
What makes a good leader a good leader?
Someone who has a backbone, somebody that is not afraid to hurt feelings, somebody that protects their people, his employees, his country, whatever. Um, Somebody that has a track record of success and wants the best for everybody. Like, that's what I feel is best.
Yeah. The
Sorry.
first thing that you said is, leaders have a spine, a real backbone. Okay. Well, you said that you're a mother. I think that, most mothers I've met in my life have real thick spines, a real strong backbone because of everything you had to go through, not just throughout the pregnancy and in giving birth to that child, but then also being forced by society to pick up the burden and raising that child because traditional gender norms tell you that's your thing. I mean, I think that many women have an incredibly strong backbone for that reason, just not to mention the fact that when shit hits the fan and emotions get hot, I think that people without a backbone tend to get very emotional and very irrational. And for the most part in society, that's a reaction that we see from men, not women. This explains why men commit 92% of violent crimes. This explains why men account for a vast majority of all circumstances of self-unaliving. This is why men account for a vast majority of circumstances of abusing hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. This explains why most drunk drivers are men, most reckless drivers are men. This explains why men have such a higher proclivity towards gambling and losing their money than women. And maybe the fact that women, have a little bit of a stronger backbone, quote unquote, on average, explains why they significantly outperform men in the context of academia, getting higher grades and more degrees. This explains why women have a higher EQ and IQ score on average. And I think that this explains why maybe men have tried for generations to keep that glass ceiling intact because there's many men out there who are too scared to see women successful. There's men out there that are too scared to see women excelling. And this is why, for whatever fucking reason, men are at an increased likelihood to divorce their wives when their wives make more than they do. So Just a couple points for your consideration there. But once again, I don't really want to promote this gender war of, who's better, men or women, because at the end of the day, I think that your gender is just as relevant to your leadership ability as the color of your goddamn shoes. Okay? Because when I'm looking for a qualified leader, the first thought that comes to my head is not what is their gender identity or what's in between their legs. The first thought that comes to my head is, well, what are their qualifications? What's their background? What's their merit? And I think that I'm just kind of sick and tired of having, as me alongside many other, not just Americans, but people on the global stage, really sick and tired of, having these, artificially created restrictions placed on people because of an immutable characteristic of their being that they didn't choose and they can't change.
Well, you have really given me some inspiration, Dean. I ain't gonna lie. Maybe I need to be the one that runs for office. Maybe you will see me in there.
Well, I mean, listen, if
I
that's
got the big heart.
if that's your takeaway, that's your takeaway. Do you mind if I maybe go over a couple of reasons why you shouldn't support Trump? Let's see if I could change your mind on that specific topic real
Let's
quick.
go. I'm open to everything. That's one thing about me, y'all. I am open to listening to Democrats. I want to hear from both sides.
Okay.
Especially my friend H-Back down there.
Yeah.
But yes, I do want to hear. I want to hear. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. So there's I wouldn't call it a game, right? But I'm kind of like gamifying the most atrocious things that Donald Trump has ever done by asking you a series of questions to see where your red lines fall. And if one of your red lines falls against something that Donald Trump has done, then by your own logic, you should no longer be a Trump supporter. So let's go ahead and do that now. Would you ever support somebody as president, Republican or Democrat, that has pardoned domestic terrorists and narco terrorists?
That's very tough. That's a because yes and no, but
Yes and no.
okay, I know. I told you I'm different. I'm not like everybody else. No.
No, you want it. Okay, well, all of a sudden, you should no longer support Trump as president. The reason being that he's pardoned domestic terrorists and labeled them patriots. I'm very specifically referring to the 173 people that raided our Capitol on January 6, 2021, and then tried to kill cops. One of them being DJ Rodriguez, who, while Officer Fanone, a January 6 police officer protecting the Capitol, was being beat over the back with metal rods, walked up to him, took his taser, his stun gun, then drove it into the side of his neck, tried to kill him. Officer Fanone then had to be rushed to the hospital because he experienced a heart attack. DJ Rodriguez was sentenced with 12 years in jail. 4 years into his term, January 21st, 2025, Donald Trump won the presidency and extended him, alongside the other violent J6 rioters, full and complete presidential pardons and labeled them as goddamn patriots. So he's crossed that red line. At this point in time, you should no longer be a Trump supporter, but I could keep going. Oh, I forgot to give you the narco terrorist. He also pardoned an ex-Honduran president that trafficked 400 tons of the sea drug into America.
Okay, I'm listening. I want to learn. I want to understand.
Okay.
I truly do.
Yeah, so just keep in mind at this point, you said you'd never support somebody as president if they had done what Donald Trump did, meaning that you shouldn't support Donald Trump. Let's just do one more. The second one, would you ever support somebody as president that has sexually exploited naked women or naked girls?
Well, proof of that.
If it was certainly proven, we could add that. We could add that
Yes,
qualification.
if it were proven 110%, absolutely not. I would not support that person at all.
Okay. Well, let's first just try to determine here what sexual exploitation even is. Can we agree that the definition of sexual exploitation would include somebody abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll repeat that. Can we agree
Yes,
that the definition of sexual exploitation would include somebody abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability of somebody else in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
I'm going to say, and yes. I mean, that's a yes.
That is a yeah. That is a yeah.
Yes.
So an example, let's see if we could agree on this. Would an example of sexual exploitation being the powerful owner of a beauty pageant abusing their position of power by allowing themselves to unconsensually barge in to a private woman's dressing room, to then abuse the position of vulnerability that the women and girls inside of that dressing room were in, because they were getting naked to change their clothes, by then unconsensually looking at them while they're naked.
Has that been proven? Because I mean, I've not seen anything on any kind of proof. I'm that person. I like it.
Well, what I'm
Because
asking you here is that set a scenario? Is that scenario sexual exploitation?
I mean, I don't think it's been proven though. I mean, that's just.
Well, we're not ready yet. We're not ready to get on to the proof. We're just simply trying to clarify here, right? If this scenario were to occur, then would that scenario be sexual exploitation?
Okay. Yes.
So here's Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that,
perfect.
which according to both of us is him admitting to sexual exploitation.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
But did he say undressed women?
Yeah, so he said that they had no clothes on. So when you have no clothes on, you're naked.
All right, listen, I am a mother of 3 kids, so my mind is here and there. I'm so sorry. I'm doing both. If someone intentionally does something like that, I do not support that.
Okay.
And I'm going to be real with you.
Okay. So
there's a lot of things I agree with Trump, but there's a lot that I do not agree with also.
Well, let me just replay what you said before we even listened to that clip, because I feel like your energy's changing. After I've now proven to you that Donald Trump has sexually exploited women, your response is, well, I don't support that he did that, but I still support him overall. Right before I played you that clip, what did I ask you? I asked you, would you still support Donald Trump as president if he had sexually exploited women? And your answer was a hell no. Okay? But now after I've proven to you that that's something he's actually done, your answer is not a hell no, it's a hell yes. But I'll critique him for this one little thing he did.
Maybe I don't want it to happen. Maybe I don't want to think. And I really am a sincere person. You just don't know. A lot of these people don't know me yet, but they will. And like I said, I am still learning. I might be a clown, whatever.
So
But
do you understand how logically you should no longer support Trump as president?
I've been told that several times.
Well, listen, come on. Let's just, I'm going to go ahead and replay the clip. Let's see if we can find it. I bet
It's
like 2
okay. No,
minutes
you
back.
don't have to do that. I hate my voice.
Scott, this is important.
Oh.
The scenario, is that scenario sexual exploitation? Here we go. We're almost there. Being the powerful owner of a beauty. And we agree that the definition of point, you said you'd never support somebody as president if they had done what Donald Trump did, meaning that you shouldn't support Donald Trump. Let's just do one more. Okay, listen. The second one. Would you ever support somebody as president that has sexually exploited naked women or naked girls?
Well, proof of that.
If it was certainly proven, we could add that. We could add that qualification.
If it were proven 110%, absolutely not. I would not support that person at all.
Okay.
You got me.
Listen to what you said. You said absolutely not.
I'm not disagreeing
You would not
with
support
you at
that
all.
person
You
at all.
got me. You got me.
Good.
Good.
Very
Look,
good.
we're trying to bridge that gap, Dean. You're trying to pull me on your side. Come on.
This
let's go.
is legitimately bridging that gap, though. Think about it. If I could convince you to stop supporting Trump, that is aiding and abetting and bridging that gap. It is good that I got you. When I said good, I was being serious because it seriously is good.
Well, I appreciate that if you're sincere, but I really am open and honest, and I've already said it that I'm not.
So
I don't
show
know
us
a
that
whole lot
honesty.
about
Show us that openness. You told us absolutely not. I would not support this president 110% at all if they'd sexually exploited women. We then agree on the definition of sexual exploitation. We agree that if the owner of a beauty pageant were to unconsensually walk backstage and look at the naked people in the dressing rooms, that would be sexual exploitation. We then listen to a clip of Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that. Can we agree that the very obvious takeaway here would be that in accordance with your own word, you should quote unquote absolutely not support Trump as president 110%?
Let me tell y'all something. Okay, you've got me in a spot right now. Hang on.
Can we agree that that's what the takeaway would be?
Yes.
Fantastic. So does that mean I've changed your mind?
No. But listen. There's a lot of things on the left that I do not agree with, like other things. And okay, there's a little bit on the right. Oh, well, there's more on the right that I do agree with. I'm kind of in the middle, but I'm more to the right, if that makes sense. I want y'all to know that.
Listen. You know, I want to convince people to be on the left. I want to convince people to support, liberal, progressive candidates and politicians. I want people to be just as progressive, if not more progressive than I am, right? But for this debate, I'm not even trying to convince you to be on the left. I'm just trying to convince you to stop supporting Trump as president. You could be a Republican that doesn't support Trump.
I see what you're saying now. Like this whole time.
So why are you not a Republican that doesn't support Trump, considering the fact that I've now been able to demonstrate that Donald Trump has done something in which you deem is completely terrible, that should in all reality make you revoke your support from him, as you said, 110%?
Did you hear me?
No, you cut out there.
Okay. I said I had a phone call that I had to decline and I missed your question. I'm so sorry.
I'll repeat it. I'm
sorry.
So I just went over how you could be a Republican, you could be on the right and not support Trump as president. And my question is, why are you not a Republican that doesn't support Trump as president? Due to the fact that in accordance with your own words, I've been able to prove to you that Donald Trump has done something in which makes him a president that you wouldn't support, in your own words, quote unquote, 110%.
I don't know. Like I can't answer that, and I'm not lost. We're being ugly.
Well, so you can't answer that question. Do you think it's possible that this is just the self-realization of your own cognitive dissonance?
Again, I am still learning, and I'm trying to understand both sides. I sincerely am, and I want to. And, I think everybody on the left and the right, we all want to live happy and have we want to get along, okay? At the end of the day. I'm not lost. I can't get my words out. That's just who I am.
Well, come on. Like, I feel like if we're going to get along, if we want to bridge the gap, fight the division, okay, we have to fight the division with fact. And you're just not on board with that. I'm sorry. Like, I understand that you've been trying to be real kind to me this whole time. I understand that you've been trying to be real respectful to me this whole time. But I think the most respectful thing, the most respectful way I could act towards you is just to be honest to you. Okay? And honestly, right, what I'm observing right now is an inability of yours to fight your own cognitive dissonance, and an inability of yours to stop holding to the fiction and rather to hold and believe in the fact, even when you recognize that the fiction is fiction and the fact is fact. Like, you made the recognition that you wouldn't support any president, including Trump, if they had sexually exploited women. You made the agreement that what Donald Trump admitted to was sexual exploitation. You set yourself up for the logical and therefore necessary conclusion that therefore you wouldn't support Donald Trump as president anymore. But you're failing to believe in that conclusion, not because that conclusion is false, not because that conclusion is unreasonable, not because that conclusion isn't logical, but rather because that conclusion contradicts and disavows some of your core principled biases that have made you a Trump supporter and kept you a Trump supporter, likely, for the last 12 to 16 years.
this clear, like real clear. I'm not part of MAGA because I do not believe in groups. Like, I think that causes division. But yes, once again, I did vote Trump. I know you're thinking this lady's crazy, but I'm not part of MAGA.
You are. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm calling you a cult member, not because I want to attack you, but because I want to help wake you up. Cult members ignore reality and instead attempt to build reality off of their biases. They ignore the truth and try to build reality off of their preconceived beliefs. They ignore the truth and attempt to contort the truth into what they want to believe, not what they should believe because it's true. And that's what you're doing. That it is. I really don't want to come off as a mean guy attacking you, but that's what you're doing.
It's okay. You can attack me. It's okay.
I'm just keep on repeating that because I don't want it to seem like an attack on your character,
it's okay.
but rather like a fucking like wake up call. You know what I mean? Like the extension of a hand to pull you out of the madness by trying to help you wake up to your own preconceived biases, and which are putting pressure on you to continue to believe in the lies instead of a recognition of the truth. Give your best verbal and explicit description why you still support Trump as president, even though I just proved that Donald Trump has done something that you said if a president were to do it, you would stop supporting them as president.
Well, again, it goes back to him having a backbone and who he ran with against.
So it goes back to basically earlier when you told us that if Donald Trump had sexually exploited women, you would stop supporting him. It goes back to that statement being wrong. It goes back to that statement being false. It goes back to you now arguing that even if Donald Trump were to sexually exploit women, you would still support him as president.
No.
But these things can't be true at once. Listen, you cannot simultaneously have a square that is a circle. Okay, because a square has 4 sides and 4 90-degree angles, and a circle has infinite sides and no clear-cut 4 90-degree angles. You cannot have a squared circle, okay? You also cannot have a married bachelor, okay? Because bachelors aren't married, okay? And people that are married aren't bachelors. You can't have a married bachelor, you can't have a squared circle, and you can't have the set of beliefs in which you hold to as they're contradictory. You cannot simultaneously believe that you would stop supporting Trump as president if he sexually exploited women, and then continue to support Trump as president because he quote-unquote has a backbone when I prove to you that he sexually exploited women.
Listen, Dean, I get it. I do get it. And I'm trying. I am open-minded. I'm open-hearted. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to bring us all together, even though I wear my Trump hat. I do just want... how am I trying to say this? I'm sorry. I got kids screaming again. I do... Hang on. Go ahead and say something real quick. Let me talk to you.
Okay, I'll go and thank a couple donors here. I have a couple people to thank. While I'm thanking these donors, all right, just please take a minute to like genuinely like consider everything that I've been sharing with you. How like a squared circle is just as rational as your continued support for Trump. Like literally, you are supporting Trump predicated on an explicitly clear contradiction. Okay? These two things just can't be true at once. You can't argue that you'd stop supporting Trump as president if he'd sexually exploited women, while simultaneously arguing that you do still support Trump as president, even though you agree that he sexually exploited women. And that one should be clear. But let me thank a couple people here. Addison, thank you for the very first donation of the day over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to look at that other one, Addison. I'll take a look. Thank you for the $10. Show some love to Addison down below in that chat. Also, show some love to Victoria down below in that chat for the $25. Let's get 250 Victoria W's. Victoria with the $25 says, it's fascinating. Women aren't good leaders, ? I was in upper management of a state agency, CFO and regulation, many men around me. The director said I was the only leader in the group. It's because women can be good leaders. Women are good leaders, Victoria, including yourself. Thank you for the $25. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, I was just on a live with Trump supporters and I was telling them to go debate you, but they were saying that you're soy boy that gets paid by the DNC and they wouldn't do it. And by the way, that she left. God damn it. Okay, well, she's gone. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. That's really unfortunate. Like, seriously, really unfortunate. I think that we were, like, pretty close to a breakthrough moment, and now that breakthrough moment... Oh, wait, she's back in the queue. Perfect. Yeah, Alyssa, listen. Many Trump supporters are very scared of me, Alyssa. I would love to debate them though. But thank you for the $15. I'd also like to thank Condra for the $20, who says, I'm so damn impressed with you right now. Thank you for speaking up for us strong women. Continuously love you. Love you too, Condra. You are always in here showing up and showing out. Thank you for your support. Let's get 200 Condra W's down below. Let's also get 200 Barbara W's. Barbara sent us $20 over on Venmo. Thank you for your support, who says, 58-year-old mom here. So proud of you and Parker. Stay strong and safe. Oh, thank you so much, Barbara. And then Cadence, thank you for the $10, who says, you're amazing, Dean. Keep educating the brainwash. You're amazing. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the kind words. Show some love to all of our donors who have been incredibly kind over on Venmo. I also want to thank a couple people on PayPal. Brett, thank you so much for the $30, who says, hey, Dean, I had a relationship end over politics, and you helped me stay educated and know what I'm talking about, while also entertaining me and keeping me sane. Thanks, Dean. Well, thank you for being here, Brett. Thank you for the $30, and I hope you find a better mate, a better partner. Yeah, you already know it. And yo, Valerie, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. I want to see 1,000 Valerie W's in the chat. That is Valerie, Valerie with a big 100. Says, I got a bonus, so you get a bonus. Happy holidays, and thanks for standing up for right with might. Valerie, thank you so much for your kindness. And Maximilian with $100 as well. What the fuck is going on today? Holy shit. Maximilian with 100 says, Dean, I'm a huge fan. I live with depression and PTSD, and the current political climate terrifies me. Your voice cuts through the noise with truth and humor, and it gives me hope. You've become a real human face of America. Deep respect. I love the chance to chat someday. Oh, Maximilian, I'm really happy that the streams can help you out, man. Huge shout out and all the love in the world to you. Thank you so much, Maximilian and Valerie, for the $100 donations each over on PayPal. That is so much kindness, love, and support. I do not deserve that. Seriously, thank you guys so much. And Eric, thank you for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, who just says, glad I caught you again. Oh, well, thank you, Eric. Thank you for the $30. It's good to see you. Show some love to Eric, Valerie, and Maximilian down below in that chat. Honestly, we do have a couple people, other people to thank, but I'm going to go ahead and just give the guest a moment to speak and respond to everything that I said. And, we'll thank them intermittently throughout the rest of the discussion. Here's the mic and take it away.
I am so sorry. It dropped me for some reason.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want you to know that I think if we ripped our labels off, every label we have, I think if we all ripped our labels off, we could try, and if we were patient with each other, we could definitely make a difference in America and in all the hate. I wish I could take it all away. I would, because I receive so much hate. Like, there's big groups of liberals that. Go ahead.
I would just really appreciate it if you could respond to my clear and easy to follow description about why your beliefs are explicitly contradictory.
Why my beliefs are contradictory. Listen, I do struggle with getting my words out sometimes, so I do apologize. I don't know why my beliefs are contradictory. I don't know why.
Can you recognize that they are contradictory? Can you recognize that it is contradictory for you to believe that you would stop supporting Trump as president if he had sexually exploited women, then agree that Donald Trump has sexually exploited women after I prove it to you, then continue to support Trump? Can you agree at the bare minimum that that is contradictory?
A lot of the things I have said are contradictory. I do see.
Can you agree that that's one of them? That specifically is one of them.
One of them.
That is a contradictory thing that you've said. Specifically, that you would stop supporting Trump as president if he were to sexually exploit women, and then to be proven that he has sexually exploited women, then to continue to support Trump. Can you specifically agree that that narrow belief is contradictory?
The one belief, yes, okay. Absolutely.
Can contradictions ever be true?
No.
No. So something inside of that belief is false. What part of that belief is false? Is it that you would stop supporting Trump if he'd sexually exploit women? Or is the part of the belief that's false is that you still support Trump even though I've proven to you that he sexually exploited women? One of those two things necessarily has to be false.
Where's Anna? Dealing with a kid. Okay. Can you repeat that? I'm so sorry
Okay.
that I had.
So contradictions can never be true, okay? Meaning that one part of this belief of yours must be false, because it is contradictory to believe that you would stop supporting Trump as president if he were to sexually exploit women, while also believing that he has sexually exploited women and you still support him as president. So which one of those two beliefs is false? Is the first belief false, that belief being that you would stop supporting Trump as president if he sexually exploited women? Or is the second belief false? That second belief being that you still support Trump as president even though he sexually exploited a woman. One of those two beliefs has to be false. They cannot be true simultaneously.
Okay, but both of them make me look like a bad person if I answer one or two. So, and I know I'm not.
It does not make you look like a bad person to agree that you don't support Trump because he sexually exploited women. In fact, that makes you look like the opposite. That makes you look like a good person.
I do support Trump, though, because there's not been enough proof. I know you said that. And I know I listened to the video. Listen. Maybe I am confused. Okay? And I will admit that there's a lot that I am confused about.
Okay. All right. Well,
And
I think at this point in time, I am going to move on to the next guest. I appreciate you for coming up, and I just really want you to sit on that one, okay? I really want you to sit on that one, all right?
Okay, but listen to me. Promise me one thing, Dean.
Yeah.
Promise? Look at me.
I'm looking at you.
Okay, I'm looking at you in the eye. Come to my live. I just want you to understand me. I want you to get to understand me. One day, I want you just to pop in, come up and talk to me, and I'm open to. I want to listen to more.
You know what? Here's what I'll do. I want you to think about the conversation that you just had with me. Okay, I want you to think about how clearly I was just able to describe your beliefs as contradictory. And I'm you know what? Contrary to what everybody in the chat is saying, everyone's in the chat spamming no. In a week, in 2 weeks, I'm gonna join your live. Okay, and I'm gonna see where you're at. All right.
Okay. And all I want to do is spread love, light, and unity, and be the light, regardless of who I voted for. So let's go, y'all. I love y'all.
Okay. All right. You have a good rest of your day. I think I could change your mind. I think it's going to take a while. I think I could change your mind. I don't know. Oh God, I don't know why. I just think I can. Maybe I'm delusional. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm just nuts. Okay. I think I could change your mind. I think I could do it. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Someone in the comment section said that she's using you. Well, TikTok has this really cool feature where you could join lives without a live notification. So I could join a live with 60 viewers and it will not go to 61 because no one will even know. Welcome in, Tony. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How do you, Tony? Tony? Is that you or
Hello?
Is that you?
No, that's my son.
That's your son?
Yeah.
Go feed him or something. I don't know.
All right, here, hold on. Let me go get this mom.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. Everybody just give us a minute. Only up inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Make sure that we're following our rules. We still got a couple other people to thank here. Over on PayPal, Taylor, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for the love. Hello?
Hello.
Age.
April 26, 2006.
Okay, and how old does that make you?
18.
That make you 19! Terrible at math! L fetus in the chat while we're looking for a real Trump supporter. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, y'all. We got EMK Tyler loading up in. Why'd she scream like that? Joseph, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says the road to hell is paved with quote-unquote good intentions. Thank you for being a voice of reason, Dean.
Dean,
thank you for the love.
fucking love you.
I appreciate you for the love but band because we're just looking for Trump supporters. And Joseph, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Make sure to show some love to Joseph down below in that comment section. Also, show some love to Harold for the $20. Harold with the $20 says Santana was cooking a dude on live and his live got shut off for some reason. Can you ask what happened? Yeah, he got taken down for a ban. Like TikTok just took him offline. It happens to us all. It sucks. I'm sorry, Harold. But thank you for the $20 and good to see you again. Show some love to Harold down below in that comment section, as well as Elite Gunner.
Hello,
thank
Dean.
you. One moment. Thank you for the $20 who says have a great great live, Dean. Gonna enjoy my birthday at Disneyland with the family and listen in when I can. Yo, Elite Gunner, thank you for the $20. Show some love to Elite Gunner down below in that chat. And please, guys, show some love to Elite Gunner for their birthday. Happy birthday, Elite Gunner. Fuck yes. Thank you so much for being here. One more person over on PayPal, Heather. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the love. Couple people over on Venmo. Allison, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, the guest saying, quote unquote, I'm still learning. I love to learn and we should be nice to each other, end quote, is a smoke screen people use to excuse and disassociate from their harmful beliefs. You honestly couldn't have said it better, Allison. You're completely fucking right. On point. Thank you for the $25 and the truth nuke. Now, Brooke, welcome in, man.
Yes.
I had you up here yesterday.
Yeah,
and I'm going to go.
I thought you ran for me.
The live got banned. You just have a small brain. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a very interesting and unique challenge, okay?
What is that?
Without mentioning 1% of our population, trans people, tell us why Donald Trump is a good president.
See, you're trying to pivot, and that's what you were trying to do yesterday. So basically, you were trying to mention other things, I guess, Donald Trump does, and you're trying to use that to justify trans women.
No,
or
what I'm asking
whatever,
you is
using the
there
bathroom.
literally anything that Donald Trump has ever done, anything that Donald Trump has ever said, anything Donald Trump, right, has ever done, said, think, believe, exercise, signed into law, made an executive order, made a statement on, drafted a memorandum, promised his policy, said to his base, rallied about, outside of saying that, quote unquote, trans women are not women, that makes him a good president.
Make America great again. That's good.
But then when I ask you how he's making America great
But
again,
why are you
you're gonna say because he
avoid-
doesn't think T women are women, right? So
Yeah,
something
but why are you trying to
something
avoid
unique, something unique about what he's doing to make this country better. Outside of saying, and
that
I
is
quote,
unique.
T women are not women. Something outside of that statement he's uttered
can I-
3 times ever. Challenge. I'm challenging you, dude. Are you gonna
Hold on.
fail this challenge?
No, I'm not gonna. I'm trying to show you something. So that's like if I said, look here, SA assault, that is wrong. And then you say, hey, why are you only focusing on women getting SA? Focus on people getting murdered every day. Like, why are you trying to justify that if something else is happening? Like,
So,
I'm trying to talk about one problem.
I think that was a super bad analogy for you to make.
It was not a
because
bad
in that
analogy.
because in that circumstance, what I'd be able to say is, yeah, SA is wrong, but murder's also wrong. Kidnapping
Exactly.
is also
So let's
wrong.
talk about one thing.
One moment. Arson is also wrong. Child abuse is wrong. Domestic violence is wrong. Slavery is wrong. Genocide's wrong. Ethnic cleansing is wrong. I'd be able to talk about all these things that are wrong.
Exactly.
But then when I'm asking you
So
why
let's
Donald
talk
Trump
about
is
one thing.
then when I'm asking you why Donald Trump is good, you say, well, because he said T women aren't women, right? And we had this conversation the other day. You had a 2-hour conversation with Parker on the same topic. I'm just trying to identify if you could name anything Donald Trump has ever done, anything Donald Trump has ever said, anything Donald Trump has ever promised, at all that makes him a good president, beside saying that T women aren't women. This is the challenge. Do not try to push back against my challenge here. This is my live, okay? I control my live, and I'm using that power, and I'm exercising that control by challenging you to just name one thing that he's ever done or said, signed into law, etc., that makes him a good president, outside of literally uttering that T women are not women. Mike is yours.
Well, I don't really want to talk about it, but I guess going against abortion rights. I'm pro-life, so yeah, that's one thing that is good, that he's saving little kids from being murdered in the womb. So yeah. Now can we talk about trans women? Because I don't want you to try pivot. I want to talk about this.
Listen, I'm gonna be.
I want to hear your answer, bro.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's just make it clear. You don't care about trans women using the women's restroom or going into private women's only spaces because you don't care about women. You care about trans women using the women's restroom and going into private women's only spaces because they're trans. Okay?
I do care about women.
Well, if you cared about those women, then you would have never made an adjudicated rapist president. If you cared about those women, you would have never made a guy that, as we just talked about for 51 minutes with the last guest, that is boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls president. If you cared about women, right, then you wouldn't make a patriarchal, want to put the Bible back in school type of guy president that's spoken about how the best thing that could ever happen to women is pregnancy, and he thinks he could just grab women by the P word and he doesn't even ask first, reinforcing patriarchal standards, subjecting women to the glass ceiling that we were talking about at the start of the conversation with the last guest, surrounding social stigma in the workforce, social stigma building up the hierarchy of the career ladder, and subjugating women to conditions where they're just supposed to be the homemaker, the child raiser, the cooker, the cleaner, so on and so forth. If you cared about women, right,
Okay.
you wouldn't vote for any of these things.
Okay, Mr. Dean. So since you wanna on your chat or whoever your cult wanna talk about some clock it, let's clock this. So Dean, back in the day, didn't you not say the N word, right? You said the N word
Yeah,
and it was wrong.
When
Now
I was
what
14,
if no.
Yeah,
What
when
if
I was 14, I called my
exactly
white friend the N-word. Using the N-word as a white
exactly
person is wrong.
hold on. So what if I bring that up and say, hey, you're a horrible person because you used the N-word back in the day, or you're a bad person, and I try to use that to define your character? How would you feel?
You are now asking a great question
So
you're
bringing up
that
things
has a
with
great
Donald
response.
Trump.
Can I give my great response?
I mean, go ahead.
All right. Well, so I know this is a crazy concept to you, and don't worry, I'll wrap this into Trump. But people could change. People could become better versions of themselves, and people could
Exactly.
become better versions of themselves, not just for themselves, but also for their friends, their family, their community, and the world at whole, and in the world at large. You're right. When I was 14, I did use the N word.
Okay.
One of my white friends sent me a Fortnite edit, and I responded on Instagram by saying that's hella goated my N word. And I don't think anybody who's white should be using the N word. And I'm very happy for the education that I was then presented with to change my own values and become a better version of myself. In fact, the reason why I do what I do today is to help other individuals undergo very similar transformations, to learn and to own up to what they did, acknowledge why it's wrong, hold themselves accountable, and apologize, right? And I believe that I have changed. Now, here's the thing. Okay, first point. Although people can change, doesn't mean everybody does change. Donald Trump wasn't just misogynistic towards women in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s or the 2010s, but he's actively still perpetuating those same values today. I mean, it wasn't even 3 months ago that he was calling for the woman he raped to be thrown in jail, right? And then second point, although people can change in plenty of ways, I do not believe that grapists can change. Because in order to grape somebody,
What?
you have to lack certain fundamental moral virtues that allow you to care about other people, that allow you to empathize with anybody other than yourself. And I believe the absence of these certain core fundamental moral virtues is not something that can be changed, and is not something that can be rehabilitated.
Yeah, but you're not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect person. So why do you think bringing down somebody else, like using their past or using, stuff they do wrong is a valid way to, I guess, justify, why they are, they're doing wrong as a,
Well, so listen, I don't think anybody's a perfect person, but that doesn't mean that I can't expect people to not be grapists.
but he's still doing like good things. That's why I brought the whole trans thing. That's why I support him a lot, because she's going against things that I go against. Not okay, I understand he did some sick things in the past, and I don't look at that to basically
Can you acknowledge my point that grapists can't change?
define them.
Because you brought up the whole.
I mean,
becoming
anybody
a better
can change.
person.
No, I disagree. Anybody can change.
Anybody.
You
can
have
change.
murder. You have murderer Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer changed.
I think
he was a serial killer.
I think that a murderer is more likely to change than a grapist, because I don't think that grapists can change.
Jeffrey Dahmer was a.
I don't think that Jeffrey Dahmer can change. No.
He did change.
What do you mean?
He was a rapist. He changed. He changed his life over to God. If you look, he was a rapist.
So let me get this straight, because you think that Jeffrey Dahmer changed. If Donald Trump were to have done all the same things that Jeffrey Dahmer did in the 90s, and then Donald Trump still ran for president in 2024 with the same policy he did in the last election cycle, would you still have voted for him?
he wouldn't be able to run because he'll be in jail. So I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah, if he wasn't
No,
in
I
jail,
wouldn't.
if he wasn't in
No, I
jail,
wouldn't support.
but he did all the same things that Jeffrey Dahmer did in the 90s, and then quote unquote changed, right, per your own suggestion, would you still have voted for him?
Yeah, if he changed, yeah. I don't. That's why I said, Park. I'm not Parker, Dean. I could say the same thing with you. I could say you use the N word. You're a racist guy.
Listen,
back in the day,
listen,
so therefore I'm not going to support you.
I obviously think that it was wrong and racist when I referred
Okay,
to
so
a white, one
I
moment,
could do the same thing.
when I referred to one of my white friends as the N-word when I was 14. Right? I'm not going to discount the fact that was wrong, but I mean, come on, comparing that to being a serial killing rapist. Like I don't think that a comparison can be made there in the slightest. Are you joking?
But both are morally wrong. So I'm just saying.
But are both of the two things as morally wrong as one another?
I mean, you're looking down on the N word, like the N word was in a powerful word to bring black people down back in the days.
That's exactly why I still said it was wrong and was racist.
Exactly. So what if I used that to define?
But are you kidding me? Like, are you seriously saying that me referring to one of my white friends when I was 14 as the N-word is just as wrong as like raping children, raping women, and serial killing them?
I mean, obviously, in our eyes, it's more wrong because it can affect.
Can you agree that like being a serial killing rapist is like so much worse, right?
Yeah,
than
it is. It
me
is.
saying
It
the
is.
N-word when I was 14 to refer to a white friend, even though it's still wrong to use the N-word.
I
To compare
understand,
those
yes.
two things is like fucking crazy.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
I
okay. So then stop being effing crazy.
I'm not being crazy. I'm just bringing out
Yeah,
an example.
you just tried to justify that you would support Donald Trump as president if he literally like raped children in the 90s for the same reason.
I never said that.
For the same reason that people support me today, even though I used the N-word when I was 14. That's
You're lying.
effing
I never said
insane.
that.
That is cray cray. That is cray cray.
I never said that. I said every change. I never said.
Yes,
if
you did.
still
You've
doing it.
continued to reiterate and re-suggest that comparison. Why do you even think I'm talking about a comparison between these two things? It's because you made it. You said, "Oh, Dean, you think I'm nuts for arguing that I'd still support Donald Trump as president if he was like a serial murdering rapist?" Oh, well, look at you. You said the N-word when you were 14. You're a goddamn hypocrite. You made the comparison.
Because you change from those ways, right? You don't use it anymore. So I'm just saying, if you change, why should I bring that up and define you, as a racist person or, a bad person just because you did something in the past? That's what I'm trying to say.
Because I think that a child can be socially conditioned in a racist environment to take away these particular values and norms that would conclude with them, right, using racial slurs. Does this mean that I think it's acceptable? No. Does this mean that I think it's not wrong? No. Does this mean that I don't think that I needed to take accountability for that and still need to hold myself to a higher standard than I did the day prior? Absolutely not. But like simultaneously, I just think that somebody going from being a shithead using racist terminology at 14 like the N-word to being a good adult for themselves and those around them at 21 after years of education and doing good doing good for the rest of the world, right, is like fundamentally and categorically different than arguing that like a 60-year-old man like raped a woman, a 60-year-old man raped a kid, and then 20 years later all of a sudden we're expecting them to be a changed man. To compare those two things is just unequivocal. To compare those two things is crazy, and to compare those two things is just batshit insane. Like there's like not many other words in the English language that I could use to describe that comparison outside of bad faith, outside of dishonest, and outside of insane.
But at the end of the day, like I said, Donald Trump can change. All right. But what I'm trying to say is, why does all this justify? Could you please just answer me again?
Show where he apologized for
trans
raping
women are
Eugene
real
Carroll.
women?
Then show where he apologized for sexually exploiting women and girls. The first step of change is holding yourself accountable. Show us all where he held himself accountable.
You gotta go talk to Donald Trump, man. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Hold on.
He's changed. He hasn't even apologized. Oh, I'm not pivoting. I'm directly responding to what you just said. The last phrase that came out of your mouth was Donald Trump has changed. No, he's not even recognized that what he did was wrong. Can we agree that the first step of change is accountability?
I said he could change.
Can we agree that the first step of change is accountability?
Yes, but
Okay,
I never said.
got it. So I reject that rapists can change. I fundamentally reject that axiom for the reasons that I've already gone over.
Jeffrey
I think
Dahmer,
that if
buddy.
you're a rapist, he literally murdered somebody in jail. He didn't change either, my friend. I fundamentally think that a rapist lacks
Jeffrey
the
Dahmer
certain,
never murdered
that
anybody in
lacks
jail.
lacks the certain moral values. In order to have empathy for those around them, in order to respect the lives of others, and actually, I think suggesting that rapists can change is just perpetuating rape culture. Now, all right, even if you want to argue that rapists can change, still yet, the first step of change is accountability. And Donald Trump has never held himself accountable for these things publicly. And if you want to argue that maybe he has in private, we know that that's not true either. Since he's publicly called for E. Jean Carroll to be imprisoned, since he's publicly called for the victims of his sexual violence to be he's called them liars. He's called them insane. He said that they were wrong. He's called for them to be thrown in jail. So we know that Donald Trump isn't changed here because he's never held himself accountable.
I'm still confused why you're trying to run from the fact that
Right now you're trying to
women.
run.
I'm trying to bring the trans debate. You're trying to run from it, trying to use things that Donald Trump did in the past. I
No,
don't
right now
understand
you're
how
trying
that
to run.
justify
You're the one
grown
suggesting
men
that it could've
dressing up in
changed.
women clothes,
No.
trying to use
You're trying to
the
run.
men, the woman's
Buddy,
part.
this is really embarrassing for you. You've been suggesting this whole time that although Donald Trump did these fundamentally wrong things such as grape, well, maybe he can change. Well, now that we understand that he hasn't changed, right? Obviously, you can't sit here and call me crazy if you're holding that against him as the president of the most powerful country that's ever existed on the face of planet Earth, right? And I don't know, you're calling me the runner. No, I'm the one that is directly engaging in and responding to the terrible and wrong things that you've continued to repeat, right? So at this point in time, please make that recognition that I'm not pivoting, that I'm not deflecting, and please rather respond to my direct response to the things that you have said.
All right, so you have the prompt. How do you still support Trump? I told you why I support Trump, and now you're trying to instead of indulging in that conversation, you're trying to bring up something else.
No,
Let's talk about trans woman, buddy.
I'm not trying to bring up anything else. I'm trying to
Yes, you are.
respond to what you've already said. Do you recognize that there is a fundamental difference between trying to bring up a new topic to deflect and just trying to respond to what you've already said? I didn't make you say that it's wrong for me to be judging Trump for being a rapist because maybe he's changed. I just simply responded to that. And I want you to address my response.
What? I did. I indulged in a whole conversation with you with this whole rapist thing, and
The
I
response
came
that
in
you
here
haven't
with.
addressed is that I have proved he has not changed.
Oh yeah, he hasn't changed. I never said that he has changed. I said he could change.
So given the fact that he hasn't changed, given the fact that it's still therefore okay under your own view to hold the fact that he's a rapist against them, why the hell would you support a rapist as president when if you're a violent felon, you won't even get hired to flip burgers at McDonald's?
What? I'm saying I of course I don't support rapists. I'm just saying I support other things that he stands for. Like I said, everybody's not perfect. Of course, he's not going to do some things that
Are you
people
arguing that
do
of
not
course
like.
he's going to be a rapist?
I never said that. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
you are. That is what you're arguing. Not everyone's going to be
Everybody
perfect.
has-
Of course, he's going to
everybody
do things
has
that he doesn't like.
flaws.
Okay, well, guess what? Grape isn't a flaw. Okay, grape is about one of the worst things that one actor can do to another, and as long as you continue to downplay that, is making it clear that you don't truly care about women and girls. And this whole thing with
I
trans
do.
women is all about just wanting to further dispute and disregard trans individuals, not because you care about women and girls. No, and you
How
don't
do
care
you
about
know?
women or girls, or else you just want to be calling it an imperfect flaw when they're fucking great, dude.
So why you don't want to hear
If-
my
if you-
argument?
if you cared about women and girls, right, you'd be sitting here in strong defense of them by arguing that Donald Trump should be thrown out of office because of what he's done to them. Okay,
I do care.
You hold more vitriol in your voice when referencing trans women existing than you hold vitriol in your voice and critiquing Donald Trump for raping a woman.
Do you
Why?
even hear? Do you know why I said what I said about the trans people?
Why-
It's not to
why-
put trans
why
people
do you
down.
why do you hold more animosity and vitriol in your voice, okay, when discussing the fact that trans people exist than when discussing the fact that the president is a rapist?
Yeah, it's really sick too when you can have grown men dressed up inside woman clothes trying to go in the bathroom when there's a risk of little girls being in
more
there.
sick? Trans people existing, which by the way I don't think is sick at all, or Donald Trump?
It is
raping?
sick.
What do you think is more sick?
It is sick.
What do you
them-
think is more sick?
It is
T
sick.
people
Them going
existing.
in women's.
What do you think is more sick? T people existing or Donald Trump raping a woman?
Exactly. So you're trying to bring up other things to justify.
Answer my question. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to answer my question.
Graping is wrong.
Which one is more sick? Literally being trans, okay, or graping a woman?
Graping a woman.
Good. So because
But you know
you're
what else
willing,
is sick?
because you're
You know
willing,
what else is
because
sick?
you're willing to throw our country away,
Grown men,
because you're willing to sit here and
grown
argue.
men going in
Listen,
the bathroom.
I'm gonna wait for his crash out to be over.
You cry. I'm done.
Thanks. So because you think it's more sick to grape a woman than it is sick to just be a trans person, which isn't sick at all, you're just a bigot.
It is.
Am
Leah
I
Thomas.
going to be able to speak, sir?
You haven't let me speak at all.
It looks like that feeling's mutual. Can I finish my sentence? You just told me you were done. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Dean.
Thank you. So because you think it's more sick to grape a woman than it is simply to be a T person, which, as I'll repeat, isn't sick at all, you're just a bigot, and you're willing to throw our country down the fucking drain to further condemn T people. You're willing to nominate a president that tried to coup our government and rig the outcome of an election to further discriminate against T people. You're willing to elect an adjudicated rapist to further discriminate T people. You're willing to elect a 1% billionaire that does not care about the working class nor the low class. This is why he defunded Medicaid by $900 billion and the USDA by $153 billion to just kick 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid and 3 million low-income Americans off of food stamps to further fund the tax cuts for the top 1%. You're willing to elect the guy that has launched an unprecedented attack on the rule of law and the Constitution, including an attack on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment in the last 10 months, civil litigation finding him guilty in the state of New York in the 1970s, and then 3 times since, litigation in Florida, criminal litigation in New York, so on and so forth. You're willing to elect that and throw our country away to condemn T people, but yet you think it's more sick to be a grapist than it is to condemn T than to be a T person. What does this mean that you'd be willing to do to condemn grapists? At the bare minimum, would that include ensuring that they're not running our country?
I never said that being a rapist is right. I'm just saying I understand people have their flaws. Donald Trump has his flaws, but at the end of the day, you ask me why I support Trump.
He's
I'm
not
telling you
answering the
why I
question.
support Trump.
Would you ever elect a trans woman that uses the women's restroom as president?
No.
But you would elect a rapist to be president. You
So,
think
look.
it's worse for a trans woman to use a woman's restroom than it is to grape a woman?
You have Leah Thomas.
Respond to what I just said.
She was a trans woman.
I'm asking you to respond to
enter
what I
in
just
women's
said.
sport in women's spaces.
I'm asking you
and you
to
think
respond.
that's right?
I'm asking you to respond to what I just said. Should I repeat myself?
Yes, you can repeat yourself. Sorry, God.
I asked you if you'd ever elect a trans woman that uses a woman's restroom to be president. You said no. This whole time you've been arguing that you would have voted for Trump even if he raped a child in the 90s. So you think that it is worse for a trans woman to use a woman's restroom than it is for a man to grape a child?
I think both is wrong, but I don't want a trans woman to be our president.
Yeah, but you would want a child rapist to be our president.
Nah,
You told us that even if Donald Trump did that in the 90s, you'd still support him today.
he didn't. We don't have any proof. You guys just make a lot of claims that he
Okay.
did, but
I understand that you have
Get
a
it?
small brain. So it's called a hypothetical. So
you have a small brain.
So a hypothetical would be an if-then conditional statement. I'm saying if this were to be true, then would you still support him as president? And you said yes. You said if you knew a certain knowledge that he did grape a child in the 90s, you would still support him as president today. Meaning that if he were to be a child rapist, you would still have voted for him, having knowledge of the fact that he was a child rapist. But if they were to be a trans woman that uses a woman's restroom, you would never vote for them because they're a trans woman to use a woman's restroom. What this tells us is that you hold a red line against being T, but you do not hold a red line against being a child rapist. Because you hold
You're
a
trying
red
to
line
justify-
against one, but not the other, what this means is that from your perspective, you think it is worse to be a T person than it is to be a child rapist.
I never said that. I'm just saying
That
trying
is
to
the
justify.
conclusion of the
trans people going
culmination
to
of your
bathroom.
statements. Can you dispute that that is the conclusion of the culmination of your statements?
Could you stop running from the
Answer.
conversation?
Can you refute
Dean, you're a
that
runner,
that
buddy.
is the conclusion of the culmination of your statements?
And your chat is disgusting as well. You guys are disgusting.
Answer.
It's-
Answer. Answer
Dean
to
tell
me.
you guys to jump off the bridge. You guys will jump off
Answer
the bridge.
to me. Can you refute that that is the conclusion of the culmination of your statements?
Nah,
You can't refute it.
you're quoting me wrong.
Yeah, you
I
can't
never said
fucking
that I-
refute it. Exactly.
I
you
never
can't
said-
fucking
I ne-
refute
Hey,
that
stop
you
crashing out,
think
buddies.
it is worse to be T than it is to be a child rapist.
I never said that. I just said I don't support trans people. Now you're talking about just because I said I haven't.
Round
I
three.
support. I don't support trans people. You're saying, oh, I support rapists. Like
You're straw
bro,
manning my argument. I'll make it clear
You
once
just
more.
put words in my mouth.
I'm not putting any words in your mouth.
Yes,
I'm
you are, and
fairly
your stupid
interpreting the
chat is just
conclusion of your words.
Agreeing with everything you say.
Listen to me closely. You said that you would never elect a trans woman that uses a woman's restroom to be president, but you
Yes.
also said that you would elect a child rapist to be president. This means that you hold a red line against being a T woman that uses a woman's restroom, but you
Yes.
don't hold a red line against being a child rapist.
Yeah, because I don't want any grown men with red dresses trying to, dictate to us how we should,
And so why do you think it's worse to be trans than it is to be a child rapist? Why do you think
I don't think-
why
I
do
don't
you,
think
why do you
Donald
think
Trump-
that a child rapist would be more qualified to run this country than a trans person?
I don't think Donald Trump is a child rapist. I feel like that's just a claim you guys
Your
should run
statement
with.
is that if he was, then you would still support him.
I never said that. I said I would not.
Okay, so then clarify for us. If he was a child rapist, would you still support him as president?
No, I wouldn't.
If he was an adult rapist, would you still support him as president?
No, I wouldn't.
A civil court proved in 2023 that Donald Trump is an adult rapist when a jury of 9 unanimously held him liable for the rape or sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll, meaning
why have
that
any-
in accordance with your own red line, you are no longer a Trump supporter.
So why hasn't he went to jail?
Because it
Why
was a
is he
civil
in
court.
jail?
Civil courts.
No,
hold people
because they
financially-
haven't found so much evidence. They haven't found no evidence. They just made a claim.
I'll give
That's
you.
why he
I'll
would be in
educate you.
jail.
I'll educate you. You're obviously not familiar with our criminal justice system. I'm here to educate. That's what I do. Civil courts determine financial
Well,
responsibility.
you uneducate people.
What's that?
What did you say? Huh?
What was your last statement?
I said you uneducate people.
Okay, so then I'm about to educate you, and you tell me where I went wrong. Okay. Tell me where I go
Yeah,
wrong
yeah,
here,
yeah.
since you think that I'm an unreliable educator. Civil courts hold people financially responsible, meaning when somebody's found liable or guilty inside of a civil court, it means that they're forced to pay a financial penalty to the victim that won the lawsuit. Criminal courts determine criminal responsibility in the sense that when somebody's found guilty inside of a criminal court, they go to jail. And the reason why Donald Trump is not in jail is because
He had a
civil
bad lawyer.
litigation was pursued to find Donald Trump guilty of the rape of E. Jean Carroll, since the pursuing of rape inside of a criminal court in the state of New York at that time was impossible, as the statute of limitations on the offense had passed.
Yeah, he had a bad lawyer.
You had a bad lawyer
A
as
lot
a
of-
billionaire. Billionaires don't get bad lawyers.
Yeah, but a lot of people who have went to jail has been proven innocent, but they still went to jail, right? So that doesn't make him.
So not everybody that goes to jail is guilty, but a vast, vast, vast majority of people who go to jail are guilty. So it is absolutely implausible and irrational to basically assume that even though Donald Trump was found guilty, in all reality, he's truly an innocent man, unless you could suggest me any evidence to the contrary.
I don't think none of us can do that.
Exactly. So you can't sit here and give me any good reason to dispute the outcome of the court case. You can't sit here and deny the fact that typically the outcomes of court cases are correct. You can't sit here and deny the fact that on average, in significantly more cases than not, if somebody's found guilty, they actually are guilty. But you're still going to basically deny the fact that Donald Trump is found guilty because that was the ruling of unanimous jury of 9.
But you can't say that he's guilty.
I can. I absolutely
Because
can say he's guilty.
both of us doesn't
I
really know.
absolutely can say he's guilty. Absolutely.
But you can't.
Why can't I? I think that we have so much reason to believe that he did it. Like, not only do we have the outcome of the civil court case where all 9 unanimous jurors agreed that he's guilty, but he also has the character of a man who'd do those things. I mean, he literally did. So let me rephrase. The court found him guilty of doing what he said he likes to do on the Access Hollywood tapes in 2005. In 2005, when the Access Hollywood tapes dropped, we all heard Donald Trump say that he could just grab women by the P word. He doesn't even need to ask first. The
That
court
wasn't real.
found
That was fake.
the
I
Access
remember
Hollywood
that
tapes are
video.
fake.
That was AI.
Then why the
I
hell did he
remember that.
apologize for them?
Because it would make his character look bad. You know.
It would make his character look bad to call the news fake. Isn't his whole thing fake news? He didn't call this fake news. He'll call everything else fake news. He didn't call this fake news, though.
That was fake.
Not according to Trump. Trump said it was real. Why would Trump say it's real if it was fake? He loves to call the news fake. He does that like a billion times a day. You know, like we all have our catchphrases. His catchphrase is fake news. The journalists are the enemy of the people. They're always lying to you. When the Access Hollywood tapes dropped, he didn't even call him fake. He said, yeah, that's real. I'm sorry. And in 2005, AI didn't exist in 2005.
Wait, so he is changing. I thought you said he wasn't changing.
Well, the evidence that he's not changing, and that was very disingenuous, is that then years later, a court found him guilty for doing what he said he did in that clip. So I want you to verbally concede that and apologize to lying to me and to lying to everybody else on this live when you said the Access Hollywood tapes were fake.
Nah, bro, I'm not apologizing.
Oh, okay.
Ron,
So who's being disingenuous now? Because this whole time
No,
you've been
you
arguing
are.
that I'm disingenuous, you know, to do it again.
'Cause you're
But then
dodging-
when
you're
you
dodging my
get,
debate.
but then when you get caught up in a lie, but then when you get definitively proven wrong, you don't even have a big enough spine to concede. Your ego's the problem.
Nah, your ego is the problem.
If my ego's the problem, then why are you the one struggling to concede when you're proven definitively wrong?
Why don't you want to debate me about trans people? Why are you running on about other things?
Why don't you want to concede?
What is a woman, Dean?
Somebody that will never spend a day of their life with you if you continue to act this way.
Exactly. So you don't even know the definition of a woman.
Well,
so
I'm
who is dumb now?
I'm pretty sure that was a very fair description of what a woman is. I think that was very accurate. And I love it. I love it. When you get definitively proven wrong, just go butt trans people. It's you know, no one's ever tried that before. You are a genuinely innovative genius for thinking about that. When you lose a debate, just go butt trans people. But what's the definition of a woman? And this whole time you've had the gut to talk about me deflecting?
But
Jesus Christ.
You are a track star. You ran for me.
I'm running.
was-
Listen, buddy. Right
Yeah.
now, I'm running. I'm running towards you. The heat is on, okay? The skillet's
You haven't
cooking.
talked about-
A filet mignon. And honestly, at this point, I'm just going to be frank with you. It's getting a little bit overdone, okay? Maybe I just need to take the foot off the pedal a little bit because I think I've done my job here.
You switch the debate from trans to graping.
I mean, I think that in all reality, we see a very fair engagement from my side. You bring up trans people. I ask you if you'd ever vote for a trans woman. You say no. I ask you if you'd ever vote for a rapist. You say no, but then I prove to you Donald Trump's a rapist. Then you defend voting for a rapist and telling the fair conclusion you think it's worse
It
to
did
be
not go
trans
like that.
than you think it is to be a rapist. And then I corroborate the outcome of the court that found him guilty for rape by bringing up the Access Hollywood tapes, him saying that he likes to do exactly what the court determined he did to Eugene Carroll. You call them fake, you call them AI. I'm like, if they were fake, then why the hell did Donald Trump apologize for them? And if they were AI, then why the hell did they come out in 2005? Because AI didn't even exist in 2005. And then I'm like, buddy, you're wrong. Just concede, give it up. All right. Then you're like, but trans people, but women. What's the definition of a woman?
Yeah, that was
Pathetic.
my first. That was my first thing I said, and then you were the one talking about what about Donald Trump being a rapist?
No,
That's
no,
that's what
actually, the
that's what
very
you
first
did.
thing, the very first thing that was said on this live was, "Can you name any innumerable reason why Donald Trump is a good president outside of the fact that he does not think T women are women?" And you couldn't.
No, but this is a
And you couldn't.
continuing.
And you fucking couldn't.
No. This was a continuing from yesterday.
Oh,
Yesterday,
so now
remember,
you're
I
arguing.
brought up.
So I just wanna point it out. Your current argument, as pathetic as it is, your current argument is that the
You
reason
think it's
why you won't.
pathetic?
Your current argument is the reason why you won't concede that you were wrong about the Access Hollywood tapes, in a claim that you made in reference to them 45 seconds ago, is because you think I pivoted from you 24 hours ago. Is that where you're at?
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah.
pivoted from yesterday, and you
Yeah.
pivoted today.
Yeah. Pathetic.
You and Parker.
Completely
Cannot
pathetic.
answer me straight,
No,
bro.
the only answer that we can't get straight is, are you going to concede because I proved you wrong about the Access Hollywood tape?
You did not prove me.
Of course I proved you wrong. You said that they
Bro,
were
you
fake.
are so-
Then I brought up that Donald Trump literally apologized for them and affirmed that they were true. Then you're like, well, you had to affirm that they were true, else that'd be a bad look. Then I brought up that Donald Trump's whole shtick is calling things fake that are obviously true. He does it every fucking day, but he didn't call this fake. And then I refuted your argument that they were AI because the clip was from 2005. AI didn't exist in 2005.
Anyway, your
MLMs were a
chat-
fucking dream. And now
Your
you're going to
chat
pivot to the
is
chat.
delusional. They're very delusional. They listen to everything you say. They're dumb. They don't even know what they're calling me out for. And then, you ran from a debate.
So I understand
You
that you're
cannot
getting.
debate me.
I
You're scared of
understand that
me.
you're getting hard pressed right now. So you're gonna go back to just hitting the soundboard. We've already heard your same shit that the chat's done. We've already heard your same shit that, like, I won't debate you and I'm running. It's honestly getting a little bit tiring and old at this point. Just, unplug the soundboard. We don't need to hear
Hell,
this a billion
Democrats,
times.
man.
Are you gonna concede because I definitively proved you wrong about the nature of the Access Hollywood tapes?
Yeah, so you're not gonna debate me on
So
Trump.
are you going?
therefore,
Stop running.
You
Are
suck.
are you going to concede
conceive on what?
that you were wrong about the Access Hollywood tapes?
I'm not wrong.
I proved you wrong. I proved you
I will
wrong by
never
bringing
be
up the
wrong.
fact that he apologized for them and affirmed that they were real when he typically loves to call things fake when they're real, and the fact that it was in '05, so it couldn't have possibly been AI. That is a great argument that definitively proves you wrong. Okay, if you're not going to concede, then I want you to be very clear about how those two facts do not prove you wrong when you argued that the Access Hollywood tapes were fake and AI.
Uh, no.
No, come on, bro. You're shutting down. Look at yourself. You're literally shutting down.
Why are you trying to dodge?
You're dodging. Stop dodging. Concede.
dodging my
No.
chance to be-
No. You're running away. Either concede that you were wrong about the Access Hollywood tapes, or give me a cogent rebuttal to demonstrate that I'm wrong about the Access Hollywood tapes. Stop
Anyway,
running.
This isn't going. I'm not running. You
You are running.
This
You are
isn't-
running. Why can't
this
you
isn't
tell me
going
why I'm wrong
anywhere,
or
so,
concede?
hey,
This is going somewhere. You're actually about to leave. You're a fucking track
cannot
star.
debate
You're a
me.
fucking track star. You can't debate me. Look at yourself. Literally, look at yourself. You made an argument. The argument was that you think the Access Hollywood tapes from '05 were fake, and then you were like, they're AI, and that's why they're fake. And then I'm like, no, they're not fake. I have such a high level of evidence that that level of evidence being that Donald Trump said that they were real and apologized for them. And we also have a super high level of evidence to dispute the fact that they're AI. That level of evidence being the fact that they came out in 2005 when AI didn't exist. Okay, so how could they be AI when they didn't exist, brother? Like, come on.
Why are you trying to talk about?
I either want you to concede, or if you're not going to concede and you're going to continue to believe that you're right and I'm wrong about the Access Hollywood tapes, give a cogent counter rebuttal to the two facts I just shared. I'm hard pressing you.
Bro, like I said, you ran for me. You're trying to turn this on.
That's
like
not a
the whole
concession or a
freaking thing.
counter argument. Try again.
Stop running, bro. Let's
That's
talk
not a
about Trump.
concession or a counter
What is a
argument.
woman?
Try again.
What is a woman?
That's not a concession.
What is a woman?
Or a counter argument.
What is a woman?
That is not a concession or a counter argument.
Let's
Try
talk about the
again.
real-
No. Let's talk
What is a
about
woman?
either
You don't
you
know what a woman
conceding
is.
or giving a counter argument.
What is a woman, Dean?
Something that is not a concession or a counter
All
argument.
right, so you don't know the
therefore
definition, so
irrelevant.
therefore you're the dumb one now, right?
It's not a counter argument. It's not a concession. Therefore, it's not something I'm going to engage with until you give a counter argument or a concession.
I don't. But how could you force me like what to talk about? You asked me why I support Trump.
Because you said something dumb. I proved it was wrong.
I didn't.
And this is a linear dialogue. Okay, if you didn't say something that's dumb, then give the counter argument.
Yeah, so I said a trans woman is a biological male.
What you said, well, that's,
So
well, that's
therefore
also
he
dumb.
cannot use the
But
woman's rest.
the specific dumb thing that I'm referencing
Give
here
woman
is when
sleep.
you argued that the Access Hollywood tapes were fake and AI.
They are sick trans people who are.
Oh my God, he doesn't have a brain. All right, are you gonna further this debate? You know what? You know what?
You got. You're gonna get cooked if you really believe
I
it.
see where this is going. Go ahead, take the mic. Talk about whatever you want.
Yes. So trans. women
Martin,
are-
thank you for the $10 over on
They are
PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the
biologically
love, Martin.
They are-
Please show some love to Martin down
they are
below in the
biolo-
chat. Thank you so much for the $10. I'd also like to thank
Yeah.
Sarah for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Sarah, thank you so much for the love, Sarah. Sarah with the $10 says the guest is wrong and doesn't want to admit it. Hold the cell.
Yeah.
Emily Ann, thank you for the $10. Who says
They are
happy Friday, Dean.
biologically male.
I hope that you have a good day. Well, thank you
They
for
are
the $10.
biologically
I
male.
hope that you have a good day as well. Thank you so much
They are-
for the love, Emma. Lane, thank you for the $7 and the 77 cents over on Venmo. Who says I fucking love you, Dean. Well, thank you for the love, Lane. And Allison, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the love, Allison, with a 50. Let's get 500 Allison W's down below in that chat for the $50. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Allison with the $50 says, fake news. Quite frankly, the only thing fake is to pay dead ass. And then, oh my God, Peter. Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much for your kindness and your support, Peter. That is nuts. Peter with $100. Thank you so much for the love, Peter. I'm looking for your message. Here it is. How does this MAGA idiot feel about Donald Trump's bad lawyer, Todd Blanche, now being the deputy attorney general? Honestly, that would have been really good to bring up, Peter. You stay cooking. And thank you for the $100. And then Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Kelly. And then Daniela with a $1, Z with the $2, and then Brenna, thank you for the $10. Who says, I admire and respect you so very much. You are how we could change the world. Oh, thank you so much for your kindness, Brenna. Show some love to Brenna in that chat. And then 10 Leah, thank you for the $30. That is TENLEIGH. Thank you so much for the love. 10 Leah says, your lives have taught me so much and have given me the confidence to start debating as well. Good fucking shit. I'm so proud of you, Tinley. I'm really happy that you've been able to take something positive away from the streams. And then also Christina, thank you for the $10. Lauren, thank you for the $5 for the quote-unquote patience. Casey with the $10. Thank you so much for the love. And then Lovey, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for the love. Don't read this out loud. Okay, I'll keep that to myself. But happy birthday. Well, not happy birthday to him, Lovey. I'd also like to thank Ellison for the $11, who says, how do I convince my dad to watch actual news instead of getting all of his information from ESPN? Yeah, good luck with that, Ellison. Good fucking luck. Thank you for the $11. And then Sheila, thank you for the $25, who says, I work with a lot of MAGA and you keep me sane every day. I'm happy that I could help keep you sane, Sheila. Thank you for the $25. I really appreciate your love and support for what we do here. And I'm sorry that you work with a bunch of MAGA people. I know how that can drive people insane. And then Kara, thank you for the $5. Guys, please show some love to all of our donors in that chat. We have a couple super chatters as well. Andrew, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Who says, MAGA loves bringing up rare cases of trans people committing crimes while ignoring the multiple crimes Trump's committed and been held liable for and been accused of and his associates with Epstein/P. Diddy. And we just fucking proved it. 6, thank you so much for the 11 euros over on Super Chat saying, lots of love from Germany. Lots of love to Germany. Lots of love to you. And then Barbara, thank you so much for the $25 over on Super Chat. Thank you, Barbara. And thank you so much to everybody else I miss, like the Greater Foot Band. Sorry, Fool Brand. Thank you for the $20 who says, keep pushing. Don't let them wiggle out of it. Honestly, that last guest was not going to give a response. So we're going to move on for the sake of all of our brains. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations on Venmo. We have a couple people to get around to on PayPal, but before we do, let's go ahead and just hop into this next discussion. I brought you up for one very specific reason, Hoodlum.
You going to take my bet?
I forget what your bet is. Sorry, you're kind of irrelevant to me. The reason why I brought you up is because you remind me a lot of the last guest that we just talked to on the live.
Okay.
I didn't listen. Do you see the similarities? How he was just willfully denying reality and he wouldn't concede even when definitively proven wrong. Isn't that the same thing that you do?
No, it's not what I do at all, Dean.
I did that in our last debate. Remember when you tried to argue that the president can violate the Constitution?
No, I got you to walk down the primrose path of saying that the president didn't violate the Constitution, which is what you and many Democrats have been screaming from the top of the roof like little crazy banshees for months now.
Oh, no, I definitely argue that he did violate the Constitution, but I just simultaneously argued that in doing so, it's not one of his legal capacities.
He has the functionality to suspend the Constitution. He has not done that yet, though.
What
Article
part of
2
the
powers, boss.
So under Article 2 powers, where do we read that the president has the authority to suspend the Constitution?
Emergency powers.
So where's that found in Article 2?
Congress has been subjugating their authority for a long time to the president.
So just you said you could find this in Article 2. Where in Article 2 does it say that the president has the ability to suspend the Constitution?
He has the authority to declare an emergency.
So you particularly said suspend. I have Article 2 open on my screen. What section of Article 2 can I find that in?
Well, you do realize that we have amendments and acts and laws, correct?
Oh, so you're saying it's in an amendment. It wouldn't be within an act or a law because an act or a law is pursuant to the Constitution, therefore they can't amend it. However, it could possibly be in an amendment. But the reason why I'm asking you about Article 2 is because you specifically said that this was an Article 2 power.
Well, yeah, that's the branch of government that gives the president the authority to do the things that he does, correct?
Perfect. So then where in Article 2, out of Section 1, Clause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or Section 2, Clause 1, 2, and 3, or Section 3, or Section 4, can I read that according to the Constitution, the president has the authority to suspend it?
I don't know offhand. I can go find that for you.
Yeah, can you do that for me, my friend?
Yeah, you gonna bring me back up, or you want to just hang out?
Oh, we'll just hang out. We'll get somebody else up in the meantime. Go on
All right.
pause and then come back.
All right.
Cool. Awesome. So, by the way, everybody tuning in, he's not going to be back. And if he does come back, he's not going to give an answer. Moving on, we're going to go to get somebody else up here in the meantime, just while we, wait on him to, find what section of Article 2 gives the authority to the president to suspend the Constitution. Perfect. We got Georgia loading up into the box. Hello, Georgia. Do you support Trump? Oh, Georgia left very, very quickly. You know what? Here we go. Here's Kins. Oh, Kins, you're a troll. Your profile picture is a lady in a MAGA hat, but then when I clicked on your account, your profile picture reverted to what it was before you just changed it to a picture of a fucking kitty. A really cute kitty. You're a troll. All right. Here we go. Don't troll. By the way, for everybody watching, if you want to support me, if you want to support what we do here, if you're like, hey, I like this is great, you can support me on Venmo and PayPal, which you could find in the link tree in the bio in my description of the TikTok account. And there. If you want to know what that is, that's the handle. So you can also find it over on the pinned message on my YouTube stream. We get 100% of those proceeds that go right to me. You could even attach a message and we could read it off on live. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love and support. You guys have honestly been very, 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 very fucking kind. And I'm very grateful for you guys for that. Hello, do you support Trump? Hello?
Yeah, so it's the NEA Act of 1976.
Oh, so the NEA Act is not a part of the Constitution. Therefore, it is certainly not a part of Article 2. And you argued, right, that Article 2 of the Constitution gives the ability to the president to suspend the Constitution.
Yeah, but the law is within the Constitution, or else it wouldn't be a law. Supreme Court has supported this law, therefore it's constitutional.
Oh, so the Supreme Court's defense, did that follow in pursuant of Article 2?
Yeah, exactly.
What ruling was that?
There is no ruling because nobody has put up an argument to say that he doesn't have the powers. It's the NEA Act of 1976.
Oh, the NEA Act. Well, you're very wrong about the nature of the NEA Act. So first and foremost, under the NEA Act, there's no suspension clause. So the NEA Act does not allow the president to suspend the Constitution. Of course, the only way you'd be able to prove me wrong here is by telling me where I could find the NEA Act inside of the find the suspension clause inside of the NEA Act, but it just simply doesn't exist. And by the way, the NEA Act, the National Emergencies Act, was actually passed not to expand the constitutional abilities of the president, but actually to restrict them by placing certain and strict regulatory oversight over what the president can do in reference to the Constitution. So the NEA Act inside of itself didn't grant any new powers to the president, but rather provided a framework for pre-existing structures to invoke existing statutory powers.
Which would include suspending and going to martial law.
So nowhere in the NEA Act does it have a suspension clause.
It does,
Okay.
with oversight from Congress.
So the thing is if you go to the NEA Act and you Control F and you type in the word suspension, suspending, suspend, you'll be given zero results in reference to the president having.
Why don't
the
you put
authority to
in
do so.
martial law?
Can you affirm or deny what I just said?
Put in martial law and see what comes up.
Okay. Can you please affirm or deny what I just said?
Again, Dean, you can play the semantics all you want, but put it in.
We're not playing semantics here. We're just simply like refuting.
I
the bullshit that you're
understand. You
saying.
don't want to. I get it.
Well, you just don't want
I
to
get it.
respond.
So-
You just don't want to
so I
respond.
just-
You just don't want to respond to the fact that I've been able to successfully demonstrate to you that no, the president
So
does
does
not
the
have ability
president
to
get?
suspend the
Does the
Constitution.
president get to declare
Can you please
who
respond
is
to what
a
I
T
just said?
group?
Can you please respond to what I just said?
What'd you say, Dean?
Yeah. So the NEA does not give the ability to the president to suspend the Constitution.
With martial law, absolutely it does. Like with Hurricane Katrina, martial law was declared. Constitutional rights were suspended.
What constitutional rights?
The Fourth Amendment specifically.
So what under the Fourth Amendment?
They went in there to people's homes. They pulled them out. They de-armed them, and if they would not comply, they got arrested.
Okay, so point number one, I
Mhm.
think what you're describing here is not a suspension of Fourth Amendment rights.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, all right. So I'm really trying to engage in a good faith conversation with you about the nature of the Constitution and emergency powers that Congress may hold over it, and how the NEA does not give the authority to the president to suspend the Constitution. But honestly, you're just not here for it. And by the way, like the original reason why I brought you up was like seriously just to demonstrate to you that you were the same type of person as the last guest, because we have already had a multiple hours long conversation. But every single time we have this conversation, it's identical to the last. It's just you repeating yourself.
It's okay,
and then,
Dean. It's okay, bro.
And then attempting to argue false premises. So, so
Are you taking the bet or not, Dean?
what bet?
That the birthright citizenship is going to be overturned in the Supreme Court. That's the bet.
So you don't want me to respond to anything you just said? You
No, I just want you to
completely
confirm.
move
Are
on
you
to a
taking it
bet?
or you're not?
Why would
That's all I need to know.
Why would I take that bet?
Because you know you're going to lose.
Because I know I'm going to lose. No, so the reason why I don't think I'd take that bet is because I'm not positive I'm going to win.
Well, that's why it's a wager, Dean. You don't feel confident in your position?
I feel confident in my position that Donald Trump's executive order number 14160 is an infringement on the 14th Amendment as it stands. I just don't feel confident in SCOTUS to the extent of not defending that infringement. I think it's
So
very
you
I think it's very possible that we'll see a very large letdown from SCOTUS, proving that they're very compromised when they rule otherwise. Don't feel too confident in them.
You don't have confidence in the institution? Is that it?
I don't have confidence within some of the people in the institution.
Like who?
Like who? Arguably the three conservative judges that Donald Trump has appointed since his first term.
So you're okay with Thomas? You're okay with Roberts?
I'm not okay with Thomas and Roberts. I just think that Thomas has a little bit more of a spine than a couple of the new appointees. But I mean, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be pale faced if Thomas switched up.
Are you supportive of packing the court, Dean?
Yeah, let's pack that court. You know, let's ensure that It's loaded with liberals, 110%.
So you're only okay when they decide with you, not against you. Is that it?
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly think that I should be the supreme galactic emperor, and I should be able to dictate what is constitutional or not.
Well, there is something to be said for euphemism.
What's that?
Well, you're young and aggressive and think that you're going to change the world. Unfortunately, this new generation thinks the world has to conform. That's just not the way the world works. Life is going to life, and you're going to figure out when you get a little bit older how things really work.
Well,
It's
no,
okay.
I'm sure when I'm a little bit older, I am going to be the supreme galactic emperor. So, be ready. Be ready, buddy. It's coming. It's coming, buddy. It's coming. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live. Make sure we're in that queue that we are American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president, folks. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Jackson connecting into the live stream, y'all. Just make sure if you are inside of that queue that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Pretty please. I would really appreciate it if you guys could follow our rules. I'd also like to thank Anastasia. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter loaded up here. Show some love to Anastasia down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Anastasia says, apologies if you've been asked, but have you shared your thoughts on Candace Owens and thinking that there's more to the CK situation with TPUSA? No, I haven't. And honestly, I'm going to tell you why. It's because I haven't been keeping up to date with Candace Owens. I've consciously chosen not to. And I'm okay with that decision. Thank you for the $20, Anastasia. So show some love to Anastasia down below in that chat. Also, show some love to Ethan for the $10 who says you're a beast, man. Appreciate you for that love, Ethan, and welcome to the channel, man, because you added that you just found it. Thank you. Show some love to one of the newcomers, Mr. Ethan, down below. Also, show some love to Billy for the $15 who says thank you for standing up for me, my trans sisters and brothers. Billy Jane, Billy Jane, all the love in the world to you. Thank you for the $15. What's going on, Celeste and Ronald? Do you guys support Trump?
Charlie Kirky. I spot the
That's not me.
Get out of here.
Wait, no, stop. Okay.
Hi, do you support Trump?
So, I requested way before you said the rules, but I do have a question.
I'm sorry. We are just looking for some Trump supporters, but I do hope that you have a great rest of your day. I'd also like to thank Anthony for the $5. Appreciate you so much for the love. Martin with the $10 who says,
what's up, Dean?
I'll make sure I look up that video, Martin. You got it. Appreciate you for the $10, brother. Let's get 100 Martin W's down below. What's going on, brother? You support Trump?
Hell yeah, Dean. I just wanted to ask you, what is your favorite vape flavor?
Well, it kind of depends on the day. Kind of depends on the day.
Like Lost Marys.
I'm a big anxiety pin guy. Don't really know too much about that VAPE shit. Not for me. It's a gateway. It's a gateway, quite frankly. So I'm currently rocking, the anxiety pin with a lavender and caramel. Now you are a Trump supporter. Don't run from the debate, buddy. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
No, I really
what
just
about
wanted to know
what about the VIB?
favorite,
And I know now I'm going to corner you since I got you here. Like your name is the Republicans. Your name is the Republicans' Truth, and your bio says political commentator.
Because I just wanted to ask you the question. I figured that you would accept it.
This is your Broadway special. Okay, you're in front of a large audience over I think close to 5K. I haven't checked in a bit on YouTube. Close to 12K.
Nick Fuentes owns you, Dean. Nick Fuentes owns you, Dean.
Dean, you eat dick, you faggot.
Dean, Nick Fuentes owns.
Yeah, well, I mean, they really demonstrated their brain cells there, you guys. Don't put it past a very drunk 25-year-old man with as many brain cells as your family dog to not know why they support Trump as president. Edwin called out to just start slurring. I mean, you guys continue to demonstrate your lack of a brain. I'm better than you in all conceivable ways. Stay mad that I'm the man you'll never be as a little boy, perpetually till the day you die. And thanks for coming up. Welcome in, Danny. Do you support Trump?
Hello.
Base, Danny. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. We are just looking for some Trump supporters. Somebody in the chat just said, "Don't insult my dog." I guess that was very rude and demeaning to the family pets. I'm sorry, everybody. Hold me accountable. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I got a question.
Oh God, you're gonna do the same thing that the last guest did, and it's gonna be terrible. How old are you, Owen?
No, I want to know what your opinions are on the photos that were just released with Trump and Epstein and Trump and all the victims.
Well, I mean, I don't really think that gives me too much of a new opinion. I mean,
obviously, yeah, but moving forward, what do you think will happen with this?
Are you driving?
No, my girlfriend is.
Well, I mean, I think that this, if anything, just increases the likelihood. Okay, here's like my one new takeaway formed by the release of the images today, is that there's obviously more about Trump in the files that we don't have access to because they're not public. So that's about it, is that we are going to know more about the nature of the relationship between Trump and Epstein, and that is a certainty.
All right. Yeah, honestly, I'm not a Trump supporter. I just really wanted to know your views on that.
Okay.
So,
well, I
thank
appreciate
you.
you, man. But in the future, just to try to respect the rules, but you have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest. And yo, Samantha, thank you so much for the love with the $25 over on PayPal. Show some love to Samantha down below in that chat, please. Thank you so very, very much for your kindness, Miss Samantha. Let's get 250 Samantha W. Samantha says, as a woman, I can confirm that your definition of a woman, that being someone who would never go around that last guest, the Burt guy, is more accurate than any definition this Timo version of Sebastian from The Little Mermaid could produce. That's fire. Thank you for the $25, Samantha. And Saba, oh my God. Thank you for the $107 on PayPal. Oh my God. That is SABA. While we're looking for that next Trump supporter, please show some love to the GOAT Saba for the crazy donation. Saba with $107 says, I'm a new sub. Please consider cloning yourself so we can have a Brazilian Dean Withers out here fighting the good fight. Jokes aside, your courage and patience and impact are truly undeniable. You're reminding us all that real change begins with refusing to stay silent. Thank you and happy holidays. Well, thank you so much for the love, Saba. Please, 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 please show some love to Saba down below in that comment section for the $107. I would also like to thank Amy for the $10, who says that lady that you had on last is live with her people and are talking shit about you. Amy, are you talking about the first guest of the day that I was like trying to be super kind to? Oh, the horror. I tried to be so kind to her. Unfortunate. Well, what's going on, Nick? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Why are you being a jackass? Why are you being a jackass to people?
Yo, hands up, buddy. I'm not trying to be a jackass.
You need to stop talking like that. You're ripping people off,
Yo,
dude.
Yo, on God.
They don't come over here and support you like that, dude.
On God.
You quit talking smack to people.
On
I'm
God.
gonna report your ass.
Yo. Don't report me!
Yeah, you and your friend Parker. Y'all better stop. Yes.
No! No! We're cooked. This is the end. This is the end. I bet he's gonna report me, guys. Oh my God, he's gonna report me. Oh God, Tommy Tough Knuckles over here is really laying down the law, guys. God, that actually hurts my throat. Sorry you feel that way, Nick. Sorry you feel that way. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the key if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Make sure that we're following those rules if you happen to find yourself in the queue. There's a lot of people who are in the queue who are very obviously not Trump supporters. So please do keep that in mind. Please do keep that in mind. Jacob, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Jacob with a $20 on Venmo says, we might not always see eye to eye, especially coming from a former homosexual, but I want to say that I respect you fully and I'd love to debate you. Jacob, we're going to get you up into the stream right now, my friend. Jacob, I'm sending a message under your donation there. What is your TikTok handle? What does your PFP look like? Are you in the queue? I'll bring you up right now. Jacob, we'll get you up in here right now. Well, just hop in the queue and then go over to Venmo and describe to me what your account looks like. Hello, do you support Trump, Seabass?
I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, all right. Sounds good. Just give me a second here. We got a couple more people to thank. First and foremost, this came in 20 seconds ago. Wanda! Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Yo, W fucking Wanda's in that chat. That's crazy. Wanda with $100 says, how dare he call you what he is? Yeah, that last guy was kind of a little bit of a drunk guy, so if you want me to be honest. Thank you for the $100, Wanda. Oh my God, I love you. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to get 1,000 Wanda W's down below in that live chat. That is insane of you. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Queen fucking Wanda out here dropping the big bucks. Thank you so much for the $100. That's nuts. As well as Juliana. Thank you for the $10. Who says, for being awesome, dude. Keep being you. Thank you, Juliana. Daniela, thank you for the $5. David with a $6.66. Tim with the $20. Who says, all hail our future galactic emperor. Thank you for the $20, Tim. Shout out to you. Let's get 200 Tims down below. Ashley with a 5. Kari with a 1. Melissa with a 5. Trisha with a 2. Jessica with a 5. Then Griselda. Thank you for the $10. She says, I love watching your lives. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Griselda. And then Lucy, thank you for the $25, who says, Dean, please give a shout out to my husband, Jeff. I talk about you so much that now he's addicted to your talk show. Keep it going. Yo, shout out to you, Lucy, and your husband, Jeff. Hopefully you guys are still tuned in. Love you both, and thank you for your support, Lucy. Sarah, thank you for the $10, and Emily Ann, thank you for the 10. We're all caught up. I'm going to go and pass the mic off to you, my good sir. Tell us why the hell you support Trump as president.
So first, I do have a question for you.
Okay.
Why don't you support Trump?
Okay. Would you like a paragraph? A page?
No, just a short explanation.
A short explanation.
I'm not really familiar with your views.
A short explanation. It's really hard. It's really hard to make that one short. One reason why I don't support Trump is I think he has the worst character out of any president in a very, very long time. I think that he is a threat to the American democracy. He's a threat to the rule of law and the Constitution. His domestic policy is atrocious for the average American and low class. And his domestic policy is, his foreign policy is atrocious for the world.
Okay. I wasn't old enough to vote, but if I would have voted, I would have voted for Trump because I think he was the best option of the people that we had. Do you agree with that?
Well, no, I don't agree with that. Why do you think America would be worse off today if Kamala Harris was elected?
Well, I think, Donald Trump was already president for his first term, and I think he did more for this country than Kamala Harris ever has and ever will.
Maybe more bad.
How so?
I mean, Kamala Harris has served in all three branches of our government. She served in the legislative branch as a senator in Congress, the judicial branch as a lawyer in San Francisco, D of San Francisco, then AG of the state of California. And she served in the executive branch as the vice president of the United States of America. And even when she was serving as the vice president under Biden, she did more than Donald Trump did as president in his first 4 years.
And so what you're saying what she was her positions, but what did she do?
Yeah, one thing that she did is she helped to influence the passage of the PACT Act, which was a $800 million investment into the VA to expand eligibility to over 1 million veterans that were not covered by the VA previously. She also passed the infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion into local communities across this country to help renew their infrastructure and to create jobs in the process, to give more purchasing power back to the working class. She also helped pass the Chips and Science Bill to subsidize American chip producers, to bump our supply of the global supply of chips from below 1% to close to 30 in 6 years. Because of that, we now see chip producing facilities popping up in Idaho, Arizona, so on and so forth. She also helped pass the Inflation Reduction Act. That was the largest multi-million-dollar investment into renewable and non-renewable energy resources. That's also deficit reducing over the course of the next 10 years.
Okay.
Now, what did Trump do?
Well, I did have another question for you before I get to that, if you don't mind.
I do mind. I'd like an answer now, please.
Nick Fuentes is the GOAT.
And you have a very small brain. By the way, thank you. You make Nick look worse when you do that. So I actually enjoy it. Yeah. Calling all the calling all alt-right crazies. Come up onto the live, embarrass yourself, and then say Nick Fuentes is the GOAT. I fully endorse this message. I fully endorse you doing so. I fully endorse it. Feel free. Feel free. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right. We're gonna move on to the next guest. He left, so he's gone. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue. If you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. And we're gonna go to get that next guest up here right now. If you're watching the stream and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you like the debates, you like what we do, and you want to support what we do, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok. It's also that right there. You see that? You see that at? And it's also identifiable in the pin message over on that YouTube stream. I really appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. You could even attach a message and I could read it off on live. I appreciate everyone so much for the support. What's going on? The truth. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Are you driving?
I am.
Fortunately,
You sitting?
Unfortunately, can't be driving on TikTok live.
Oh, no, I'm not personally driving. No. We're driving. I'm passenger.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Do you think that you'd be able to disconnect your phone from Bluetooth?
How do I do that?
If you're on an iPhone, you pull down from the top right-hand corner, you click the Bluetooth icon, it just takes me off of your phone mic, and it allows me to hear you through your... Sorry, it takes you off of your car mic and allows me to hear you through your phone mic.
Okay, let me see.
It just... If you can't do it, no worries. We could still hear you all right. I just know that we'd hear you about 1 billion times better if we were connected to your phone's mic compared to your car's.
Is this better right here?
Oh my God, 1 billion times better, night and day. You know what, man? Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump as president. You got my attention.
Well, I think he brings new views to he's been a big change. Obviously, he's brought you out of, inception into the world of politics, right?
Well,
And
what brought me out, what brought me into the world of politics, is the fact that I'm able to describe why the Trump administration is so bad and precisely what they're doing that's harmful, and argue against arguments of the opposite pretty well. I don't attribute my research and good memory to Trump. I attribute that to myself. And
well,
my
I
own
think
skill
it's
set.
just I'm a little older than you. So you're in a new world where young guys like you are very well spoken and very articulate and impressive. Actually, I'm impressed by the youth of today getting so involved. Me, 20 years ago, we didn't do this, so it's interesting. But some of course younger guys like yourself may lack experience. So when it comes to, let's say, black white politics, right, race politics, I don't know where you're from. Everyone's got a different perception. It's just when you're young, you don't have all the tools that you need, the life experience tools to kind of, but it's cool that you have an opinion. Sometimes I just noticed you've got some checklist points, and sometimes I wonder if you're kind of reading off those points instead of really feeling what you believe in. You know what I mean?
Well-
Let's just start with Biden. But I'm sorry, let me just start with Biden. How do you support Biden? That's a better question. This man was 80 years old. He could barely, read off a teleprompter. He's got a horrible history. I mean, he was such a bad candidate. Can you agree with that? Were you a big fan the whole time? How do you get behind all of that?
Okay. Well, you're now criticizing Biden for arguing that he was 80 years old and could barely read off a teleprompter. Donald Trump is older than 80, and he can't read point blank, period. So it sounds like in all reality, if you want to tell us these are the reasons why you don't support Biden as president, that these are also the reasons why you don't support Trump. But if you're asking me why I thought that Biden was an all right president, it's because his domestic policy was some of the best domestic policy that we've seen in modern American history, surrounding his ability to help rebound us from the pits of the pandemic and to surging our rate of inflation lower disproportionately compared to the reduction in the level of inflation onset in any other country in the G7. His ability to do so while also keeping our expenditure low. In Donald Trump's first term, he spent $8.4 trillion, and under Biden, we spent $2.2 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure, 4.6 overall. And I really would like to focus on Trump because, of course, he's the topic of the live. And when we do comparative analysis between the man Biden is and the man Trump is, it becomes clear night and day. Biden has been held civilly
Well,
liable.
I don't think most of your audience, but well, let's just say most of your audience doesn't want to go through all the data, right? We're talking more in general terms. What I was saying is, when you compare Biden, and a lot of people do this, I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, okay, they're both 80 years old, but I think that Biden, there's no question that the cognitive, issues are much more, hitting Biden.
Oh, no way.
So
no
I don't
way.
even know how you
no
argue.
Okay, let's play
I don't know
test.
how you argue. It's hard to go. It's hard to go.
We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll play a fun game. We'll determine who's more incoherent. And by the way, welcome back, Nick.
Good. Keep on talking.
Nick, so I want you on the panel. If you want to be here, you could debate with this guy why Trump's a good president. Alternatively, anytime that you think I'm being a real meanie, I want you to interrupt me and just call me out, okay? I want you to humble me, okay, Nick? Anytime I'm being...
Yeah, but you are being
right now, he's convincing everyone that Biden is more cognitive than Trump, right?
Oh
By
my
far,
God. I'm surprised that it even takes an argument. It should be obvious. So we're gonna play a quick little fun game, sir. So I'm gonna say something that either Trump or Biden has done, and then I want you to tell me if that was done by Trump or Biden, okay?
Oh gosh. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
This is so fixed, but go ahead.
Okay. Posted an article online saying that the other person was killed in 2022 and replaced with a robotic clone.
Was this obviously a joke? Are we talking jokes? Are we talking serious stuff? I don't understand.
That's what Trump did. That's what Trump did. A couple months ago, he reposted an article on his Truth Social feed saying that Biden was killed and died in 2022 and replaced with a robotic clone. Next question.
Do you ever get his jokes? Hold on. Do you ever get his jokes though? I mean, do you remember the Gaza one?
So one moment. Yeah, obviously, that obviously isn't mental incoherence. Very much so a joke. Very obvious. Very obvious. Excuse me. Next question. Which one of the two literally called for the execution via the means of hanging of their political opponents?
I would love to see that post. See, this is such a manipulative statement. It's so manipulative. But what we do know is that who is saying things like those MAGAs? Who does that? Does Trump say, is there a group of people, or does he say, of course he says Democrats, but it's almost kind of like it's almost like bigotry when you call us MAGAs. You call us maggots and MAGAs. It's so hypocritical,
oh my God.
Isn't it?
Well, Donald Trump called me treasonous. So which one is worse? Being called what you are or being called a traitor to the country? And you said that it was manipulation and that Donald Trump hadn't actually called for the death of his political opponents.
The president
Here's the proof.
of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding the execution.
I can't skip to the mid part.
specifically-
Wait, actually, yes, I can. Here we go.
You need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social.
this
He
part.
responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Oh no, look at Dean, the bad faith manipulator, literally reading what Trump posted.
Hold on now. If we rewind real quick, remember what you said. And this is what the Democrat Party does. Remember, just rewind what he said and then go find the facts in there. No, you don't. You have a manipulation of words. It's manipulative, and that's what happens. And this is bad for our country. We got to stop manipulating.
Can you read this?
Both sides.
Can you read this?
That is not what Donald Trump said. That's what he retweeted. There is a difference. See, you said, if you rewind what you said, you made it factual. We've got to treat it like the court of law.
Can you read this?
Seditious behavior. But rewind what you said. You said he said he's calling for the hanging. I believe you said He calls for the hanging of his opponents.
Oh yeah, totally.
That would require, hold on, let me just finish. That would require him to say, I am calling for the hanging of my political opponents. And so that's the manipulation here. See, we can do this all day. And this is what I hate about the Democratic
I'll make it clear.
How do we have unity
hey old man,
under a manipulation?
Hey old man, just give me a second here.
You let the guy speak.
So, well, don't get offended that I called you old man. Earlier, you're calling me super young and inexperienced.
Hurts.
So, anyways,
no.
So what,
see, this is another manipulation. I said that I didn't even say anything negative. I just said that it was a compliment. I said you're young. You guys just lack a little bit of experience. That's all. That's all I said.
That's exactly what I just said.
Go
that
ahead.
You said. So it's obviously.
Go ahead.
So
Go
obviously,
ahead.
you like
Sorry,
to call the
go ahead.
facts manipulative. But that
Stick
aside,
to your point. Let's not get off track.
So my point was that Donald Trump called for the execution of Democrats via the means of hanging. Now, the first part of that sentence is what he directly said. Okay, he referred to these Democrats as seditious, and then he followed that up immediately by saying that this is punishable by death. That is Donald Trump calling for the deaths of those Republicans. And then where I'm getting that via the means of hanging from is the fact that he reposted somebody else who responded to that same article he did by saying hang them. Okay, right? In Donald Trump reposting that, not only does it tell us that Donald Trump agrees that they should be hung, but it also is amplifying that message.
Well, Harry,
so
that's a psychological opinion, though.
When you amplify that message, you are calling for that message.
Well, that's not necessary.
It is.
That's not true at all.
It
and
is.
if we thought that way, we would have to.
Agreeing and
That's
amplifying with that
hyperbolic.
message.
That's hyperbolic. And if we thought that way, and we took every
why did he repost it?
representation of words,
Tell me why he reposted that.
well, you know, I mean, hey, I would never disagree that he's a provocative guy.
Tell me why he reposted it.
He's a
Tell me.
Because he's a provocative guy.
Wait, what's provocative about him?
Because he
reposting it?
wants you to flip. He wants you to trip over it 1,000 times.
Wait,
That's
answer
why.
my
He wants
question.
you to,
What is provocative
because-
about Donald Trump saying that these Democrats should be sentenced to death and then reposting a comment saying to hang them? Does this mean that Donald Trump agrees that they should be hung?
I think that he is he's got you guys on strings. He's got you chasing rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
Can you
Is
answer
it
my
not
question?
true? Come on.
Can you answer my question? When Donald Trump says that they're traitors and that they engage in seditious behavior and that this is punishable by death, and then he reposts something else that says to hang them, can I fairly interpret these three messages to mean that Donald Trump thinks that they should be hung?
I think that all people, he is in a narrative, and that he is expressing his narrative through his experiences. He sees and he retweets. We're looking into his behavior as if it's
answer my question. It's a yes or no.
Wait, go ahead. Ask the question.
So with Donald Trump,
there's only one answer for Harry. Go ahead.
My name's not Harry. My name's Dan. When Donald Trump says that these Democrats are seditious, and sedition is punishable by death, and then repost something saying, hang them! Is it reasonable to take away the conclusion that Donald Trump thinks that they should be hung? Yes or no?
Now here, let's go back to your original argument. Okay, hold on. Here, I'll answer your question. Okay, yes, I'll give you your yes. You want your yes? I forgot what your name is. I thought it was Harry. Sorry.
So you think that you support a president that wants to kill his political?
That's not your original point. Your original point was that he is calling for the hanging. What he did there is he agrees with you. So you want his internal thought. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, in that moment, especially, and in the moment of anger, like anyone else, and he's completely attacked all the time. Yeah, I don't think that he's. Have you ever been attacked? Yeah, you have. Are you nice to the MAGAs come after you? Are you sweet to them? No, you're vicious. That's your job. Everyone's doing their job, right? That's the bottom line.
So the bottom line is that you're going to go on a press tour defending the president that wants to kill his political opponents.
A press tour? You call that a press tour?
Yeah,
I would say that
you're acting like Caroline Levitt.
By the way, isn't this like 3 weeks ago? This
you're
happened.
Acting. Well, because he called for the execution of his political opponents 3 weeks ago. We should stop talking about it
blowing
today.
up the. Oh, let's talk about the blowing up of the boats.
Let's just make sure that we're not talking about him executing his political opponents.
Because I know you have better
Come
points.
on, bro.
Bring
Listen,
us to your argument
here's
on the
my
boats.
conclusion.
Talk about
Listen,
the boats.
here's my conclusion on this topic. If Biden called for the execution of Trump, if Biden called for the execution of any Republican, of any of one of his political opponents, we would not stop hearing about it until the end of the days. Okay, and that would be fair, right?
I mean,
I
didn't he
it's
say
reasonable.
that we were an what are these? I can't even say.
I think that
accidental.
no, so he said that Trump is an existential threat to our democracy.
Exponential threat. That's what he called us.
No, that's
Come
not
on.
what he called you.
What's
That's
the
what he called
difference?
Trump.
No, he said all MAGA. Hold on, go check the tape. He was talking about MAGA Republicans. Those were his exact words. I'll never forget it. Check the tape.
You know what? Let's
I
actually
promise you.
assume that he
Be
is.
fair.
So
Be fair.
so if
Be
so
fair.
so let's assume that you're right. We're going to assume that Biden called all Trump supporters an existential threat to this country, and you think that's synonymous to calling for their death. Would you argue that any reasonable American would have stopped supporting Biden the moment he said that because he was calling for the execution of his political opponents?
I think that everyone stays right where they're at. There's almost nothing he could say or Trump could say to make any
Would
difference.
any reasonable American we'll use the word should any reasonable American have stopped supporting Biden when he called for the execution of his political opponents?
Well, it's there now. What you're doing is you're making everyone have cognitive dissonance, and you're believing the lie that you just got destroyed
I
on.
didn't ask
I
you.
already told you.
I just answered
he
my
did
question.
Not call on the. He did not call on the execution. He retweeted something. That's your evidence,
wait.
right?
I'm not even talking about Trump. We're talking about Biden.
You didn't win your case
I'm
yet,
talking about
bud.
Biden.
You didn't win that case.
Listen, I understand that you're scared to answer this question because, beta male or whatever. But just do your best.
Beta.
If Biden called for the execution of his political
dude, you're
opponents.
80 pounds, bro. You see, I'm like twice your size, right? Come on.
Well, I'm not 80
Hold on.
pounds. I'm.
What are you, 140?
No, I'm 155.
I'm 170.
20 pounds.
Right. Well, I got 15 pounds on you, so
well,
you're not towering
leaner.
over me.
Well, listen, I'm leaner, my friend. Okay, I'm lean
No-
muscle,
no
true
violence,
alpha,
No violence.
true
no
alpha.
Violence.
I'm lean muscle, kid.
Then all I can say
Dude, we want to see you box. Before you talk, I've been hearing you talk tough, man. We got to see you box first. We gotta see the proof in the pudding before we respect your badass.
See, that's the thing.
Anyways.
You'd respect me if I were to box somebody. Like you're fucking caveman. You won't respect me when I'm over here spewing the facts. But no, please answer the question. Answer the question. If Biden called for the execution of his political opponents, should any reasonable American have stopped supporting him once he did that?
This is a hypothetical question.
It is.
This is not.
Are you
backed by any-
Are you telling me that your brain is too small to engage in hypotheticals? And by the way, from your perspective, it's not a hypothetical because you argued that Biden said something that was synonymous to calling for the execution of his political opponents. So you actually can't even argue that it's a hypothetical question since you said that something that was basically that did happen. So please answer the question. If Biden called for the execution of his political opponents, then do you think any reasonable American should have stopped supporting them?
I think that the left would be like a bunch of Charlie Kirk assassination cheering him on. That's what I think.
But that's not the question that I asked you now, is it?
I mean, it's
now
such a
now that's not the
hypothetical,
question that I
there's your
asked you
answer.
now, is it?
There's your answer.
Oh, by the way,
There's your answer.
if you're
We're
gonna, but now you're arguing that anybody who would still support Biden as president, knowing that he called for the execution of his political opponents, would be synonymous to Charlie Kirk's assassin. Then you, sir, killed Charlie Kirk since you are still knowingly supporting Donald Trump
now
in lieu of the fact that he called for the execution of his political opponents.
I'm willing to
so
move
by
to
the
the
way,
second-
the reason why you will not respond to this question is because you know the answer is yes. But you know the moment you give that answer, you know the moment you affirm that any reasonable American would have stopped supporting Biden if he called for the execution of his political opponents, is because you're simultaneously arguing that you should continue to support Trump even though he called for the execution of his political opponents. The necessary implication of you giving an honest answer to the question that I asked would be you self-identifying as an unreasonable individual. Okay? As an idiot, right? As a very uneducated, right? Unserious, crazy, unreasonable idiot. So that is why you are trying to pivot. That is why you want to flip the script and talk about the liberals. That is why you try to make that connection to Charlie Kirk's assassination compared to directly answering the question. That is why you interrupted and you're like, whoa, dude, we got to talk about the boat attacks. I don't want to talk about this anymore. That's why, you started talking about how much I weigh. I just want a direct answer to the question. Give it up. Okay, you're not fooling anybody. Everybody Every single person watching this live knows that you're just being intentionally dense to subvert and avoid the question. That's why since I've begun to ask you this question and you failed to answer, 700 people have left on TikTok. It's because people get really fed up, bored, and annoyed when guests try to intentionally subvert and deny an answer to a question. So just fucking give it up. Answer the question. If Biden called for the execution of his political opponents, then do you think that any reasonable American should have stopped supporting him as president? Yes or no? We don't want to hear about your thoughts on liberals or Charlie Kirk's, the size of my biceps, or the boats in the South Caribbean. We just want to hear a direct and succinct, genuine response to the question being asked. Please take it away.
You brought up Kirk. You're the one that started it all, dude.
Hey, Nick. So he can't figure out.
Why are you laughing then? I mean, everything he's saying is true. So why
Preach
you
it,
need to
Nick.
do researching?
Yeah, Nick.
Look at Newsmax.
Newsmax.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at your search.
Yeah.
Redo it.
Yeah.
And get the facts straight, dude.
Appreciate
that,
you.
or you don't even be in politics.
Thanks, brother. The truth, I sent you an invite to turn back on your microphone. If you don't see it in the middle of your phone screen, there you go.
Sorry about that. Who's he talking to? That dude. Is he on my side or your side?
He's on your side.
I'm on your side.
Okay, because I got to understand who am I battling. Can we move to the next topic? Can we talk about the boats real quick? And I want to hear I haven't heard your opinion on the boats.
Come on. You're literally doing what I said you would do.
What do you mean? That argument's over with. You won, Harry. You won. That's what you wanted, right? You got it. Can we just go to the next topic?
Disconnect your phone from Bluetooth. I'm going to thank a couple of people.
Okay.
Brittany, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Brittany. Brittany with the $25 says, from someone from the older-ish generation, it's so refreshing to hear someone young that's so informed. Keep using those videos to help teach. Oh, thank you so much, Brittany. Let's get 250 Brittany W's. Can both of you say W, Brittany, real quick? Nick? The truth? W, Brittany?
Stealing people's money, bro?
Stealing people's money? No, Brittany decided to donate to me. I didn't make her donate.
Out of their own pockets. That's kind of dumb.
No, they're
Seriously?
taking it out of their own pocket, and then they're donating it to me.
Yeah, but why would they
Welcome,
donate
Donald.
to you? Don't you have a job?
This is my
This
job.
is not your
This
job.
is his job. This is his job.
Yeah.
I've seen this guy around. I've seen him everywhere. Guy busy.
Yeah. All right, Nick.
Hey man, I don't hate on anyone making money. If this is the way you make money, they think you're a great debater. I mean, could you imagine Charlie Kirk debating you? I mean, you would just snap on him. You'd have to hold the mic on him.
Well, I did debate him.
I'm not saying I'm the best.
I did debate him for 3
did?
minutes, and then he told me I gave him the best argument he's ever heard on the subject.
You are decent, but you're repetitive, and you keep going. You should make your points and walk away. You keep your credibility that way.
I'm very repetitive. I'm very repetitive. And
Until
the reason,
you win, until you get someone to
precisely,
submit to you.
Precisely. Until I win. I'm
Just
very repetitive.
make your points and score your points with your people, your cult, and then move to the
My
next
cult?
one. You don't have to.
I don't have a cult.
Yeah.
You're mad.
No, I'm not mad.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
have
just
a
saying
cult.
it's definitely a cult. Hey,
No.
I admit that there's a cult on both sides. I hate I'm not really on
Dude,
the left or the right.
Dude.
I mean, I lean
get,
towards
dude,
the right.
listen,
But
my own fans cancel me once every 4 months, okay? All right, we're not a cult over here.
that's cool. I want to
We're not a
see you
cult.
break from. I've never heard you break from any narrative ever and say, you know what? I'm going to call out the Charlie Kirk. I never heard you say that. Why didn't you get famous for that? Why didn't you? Hey guys, this is wrong. I don't feel good about it. How do you feel about that Charlie Kirk situation? I mean, is it wrong for people to cheer on the death of this man? Well, what is your opinion on that?
Actually, quite frankly.
Did you do that? Go ahead. You're getting too crazy about it. I don't watch you every day. Did you do it? Go ahead.
Quite frankly,
You did it. Okay.
I did it.
That's great. I just wish they
frankly.
then. You know what? Then I'm going to point another point. Why didn't they make you the fucking most famous Democrat on the planet at that point? Because literally they highlighted nobody to say, hey guys, the fuck are we doing? And you would have been front page news. I want to see the real call out. Now go play the tape right now. Do the call out It should
What do
say
you?
something like,
Wait.
"What the fuck are we doing, dude? What are you guys doing?"
So what's the issue on the left? Just be succinct.
What do
What's
you
the
mean?
issue?
What's the issue? Are you going to ignore the fact that millions of people have been talking shit about this assassination and like it should have happened and he deserved it? And
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Well, so
no argument.
So I'm a pacifist. I disagree with the death penalty. I definitely don't think that Charlie Kirk should have been assassinated. You know, especially in consideration.
No, that's not. I didn't ask you if you thought morally if he deserved it. I said,
Well, the
do you
argument
agree with your cult? And you know it's a cult, and that should be a real identifier
So
when a bunch of people go
I would
fucking
argue,
nuts.
So I'd argue that there's
went nuts.
maybe like some people in here that think he should have been assassinated. But like
stop.
ultimately, I'd argue
stop.
that that's like a rather like fringe and like.
All right, now
small.
you want to
Listen,
bring them in? I'll say
listen,
then your whole.
1 second. That's like a rather like fringe and like small like demographic. Like for the most part, right? The most like predominant viewpoint from the left, right, is just that death didn't make Charlie Kirk from going from a bad person to a good person. That the death of Charlie Kirk doesn't call for the, you know, for the like I honestly I almost want to I don't know what word I'm looking here, but for like the veneration. There we go. For the veneration of Charlie Kirk, you know, like the assassination of Charlie Kirk doesn't mean that he didn't say that he'd be scared to fly in a plane if it had a black pilot. Doesn't mean that he didn't call for a true American patriot to go bail out the guy that tried to kill Nancy Pelosi's husband, so on and so forth, right? Like that's like the most predominant belief is just that like, you know, it's bad that he was assassinated, but his assassination doesn't mean that therefore he should be venerated, right? And like honestly, I'm kind of at a point where I'm kind of like sick and tired of hearing about him. You know, it's like, come on. It's been months. It's been fucking months, brother. Okay? Because every moment, every breath, every word that we waste on talking about Charlie Kirk is a moment that we instead could have spoken about the 10 million low-income Americans that are now without health care because of Trump. The 45 million Americans that are now going to be paying upwards of 300% more for their health care premiums because of Trump. The 3-year-old children that are having to represent themselves in an immigration court facing removal for undocumented entry by the Trump administration was a moment that we could have spent talking about the college students that are being black bagged and illegally taken to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away, about the Epstein files, about the fact that he's a rapist, about the fact that he sexually exploited women and girls, right? Like, I think that although I've continued to repeat that Charlie Kirk's assassination was bad, I don't think he deserved to die, right? That doesn't mean that we have to continue talking about that forever, because what we should be talking about right now is ensuring that other people don't die as well, right? Like if you truly care about Charlie Kirk dying, let's also collectively care about the 40 through 60,000 Americans that die per year via lack of access to healthcare, and how that number is only going to be exacerbated by the Trump administration because they're either taking it away or making it even more expensive for millions, fucking millions. And I've not heard you mention Melissa Wortman once. And although I just met you 30 minutes ago, I would be willing to hedge bet that if we had Jesus standing in front of us that was willing to answer whatever question that we asked perfectly and genuinely, that Jesus would tell me you've never mentioned Melissa Hortman a day in your life. You know? Same thing with the victims, the 2 children that died at Evergreen High School hours after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. They were too. We don't talk about them.
I think I was having some mic problems there, but
know?
I would let you go on and on about Trump. I mean, we were talking about Charlie Kirk, but that's cool. We don't got to talk. We'll go back to Trump, because everything circles back to Trump, right?
So why do you support him? Why do you think he's a good president?
Well, I don't like bullies. So that's a natural thing that he's been bullied. So I'm naturally, no matter, even if it's let's say a rapist, which I hate. Hold on. Let's say a rapist was getting rocked on the street. Honestly, it's like one of those things where, like, let's say even the worst person, I'm always naturally going to try to defend someone. And I feel like, well, look, you guys have never brought a real case. You've tried and tried and tried everything. And we just had a debate. Even that's like your big debate with me and you thought you won it. But the truth was, you proved to yourself that it was all a narrative and there was no factual sense to it.
Wait. Did
It
you
was
just
your
did you just like
personal opinion.
willingly admit that you like to defend rapists?
No, I made a totally different point. I said that
You
even like if you see
if
someone
a
rock down the
grape
street,
is
you would say, "Guys,
if
let's not lose ourselves
if I
here."
knew that they were grapists, I'd look the other way and keep walking.
I guess that's a pretty extreme example, but I'm just saying that can you picture someone being rocked in the street and you're trying to say, hold on, no matter what this person did, let's not all ruin ourselves. I don't know. That may be a Christian value I have. It's kind of how this country was built. And it goes along with our constitution and our laws.
Did you know that
So,
Donald Trump is
yeah,
a grapist? Did you
since
know that
you're
Donald
such
Trump is a
hold on,
grapist?
hold on, let me finish this. Since America
Yeah,
is so dear to your heart,
where's
and the laws are,
where's the accountability for that?
so
Where's the same care for his victim?
Hold on.
Why do you care
But
more
if
about the
your point is,
rapist
I'll
than
just
the
walk
woman that was
past-
raped?
Hold on. What makes us better people? Like you hate Donald Trump. We get that, okay? But don't lose yourself. That's what I'm pointing. That's from you end up losing yourself. You don't stand on any high ground when you're walking past somebody rocked on the street, no matter what they did. So I think that what you do is you go too far with it. Is
Okay.
what I'm saying,
So
and then you
here-
lose your
can I tell you what I'm
lose your
hearing?
own values. You lose your own values.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm hearing. You're basically saying, oh, that because people say that Donald Trump looks like an orange or has a fake toupee on top of his head, I'm gonna support him as president, even though he raped Eugene Carroll and boasted about sexually exploited women and
you
girls.
went down the rabbit hole. I
Thank you
was
for
just
interrupting me.
explaining
Can I please
myself.
speak without you
said-
interrupting me? Can I please speak without you interrupting
Well,
me?
you're going. Go ahead. Go ahead. I listen
Where
a
is
lot,
the same
bro.
energy for the victims? Where's the same energy for Eugene Carroll, the woman that he raped? Where's the same energy for the
Oh,
beauty pageant
God,
contestants in Miss
that
USA?
woman?
Oh yeah, the victim
The
of rape.
fantasy woman? Did you hear what she said?
What did she
Did you
say?
hear what she said?
Yeah,
Hold
what'd
on.
she say?
Did you hear what she said?
What'd she say?
She said, I think women fantasize about being raped. Okay, that to me is self-incriminating. You're a woman that has accused a man of rape, and you think that other women fantasize about being raped? That's a strange comment. It's a very strange comment. That's a strange lady, and you really got to have better judgment. And this is where it comes to, like, you're very young, so it's about experience and picking these people up. You should never mention her name, and that was a total joke of a case. Just so you know,
Okay.
there was no proof. It was a hearsay case. It was always a hearsay case, and there was no proof on it. I don't believe it anyway. I think one thing that you all are silly with.
Yeah, this
is that
guy's just lost the
Trump.
fucking
Hold on. Now, Trump has always
lost
been
his
around
mind.
a lot of women. Hold on,
lost
he's
his
been around a lot of women. Let's agree. He has choices of women. Why does everyone think that he needs to rape women? I don't.
You're literally getting so red in the face with this like fucking idiotic misogynistic spiel that you accidentally left the TikTok app.
Oh shit! My bad. You there?
Yeah. Make your
That was
point.
a horrible spiel.
Make your point.
Yeah,
Are you
I
done?
guess-
Are you
well,
done?
I don't know where I left off because
So yeah, don't worry. I heard you. You just said that Eugene Carroll's crazy, and there's no
Yeah.
merit to that case, and Donald Trump could get whoever he wants. So first and foremost, Eugene Carroll did go on live TV, and she said that other people fantasize about rape. In context to reference of a conversation where she was saying that it's not romantic, it's not something that should be fantasized because it is violent. Okay? Right? She specifically said that other people can, it's not sexy, it's not romantic, it is fucking violent. And honestly, I think that you're a sick piece of SHIT because the first place that your mind fell,
down, dude.
well, I'm sorry, the sky's blue,
Calm down,
it's cold in Colorado, and you're a sick POS for coming on my live. And when I bring up the fact that Donald Trump raped this woman, the first place that your mind
You don't
goes
know
is to,
that, dude.
how
You
can we
are
demonize
not-
a victim?
dude, you
Let me
don't know
speak
that at
without you
all.
interrupting me. Why are you acting like a kid, dude? Just let me finish speaking. And the first place that your goes, right, is, well, instead of how are we going to hold the rapists accountable? How are we going to condemn Donald Trump? How are we going to get him out of office because he did something that would get you rejected as a fry cook at McDonald's, and now he's the most powerful man alive because he's serving as the president of the United States and he's a fucking rapist. But rather, the first place your mind goes is, well, how can we villainize the victim? How could we sit here and shit on the woman who was raped? You think
This
it was
is my- I
worse
wanna make a
for
point,
Eugene
dude.
Carroll to say that some people think
You're
rape
the
is
most
sexy, it's not sexy, it's
anti-American
violent.
person I've
Oh,
ever met.
yeah,
You
yeah,
are
yeah.
someone
So
that doesn't
anti-American.
believe in the justice system. He was not convicted of rape. No, he was not. You are a liar. He was not convicted of rape. And you, my friend, are slandering his name for a living. So you should really check yourself. You should. It's your rhetoric, man. You need to look at us as Americans. We're not we're all Americans. I could sit here and bust you out all day and talk shit to you, but I don't want to do that. I'm trying to have a real debate with you. Why don't
Yeah,
you
yeah.
calm down with the rhetoric?
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something
Seriously.
about.
Seriously.
Let me tell you about anti-American Americans. I'm talking to one right now. Earlier, you recognized that Donald Trump
Oh
called for the
gosh.
death of his political opponents, his constituents, and you're still defending him as president. There, I mean,
You keep
Donald Trump.
convicting a man that's never been convicted,
Allow me
dude.
to finish
Who
speaking.
are
I'll get
you
there.
to
If you allow
convict
me to finish
someone?
speaking, I'll get there. A core American value, right, that I hold true, near and dear, and we've already gone over this when I was talking about how I'm a pacifist, right, is that if we are going to have a leader of this country, if we're going to have a representative of the American constituents, then that representative has to tend to the needs of the constituents. That representative must do what is in the best interests of the constituents. This representative is not somebody who should be able to speak from the Oval Office, posting on his own Truth social media platform that instead of wanting to do what is
This
in the
is
best
such
interests,
rhetoric. I mean, you are.
and now
You
you're on
are.
mute. Instead of wanting to do what is in the best interests of his constituents, wants his constituents dead. You're going to sit here and call me anti-American for calling out a traitor, the most anti-American president that we've ever had serving in our Oval Office, same guy that coup de government tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, is calling for the deaths of his constituents, has infringed on 4 core tenets, amendments of the American Constitution last 10 months, including but not limited to the 1st, the 2nd, the 10th, the 14th, and the 22nd, and you're going to call me anti-American for calling that out. Why don't you call Trump anti-American for defending and giving full and complete presidential pardons to the 173 Trump supporters that invaded our Capitol on January 6th, and in the process smeared their shit on the walls inside and tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, such as DJ Rodriguez when he drove a stun gun into the neck of Officer Fanone. Oh wait, the reason that you don't critique that is because you defend it. You defend the President of the United States of America calling domestic terrorists patriots. And I'm the anti-American one. Why don't you criticize Why don't you criticize Donald Trump for signing Executive Order number 14160 into law when he attempted to infringe on the 14th Amendment and taking birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil when they've had that right guaranteed to them since the ratification of the 14th in 1868? Oh, wait, the reason why you don't criticize Donald Trump infringing on the Constitution belligerently and intentionally is because you defend that constitutional infringement. I just want to laugh in your goddamn face for having the confidence to tell me that I'm the anti-American traitor. You know what? I'll let you make an argument for that claim when you stop defending his war crimes in the South Caribbean, when you stop defending his coup in our government in 2020, when you stop defending his 4 constitutional infringements in the last 10 months, when you stop defending his violent rhetoric like calling for the death of his own constituents simply because they're Democrats and therefore his political opponents, which, by the way, on other occasions, he has said that he hates them, and at Charlie Kirk's memorial, at a goddamn memorial, says that he wishes the worst upon them. Okay? I'll let you make that argument once you stop standing in defense of some of the worst and most anti-American policy that we've seen in modern American history, like the Big Beautiful Bill that is reducing the purchasing power of the average American, kicking 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid and 3 million low-income Americans off of food stamps. I'll let you make that argument that I'm anti-American when you can tell me that we should hold red lines against sexual predators, perpetuators of sexual violence that don't have any respect for the consent and women of women and girls. Therefore, how could they possibly respect an electorate base of 340 million? You know, I just want to laugh in your face. I do. Rally behind a candidate that wants to defend the Constitution.
Can I speak yet or no?
Rally behind a candidate that doesn't call for the termination of the Constitution when they lose an election because they don't care about our civil and electoral processes. Rally behind a candidate that wants to do what is genuinely in the best interest of the working class and recognizes
Let me
that
know when I can.
shouldn't die. Remember Donald Trump refused to abide by a court order that forced him to feed 16 million American children, and somehow I'm the
Dude, that was
anti-American.
was 4 minutes
Right.
and like
Rally,
70.
Oh God! And the thing is that I could give you another 100. I could give you another 100 points. I think that overall,
I could do that.
I think that overall, my point here is, you are in no position to sit here and call me an anti-American, considering the fact that you are defending the most anti-American, tyrannical, wannabe dictator, fascist, serving as the president of this country.
Whenever you're going to allow me to speak, I'd like to speak now. Okay, so here we're going to debate. I don't think it's fair to go for a 3 or 4 minute rant and pull out 70 points. Honestly, I can't even argue those points. I don't pretend that I know every political position that Donald Trump does. I already established with you that look, I'm not one of these ultra magas. I've actually been out of the politics. I explained to you. Here's how it works. I don't like what you're doing here is not only are you bullying, you're being one-sided. I don't like this format is what I'm trying to say. This format in our country where we can't debate. Why can't we have a debate? Why can't we take one topic and get through it? We had one topic you went with a lot of rhetoric.
Yeah.
You told us your opinion. No, I mean honestly, like just
Yeah.
be fair. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm the
Can
real
we have a
bully.
fair debate?
I'm the real
No,
bully.
I just
Yeah.
are
yeah,
you capable of a fair debate?
The plainclothes, masked ICE agents that don't have to identify themselves,
Now
that were
we're
ripping
going-
naked children out of their beds in Chicago, throwing them into the backs of U-Haul vans, then having them represent themselves in court at 3 years old, facing removal from this country as their unaccompanied minors. They're not the bullies. I'm
Well,
the bully.
my opinion
because
on
I
that.
think
Could
that
I
it's
just give
wrong
my
for the
opinion?
president to call for the
Look.
termination of the Constitution, such as Donald Trump did do in December of 2022.
Oh man, let's see. There more rhetoric. See, if you're
It's a
going to quote
fact.
things, if it was a fact, it would be posted all over the front page news and it would stay forever.
You
want to
see it? You
But
want to
it's-
see it? You want to see the screenshot of his
I
Truth
can tell you
Social
before
post?
we see it. Before we see it, I will tell you how you manipulated it because we'll rewind the tape, and what you said is not what's going to show. So we already did that. We already have gone through that. But
Yeah, read it
let's
out
move to
loud.
the- let's
No,
let's
no,
at
no,
least
no,
move.
no,
to
no, no.
one
Read it out
debate.
loud.
Okay. Do you know that this country is failing in any way other than Donald Trump ruining it? Do you feel like
can
we?
you read this out loud, please?
So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, and working closely with big tech companies and DNC Democrat Party, I can't read the side of it. Do you throw the president election results? There you go. Of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for termination of all rules, regulations, and articles. I know you're going to go crazy there. Even those found in the Constitution. Now, what he's saying is, and you'll go crazy. Hear what he said, right? Because we know how this works. But here's the key point. See, put it back up. Hold on. Put it back. There you go. Okay, right there where it says. Now, what he's talking about, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules. Pay attention. Regulations and articles, even. Now, here's the big part. Even. Do you see the manipulation? Now, you're a smart guy. And that's why you're making a lot of money by fooling these kids. And we got to stop doing it, man. I just made my point. What you just said, rewind the tape, kids. What he said was not what was said, period. And I just broke it down, period. I mean, you can't argue it. You can go off now and you can mute me and you can read off of your book, but you won't be able to argue that. You can laugh. You can pull out all the stops, but you won't get through that one. Put it back up. Break it down for us. No, reverse it. Reverse what I just said. Go ahead. There's your challenge. Reverse it.
Do you want to listen to you speak?
Hey, dude, I'll come on here every day and do this to you, bro. Don't ever put me on. You picked the wrong guy. My name is The Truth. Didn't you see? The Truth.
Brother, listen to what you just said.
Here's the big part. No. None of that. See, he will not go into it. Watch, folks. He will not go into that. He will not debate with you.
Dude,
Watch, folks. This is who this guy is. He will not debate. We have it. We have the evidence. We can break it down right now. He will not put it back up. He will not reverse what I just said. Why? Because he can't. Because he fucking can't. He can't do it. He's not capable. He can trick a lot of people. He can talk a lot of shit. He's good at that. He'll take your money, but he can't fucking argue the facts.
Oh, dude.
That's one thing he can't do. He can read his lines and fucking from the DNC, right? Yeah.
The lines from the DNC.
You got your reports every day to hammer home.
Can I ask you to calm
They're
down?
sitting right in front of you. Look, you're staring at them.
I'm staring at myself.
Beautiful guy too.
Okay, that's weird. Okay. I just want you to hear yourself.
Here's the key point. See, put it back up. Hold on. Put it back. There you go. Okay, right there where it says. Now, what he's talking about, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules. Pay attention. Regulations and articles, Even. Now, here's the big part. Even. Do you see? You're a smart guy. And that's why you're making a lot of money by fooling these kids. And we got to stop doing it, man. That I just made my point. What you just said, rewind the tape, kids.
Do you hear how like insane you sound?
Rewind the tape. Rewind back to what you said, then fast forward. Actually, play the tape while you put that screen up. Put the screen up. Put the screen up.
Even dude, you were so you really honed in on the word even to try to refute what I was saying. What I said is that Donald Trump called for the termination of all the rules, regulations, and
Even
articles
those
in the
found in the
Constitution.
Constitution.
And then you were like,
So he was
even the Constitution.
He was staying away from Here, let's debate
He
it.
said
He was
even the
trying to stay away from
Constitution, including the Constitution.
Even the articles, even those specific articles in the Constitution. He did not say he wants to change.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and thank my donors real quick. You said kids were sending me money. They sure are. Red, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. You says, guess is a psycho. Also, what headphones do you use? I don't know. I got them from Guitar Center, though. Thank you so much for the $5, Red. Somebody else I'd like to thank here is Kara for the $20 over on PayPal. Who says, keep, quote unquote, fooling this kid, Dean. I'm a 52-year-old associate professor. Kara, thank you for the $20. You were so incredibly kind. Thank Kara for the $20 right now. Say thank you, and I apologize for calling you a kid, Kara. Can you say that to her?
Is that me? Or is there talking to me?
Yeah, you called her a kid. You said all these kids giving you money. Oh, Kara's not a kid. She's 52. Apologize.
Oh, she's still a kid.
A 52-year-old associate professor is a child?
Well, some professors, they live in a bubble.
Oh,
So,
God. Yeah, this
I
guy.
think,
This guy. Brittany, thank you so much for the love. I really do appreciate you so very, very much for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you for the $25, Brittany. Let's get 250 Brittany W's, who says, can't we just all agree that we want what's best for all of us? No, I seemingly Trump supporters can't agree to that. Thank you for the $25, Brittany. Danielle, thank you for the $25 as well on PayPal. Show some love to Danielle in that chat for the $25, who says, I don't know what pisses me off more about this old man, his condescension, his views, or his complete lack of self-control. I'd say all three. Nathan, thank you so much for the $6 over on PayPal. He says, this guest is so obsessed with harmful rhetoric, but won't remotely condemn Donald Trump's truly malicious rhetoric that is destroying academic institutions. Oh, and so much more than that, too. Thank you for the $6, Nathan. Misty,
What are they saying
thank you for the
about your
$5
debate?
over on PayPal. He says to own this idiot. Sebastian with the $3. Jacob with the $5. And then Brittany with another $25. Who says, Brittany, here I work in finance and make enough to pay for the service. I don't want to pay taxes to a government that doesn't have people's best interests in their heart. Yeah, dead ass. Thank you for the $25, Brittany. Then Mafuna, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says, steal my money. Haley, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you for the love. And also, Haley, yes, I do love Flip Turn. I hope that you're still in here to hear that. Alexis, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Kara, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, who says, for the mental gymnastics that these people play, keep fighting the good fight and keep being on the right side of history. We'll never switch up, Kara. Thank you for the $25. Then Peter, thank you for the $75. Oh my God, let's get 750 Peter W's, who says the cope and denial by these desperate cult members so that they could avoid admitting how horrible Trump is truly sad and pathetic. Yeah, get owned, little bro. Peter just sat you down. You're the kid now, little bro. Thank you for the $75, Peter. Leah, thank you for the 50 cents. Victor with the $10. And then Tracy, thank you for the $50 on TikTok. Oh my, sorry, on Venmo. Tracy, that is TRACI. Thank you for the $50. Tracy says, keep up the amazing work. Tracy, we'll never stop what we're doing here. I appreciate you for the $50. It is seriously fucking nuts. Then Crystal and Meredith, thank you both for the 5. Shannon, thank you for the 5. And then Amora, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, keep cooking them, Dean. We're never going to stop cooking them, Amora. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Who says, this man-child can't handle the truth and is pathetic. Another Jessica, thank you for the $10. Who says, oh no, Dean, you stole my money. How do you do that? Thank you for being a child. Thank you so much. Sherry, thank you for the $25. Who says, I'm over 50. This guy still has time to learn the truth. Don't change, Dean. You're doing great. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the love, Sherry. And yeah, guess what? This guy's still going to call you a kid. Yeah. Heather, thank you for the $5. Michelle, thank you for the $5. Allison, thank you for the $5. Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Katie, thank you for the $5. Catherine, thank you for the $10. Who says 28 plus women have accused Donald Trump, believe women. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Birds of a feather fly together. Look at his friends like Epstein. Absolutely, Catherine. Hannah, thank you for the $10. Who says just because you're a sweetie. I don't know if I'm being too sweet to this guy, but I think he deserves it. And then yo, Maze, thank you for the $75 over on Venmo. Who says please read your TikTok DMs. Maze, I got you. You know it. Thank you for the $75. It is seriously fucking ridiculous. Let's Let's get 750 Maze W's. Then Caleb, thank you for the $5 for Harry. Amy with the $5 saying proud member of the Dean cult. Sarah with the $10 who says, oops, I'm dumb. We love to show support. Stephanie, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal who says these guests are really convinced of their smarts, aren't they? Yeah, he thinks that he's the smartest man alive. Shit. Madeline, thank you for the $10 who says we had a hat day today at my school and a group of boys wore We Love Trump hats. Yeah, laughed at them in their faces. Kayla, thank you for the $5 who says him saying, quote unquote, you could see the manipulation while he reads your exact claim took me out. Yeah, he's fucking, yeah, that took me out too. Thank you guys so much for all the love. I do genuinely appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the love. Then Michelle, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Over on YouTube Super Chat.
Wow, guys.
Rodney,
Thank you.
for the $10 who says, as a 67-year-old, this caller needs to go back to school and learn. He's delusional. Hey, are you going to call a 67-year-old a kid?
Ouch. Anyways, wow, that was a big list. Good job, man.
Dwayne,
Hey,
thank you
I
for the
wanna
$10
take
who
that-
says, let a lawyer me help you debate MAGAs. Honestly, I just feel
put her
like
on.
I just feel like you'd be too much.
You need some help.
They'd cook you. I need help doing what?
You need some help on you. I would
Leslie,
say
thank you
throw
for the
her on because
$10.
you lost that. You lost that debate, man.
Yeah, what debate? Did I
So
lose?
far, you're 0 for 2, but
Oh.
we're ready to go back. Round 3.
Brother, remember earlier when you literally gave me an explicit verbal concession? What the fuck do you mean 0 for 2? Earlier you literally said, Dean, you won that debate.
No, that was for your
Rocks
personal,
for
just to
fucking
get you-
brains.
that was just to get you past that one. I lied. I lied.
No,
I admit I lied.
no, you got
I was
cooked.
desperate to just.
You
I
got
couldn't- I
cornered. You got
couldn't hear-
boxed.
Dude, I just cornered you, bro. And
Cornered me
we
on
could
what?
go- dude, what you said. If we rewind what you said, it didn't match up to what was said by
How
Trump,
so?
and I broke it down.
No, you
Because
didn't break it down. You just
said-
kept on reading it. You were like, even,
you said
even,
that he
even.
wanted to destroy the Constitution. You
Yeah,
said that he
yeah,
wanted
he
to get
said-
rid
said
of
that
the
he wanted
Constitution.
to terminate all the rules, regulations, and
you
articles,
pulled-
including those found in the Constitution.
He was talking specifically about the election problems, and he said even those election problems that are in the Constitution. He did not say he wants to get rid of the Constitution. See, that's the manipulation. That was my point. My point is you manipulate.
So I think that your point proves my point. Can we agree here?
No, I mean you got to stay. You know you do a bad job as rhetoric.
Can we agree
no one
here?
takes you seriously.
Can we agree
No one
here?
takes you seriously.
Can we agree here that in this sense, the word even is being used synonymously to the word including?
Well, that's your interpretation, which is in what's called inverted. That's called inverted interpretation.
Brother.
It's also known as TDS.
Yeah, the only person who has Trump derangement syndrome here is you, because you're willing to continue to
You're
support him as
completely
president. even after he
inverted. Your
boasted about-
logic, your logic disappears.
You know what? You know what? It's
but
actually
you're decent.
Can I be?
You're
can
good.
I be
you know what
honest?
you're good at? Collecting $75 from suckers. So I don't want to call them kids
Wow.
anymore. They're now suckers.
Wow, the people that
because I
donate
didn't
to me
know
are
they were doing
suckers.
$75. I would almost want to get proof of that. That's happening. It's almost unbelievable that anyone would actually pay $75. It is hard to believe.
Oh,
I'll be honest with you.
specific. Hey guys, I'll put it out there. If you do want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio. It's on the top of the screen too. It's also in that pin message over on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for all the love today.
Max
Now-
grifting.
Grifting. I'm grifting now.
Well, of course.
So the people that are donating
For
to me
money.
are suckers, especially when they specifically donate more than $75. And then I'm also a grifter.
It's all about money. Anyway, back to the debate. Do you want to go to the
Ellen,
next
thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Who says 51-year-old grandma here, but yeah, just a kid. Briella,
got me
thank you
for
for the
10 more
$10.
minutes.
Leah, thank you for the $3. Stephen with the $10 saying thank you for being a voice. Lindsay with the $10 saying I'd rather have a sucker than a MAGA. Wow, guys, thank you so much for all the love. I genuinely appreciate it so much. Sebastian, thank you for the 67 cents over on PayPal saying stop grifting me. Kaylee with the $10 for the grift. Thank you so much for the love, Kaylee. Let's fucking go, dude. Oh my God, Amber and Shannon. Oh, Amber, thank you for the $200 on Venmo. And Shannon, thank you for the $200 on PayPal.
Why are people playing this on?
Oh my fucking
this should be a
shit!
fucking
Sam!
test. Look
Oh
at
my
what this guy's
God!
doing.
Amber with the $200 says for having to deal with this shithead, and Shannon with the $200 says from a sucker, keep up the fight.
Oh,
It's
dude.
Sarah
Oh, you
with
gotta
the
invite me on more.
Sarah
You
with
gotta
the
get me
oh
on
my
more.
God! Sarah said $100 over on Venmo. Sarah with
you gotta put me
$100 says
on more
25. Oh my God! Says 25 at a blue collar worker. I must be a sucker. You fucking sucker, Sarah. Hannah, thank you for the $10. She says that's a higher ed worker. Educate these idiots. Another Hannah with a $20 who says, from a sucker who enjoys your intelligent debates, keep cooking this guy. Thank you so much. Lindsay with a $20 who says, hello, 49-year-old kid sucker here. Totally duped by you. No brain of my own. I have a PhD in forensic biology. Am a college professor, but total sucker.
Dude, the DNC is sending him these things. These are indications.
Why do you think that this is from the DNC? These are from individual donors.
That's just a wild guess. I think the DNC is sending you notes right now, but that's okay. Anyways,
no,
but
wait,
hey,
these are individual PayPals and Venmos.
I
Vanessa,
don't
I'm not done yet.
like
I'm not done
Jordan
yet.
right
Well, I'm not done yet. Vanessa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love and shout out to your mother, Vanessa. Anna, thank you for the $10. She says even my geckos are smarter than him. Melissa with a $20. She says not a kid here, not a sucker, just willing to donate to you every day to permanently never talk to the sad grandpa ever again. Valerie, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. But seriously, fucking Shannon, you are nuts. Thank you for the $200. Sarah with the $100 and Amber with the $200. Like, you guys are seriously so fucking kind.
Oh, stop.
So do you think that Sarah, Amber, and Shannon, like, they're all just like DNC suckers?
I don't know. Let's not even debate that. Let's get back to a real debate. What's the next one?
You shut up real fucking quick. You shut up real fucking quick.
I'm excited about the next
humbled
debate.
You. They humbled your ass. They humbled
all right,
your
I got
ass.
10 minutes for this debate. Could we plug it in? Let's do it.
Yeah, just get humbled, kid. Get humbled.
We'll even let you pick the topic, but it's got to be a big one. It can't be some stupid little rabbit hole. Make it a big topic. It could be, I'm going to give you 3 options. 1, okay, the border. 2, the killing the boats situation. And 3, Russia. You pick.
Can I introduce a 4th?
Go ahead.
So you just go like nuts, like when I present you with Donald Trump saying something crazy, and you lose your mind trying to justify it.
No, I broke it down.
Here's a 4th topic. Donald Trump admitted to sexually exploiting women.
Did he?
Yeah.
Show me the tape. This one.
Some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So before you even respond, what Donald Trump said is that he will.
Shit! Hold on! No! Don't say it now. Just now, rewind what you said, and now pick what you said and what he just said. And this will be my 3rd win because you just changed what he said. You gave it your own inverted opinion on it, or perverted opinion, whatever you want to call it. And it didn't match to what you said it was. It didn't come out the way the tape read. And that's the key. That's like the key.
This will be really easy
it's
for
like,
me. Are you ready?
Go ahead. Yep.
Can we agree that the definition of sexual exploitation would include somebody abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability of somebody else to further unconsensual sexual conduct?
Can we agree that Howard Stern is built on that predicate?
What?
Can we agree that Howard Stern show is built on that type of? This is the problem. Hold on, this is the problem because you're young. Because you're young. Let me explain. Let me explain. Hold on, because we got to learn something. Howard Stern.
So if you're saying that the point of the Howard Stern show is, and therefore anybody who goes on to the show and says they're a predator is not a predator, then you're saying every single man that Gideon or Chris Hansen ever sat down with is not truly P3DO, because Chris Hansen and Gideon shows are built around exposing them. And by the way, I did ask you a question, if we could agree on what the definition of sexual exploitation would be. You never answered it. Instead, you pivoted. But I'll just clarify. Yes, the definition of sexual exploitation does include somebody abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability of somebody else in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. And yes, that is exactly what Donald Trump admitted to in that clip. He said that because he's the owner of the pageant, that's his position of power, he'd abuse that position of power to allow himself to barge backstage into the private women's only dressing rooms where there are no men around, so then he could look at the women inside of that space that had no clothes on, therefore they're naked, thereby putting them in a position of vulnerability. And of course, him looking at their naked bodies would be unconsensual sexual conduct.
Who Howard Stern is? Hold on.
hold on. Howard Stern, okay, is what this show is all about. You're not familiar with the show. The whole show was disgusting, okay? So he was coming in, it was an entertainment show. You have to admit that. You know that part. So you have to understand the entire show was built on that type of behavior, right?
Yeah.
So all he did was he showed a dirty side of him. Let's be honest. I mean, I don't know what your sexual preference is, but us straight men, we like gorgeous women. And it was a joke. It was a half a joke, and there might be truth to it. Is he a perfect angel? No. Is he a disgusting animal? No. I think that's what we can gather from your point.
Okay. So
Go ahead.
does sexually exploiting women and girls make you a disgusting animal?
Well, I think sexually exploiting, that would be like, allowing, let's say a trans person that's really not trans, they're just a sick person to go in the girls' restroom or changing room. I think that is more more of an exploitation.
Wow.
Don't you agree?
So it's sexual exploitation when a trans woman uses the bathroom, but it's not sexual exploitation when a cis man unconsensually barges into a woman's changing room to look at the naked bodies of the people in there. What?
Well, if I could respond, did he barge in there or was he authorized? I think that was what he was making the point. He was actually authorized. It was kind of like.
But who was he authorized by?
Well, I don't know how the rules. Maybe he wrote the rules. Maybe he wrote the rules.
He said it in the clip. If you listen to the clip, you know the answer to this question. Who is he authorized by?
Go ahead.
Himself.
Okay.
Now, who holds and bears the consent over the bodies of the women and girls inside of that space? Him or them?
Well, again, I mean, can I defend it like
it's just definitionally
Is
speaking,
it something that I would
sexual
do?
exploitation.
No, but I mean,
it's by definition sexual exploitation because he's abusing his position of power to allow himself to barge in there, then abusing their position of vulnerability to unconsensually look at them while they're naked. By definition, it is sexual.
They are
exploitation.
consensually. Hold on, they concede to the program, right? It's what he wrote. They signed off on it. They're there. They don't have to be there. No one's forcing them to be there.
Okay, so when you sign off to like a program, like a beauty pageant or like a TV show or a film or a documentary, so on and so forth, you are giving consent, right, to that program to like film you when you go on stage to be judged by the judges, or like when I filmed out a documentary last year, I gave my consent to pop in front of a camera and speak into it to give my thoughts. But that doesn't, in virtue of that fact, give the business owner consent and willingness over your body when entering into private spaces like changing rooms or restrooms. So if there's like a business owned by a male with female employees, the male business owner can't just follow the women into the restroom.
No, I see your point. No, we don't.
Because
we
they
don't have to
consented to be
debate.
there and they didn't have to be there. And ultimately, by the way, this also happened to teens, minors. Minors can't consent, point blank, period.
Well, you're going off into minors, but that wasn't the case here. But here, we are also talking 20-something years ago. Things have changed. That's what you're not factoring in.
Okay.
And
so
obviously, hold on. And
on
its face, hold on its face. Hold on, one last thing. On its face, it was acceptable then to where it didn't get brought up till 20 years later.
Yeah,
Let's make that.
So here's the thing. If it was acceptable then they wouldn't have been in a private women's only space with no men around.
No, it happened and it was acceptable and they got through it.
If
Nowadays,
it was acceptable then, they wouldn't have been in a private women's only space with no men around. And by the way, the consent of a woman or girl matters just as much today as it did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, or 100 years ago. And I think that you are a disgusting pig for suggesting otherwise. You are a truly disgusting pig for telling us that it was indeed acceptable and permissible for Donald Trump, a 65-year-old man, to exploit the naked bodies of children. You, sir, are a goddamn red flag. Do you even hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Do you even like truly know what you're
I said
defending?
that it's acceptable.
Listen,
it was acceptable to everybody.
Please, just correct yourself. Correct yourself. Can we correct yourself?
I don't need to correct myself.
So you truly do believe that it was acceptable for 6-year-old men to take advantage of little girls?
No, that's not what happened there. What happened?
We had 4 teens testify that in 1997, what Donald Trump described in that clip is exactly what he did to them.
Right, and when it was acceptable, then in public form, it happened.
You were
I'm not
defending that it
saying
was acceptable for old men to perv on children?
I'm saying that it was acceptable. It
Oh
was
my
acceptable
God.
in the sense of
Oh my God.
no one.
Oh my God.
No, it was not to me. It was never acceptable to me. It was acceptable to the culture back then, where it's not today. And why? Because it's a bullet. It's to go after Trump. You know. And is it acceptable? Do I think it's cool?
Wait.
No.
You think the only reason why society deems P3ophilia unacceptable is to attack Trump?
If what?
And why you think society thinks P3ophilia is bad is to go after Trump. Is that your argument?
No, I don't.
Because that's
I
what you
don't
just
think
said.
this was-
You just said it was acceptable then.
These were
and
children.
The only
Hold on.
reason
These were
why
children
it's
in the
not
changing room.
acceptable.
Did I miss something? Hold on. Pedophilia. Are we talking about children?
Don't make sure not to say that word. Flags on TikTok.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, this happened. This happened.
The P word.
This happened to minors.
This happened to children.
Yes.
So he went in that. So that he went into the children's.
He did this at Miss Teen
Locker
USA
rooms.
and Miss USA. Yeah.
Okay, but he was talking about Miss USA, not Teen USA. Is that correct?
In this clip, he was talking about all the pageants broadly.
Okay, let's play the clip again. I want to hear him broadly say, because you just pinned yourself to a fact.
Yeah.
He's got to pin himself broadly. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just talk about what he did at the pageants. It's broad.
So you have done
No,
that.
that's well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else.
You gotta
And
reverse.
no men
You gotta
are
find out what we
anywhere.
said before this.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make
Which
sure that
pageant?
everything is good.
You're there.
Which pageant?
Is everyone
Exactly. Which pageant? All pageants. Broad.
No, he wasn't talking about all pageants. He said pageant. He said singular.
The
Pageant.
reason why we know that he did this at all pageants is not only because in this clip he was speaking vaguely, but also because we've had like women come forward from Miss USA, most particularly.
I'm gonna need more. If you're gonna go into the
Miss Arizona from 2001, and then we've had 4 victims that were underage competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997, including women now by the name of Mariah Belgado, who said that this happened to her, giving cooperating victim testimony to the admission of guilt by the perpetuator of the sexual violence. And by the way, if your current argument is now to deny the testimony of the 4 underage victims that this happened to in 1997, you sound insane because their victim testimony not only corroborates one another, but aligns with what Donald Trump admitted to. But just
I would
second part-
never have a conversation. We're only going off your proof. I can only go off of your proof. That's what we're doing. So
Yeah,
we're not going into
proof
hearsay.
The proof is that
Hearsay.
he admitted to it, and then the victims corroborated it.
So far, you're 0 for 3 in proof. Just so you know.
I'm so sorry.
You have not.
I don't
you
think
have
that
not
there.
provided the
I
proof.
legitimately don't think that there could be a higher standard of evidence. I don't think. I don't think that there could be.
You
more
just have to
evidence.
rewind the tape. Just
Listen,
rewind what you
listen,
said.
I don't think that there literally could be more evidence for Trump doing this. He said he did it, and the victim said he did it. That's more reliable than anything else. Honestly, I even think that that is more reliable than a video of him doing it, because the video could be AI, right? Right? Like
You
if
don't have to
if
mute
a
me.
video of that was produced today, it could be AI, right? But
You don't
because
have to mute me. I can
he
listen to you
directly
speak.
admitted to it in 2005, and then that was corroborated by verified victim testimony. I literally think that that is more evidence that Trump did it compared to if there were to be a video that came out today.
We're only talking about the evidence that you're bringing up today. You're producing.
There couldn't be stronger evidence. There literally couldn't.
We looked at your evidence. It did not match what you said. That's it.
Tell
That's
me,
my
tell me,
argument.
what more evidence could I have for my claim? I don't think I could have more.
Your claims are too high, bro. That's your problem.
It's not
You
too
know?
high. I claim that this was sexual exploitation. The definition
Yeah,
of
you
sexual...
went into the P word.
Listen,
Okay,
listen,
you
the
went into the
definition...
Constitution
once
being
again,
burned.
once again,
Hold on,
I'll
hold on.
re-explain. I'll re-explain why what he did to them is sexual exploitation. It's because sexual exploitation includes the abuse of one's position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. I've already explained this 5 times. I'll explain it for a 6th. He abused his position of power as the owner of the beauty pageant, barging backstage, looking at their naked bodies. Okay? Right? And there was
Barging?
also the abuse
Barging.
of
Say
their
that 3
position of
times.
vulnerability, feeling vulnerable enough to take their clothes off in what was supposed to be a private women's
I-
space, to
I've
then
recommended-
unconsensually look at them while they're naked, which is unconsensual sexual conduct. It's not a word game here. I'm not like twisting reality. I'm just simply listening to what Trump
You're
admitted to,
amplifying it.
and then amplifying what he admitted to with the corroborated victim testimony of 4 teens in 1997, multiple adults at Miss USA as well. I don't
And
think
this
that
is where
there-
you fail.
I don't think that there, one last thing I have to say here is I don't think that there literally could be more evidence for this. If a video were to come out today, you could say, well, it could be AI, right? Which of course I dispute because that's stupid. But you can't even question Donald Trump's admittance of guilt here. You can't question the fact that the victim testimony corroborates his admittance of guilt. There's no other evidence that could prove it further. And I could actually prove that claim too by just asking you, well, what kind of evidence would you need to further prove it? You won't be able to come up with any level of evidence that would surmount him admitting to it than his admission of guilt being corroborated by the victims.
Well, first you have to agree that every piece of evidence holds weight, and that weight is always determined by the contents. So your contents, okay, is, I'm not going to say it's weak. You could have used it better. I think you go too hard with it.
Tell me
and
where I
there's
went
a better
wrong.
way to do it. I think you would have a better chance arguing it if you didn't go so fucking
Specifically,
crazy. And
tell me
make it
where I
so-
went wrong.
Well, yours said the P word, and I don't think that that's what he was talking about. We go back from the last
P
thing we
word?
were talking about. Yeah, the P that I can't
Oh,
say on the thing, right?
Yeah, well,
okay, so
I mean, that is
the
what
P
we
word.
label sexual violence.
You
directed
went
towards
into
minors,
there.
right?
You went, but hold on, you didn't need to. You didn't need to. You
but
want
that-
to
but
hold
that-
on, hold
but-
on. They make a
come
point.
on.
Listen now.
Come on,
Hold on.
that is
you
what
made
we
a
label.
good point.
When
I'm giving you a win here, but then you fucked it up. Okay. All you had to say is this is not becoming of a man, of a good man. Okay. So there's no argument there. To go into the P argument and to now vilify him, that's where you lose credibility.
Come on.
And so you do that, and there's no fairness, and we can't find any common ground.
Okay,
That's the problem.
why is it not fair to label people the P word if they exploit kids?
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you, man. You're trying to convict someone. It's like saying this. Someone stabbed someone, but you're trying to convict them of a murder. Okay? So that's the difference. That's the best analogy.
If Donald Trump randomly stabbed somebody on Fifth Avenue and they died, and then Donald Trump said, I stabbed this person for no reason, then watched them die, that'd be murder, right?
Okay. What's your point?
That your analogy proves my point. Because if somebody were to exploit a kid and Mr. Trump said, yeah, I did this.
Do you ever
That'd
agree
be-
with the opposing side? Did you see how I agreed with you and said something? I said, well, I agree with you on this. Do you ever do that
But
at
see,
all?
the thing is that there's no other side to this argument because it's clear as day. Can we agree? Let's just try to keep it simple. Don't muddy the waters. At the minimum, can we agree that Donald Trump sexually exploited whomever the beauty pageant contestants were that he did this to?
Did he, exploit is a strong, powerful word, but if you want to say at the very minimum, yeah, I'd say he did exploit them in a very, man, at the weakness of a man's, power or whatever you want to call it. But I don't think that it was anything.
What do
Here's
you-
my,
what do you-
I
what do
try
you-
to make the, hold on.
what do you
I'm
mean
trying to
by
make
that?
this point, and I made it, and everyone will agree because
do
they're
you-
older than me.
What do you mean by
Things
that?
have changed. Culture,
Wait.
you are in another culture.
What do you-
This was more
what-
acceptable
What do you
back
mean by
then.
that? What do you mean by
Whereas
that?
now it's not.
So all I
What I
hear,
mean by is I
listen,
don't think it's becoming. Me personally, whether it was 40 years ago.
all I hear you saying is that, Dean, I guess when you put it that way, when we listen to that clip, when we define the phrase sexual exploitation, he did sexually exploit whoever he did that to. But it was just at a low moment, a weakness in a man's power. And honestly, it was really acceptable back then. All that I hear you doing is just screaming very loudly and very clearly that it's okay to permit sexual violence.
Well, there you go.
I
You're
just hear you
demonizing me.
screaming.
You're demonizing me.
very
and you-
loudly and very clearly that it is okay, right, to downplay the horror that sexual violence is. That it's okay to try to find any way to make Trump not a bad guy. See, when you use this phrase, like he did it because he was experiencing a weak moment, what you're implying is that he didn't do it because he's a predator. When you say things like it was acceptable in the society back then, what you're implying is that Trump's not to blame, society was to blame. And
No, I
and
said
all
that
of
he
this-
takes. No, I
and all
said
of
that I
this-
agree.
And
with-
all of this goes to show. And all of this goes to show that you do not care about holding the perpetuators of sexual violence accountable. Because if we agreed that all perpetuators of sexual violence should be held accountable? That all perpetuators of sexual violence should be blamed? Then you wouldn't be trying to take that blame away from them and placing it on society at large.
If you go this, but this is the standard, we'd all be locked up. Come on, we've never done anything inappropriate. I heard some about you doing some inappropriate. Isn't there some shit online about you doing something inappropriate? I forgot what it was. Something about some girl or something. I don't really know.
You keep on calling
But
me
no,
Harry.
I mean, I don't even know that. That's a rumor. I don't know. I don't know.
You
But
keep on calling me Harry, okay?
sorry, Dean. Dean.
See, the thing is that's true about Harry. That's not true about Dean.
Oh, okay. That was someone else.
You're just getting me and Harry confused.
My bad. I make mistakes.
Okay.
I admit when I make mistakes.
And by the way, you just self-reported. If the you just said, if we should hold the perpetuators of sexual violence accountable, then all men would be locked up. Fucking found one.
There you go. You just rephrased exactly what I said. You do it to everybody.
One. Fucking found
Go rewind what I said. That's not what I said, dude. You always do ad lib. You're great at ad lib, though. I will tell you that. You must have played a lot of that when you were younger. Ad lib.
You just self-reported.
I don't really know.
You keep on calling.
But no,
me
I mean,
Harry.
I don't even know that. That's
moment.
a rumor. I
One
don't
moment.
know. I don't know.
You keep on calling.
If you go this, but this is the standard, we'd all be locked up. Come on, we've never done anything inappropriate. I heard some about you doing some inappropriate.
Yeah, there you go. You said, and I quote, if this is the standard, then we would all be locked up, in response to me saying,
Yeah,
that we
because
should
this is like the
hold
worst
the
thing.
perpetuators of sexual violence accountable.
Dude, let's get a hold of it. Hold on, you're saying it's at the top of violations. That's the way you're explaining it. And if that's the top of violations, then the shit that I've done is horrible then too.
What have you
You
done?
know, it's kind of like I would never do
What
what
have
he
you
did,
done?
but I've never been in that power,
What
in that position. And also that was another
Are you
area-
saying that if you were in a position of power, that you'd exploit women and girls? That you'd like
No, I
perv on
didn't.
kids? That you'd grape women?
Why don't you stop muting me and saying horrible stuff?
Like, dude, like, what are you saying? Like,
Don't be so cowardly.
Oh, like,
with the
if I
mute
was in a
button.
position
How
of
many
power,
times
I
have you
might.
muted me,
Well,
Dean?
I maybe I would
How many
genocide
times have
12
you
million
muted me
Jewish
today,
individuals.
Dean? How many times?
Yeah, you don't care about consent, so why should I care about your consent? Your consent against me muting you. You don't care about individuals' like rights. It's very clear. You think that maybe Trump should be premised the unconsensual viewership of the naked bodies of women and girls. So why should I care about your right to speak? Like, come on. Oh my God, I don't know what to say in response to this. Honestly, at this point, man, I'm just thinking I kind of want to remove you from the live stream. Like, I think that this is, I think that this is sick shit, dude. Like, I say this every single day.
Okay, later,
this is,
dude. Nice one,
this
bro.
is
You
becoming a daily conversation on this live stream. That daily conversation being is that it is wrong for men to take advantage of. Just listen to me.
All you do is you mute.
God, yeah, because I want to speak and you can't stop interrupting. Just let me talk.
All
dude.
you did is
If you let me talk, I will stop muting you. Just listen. I'm getting sick and tired of repeating that it's wrong for men to take advantage of women. Why is it a debate? Why? Why is it a debate? Why are we debating if it was wrong for Donald Trump to unconsensually look at the bodies of women and girls while they were naked?
Did I say it wasn't wrong, or did I mention that we're going too hard with it? That was my point. But you can't deal in reality.
Is
It's so
it
extreme.
too hard to say that that was sexual exploitation?
It's a very extreme term.
I just want a
went
yes
through
or
this with
no.
You lost the
I
fucking
just
argument,
want a
dude.
yes or no.
You keep trying to argue it.
I want a
You
yes or
lost.
no. I want a yes or
lost.
no. If I'm losing, then why won't you answer the question? Is it too extreme to say that that is sexual exploitation?
I already said what I had to say about it.
Is it a yes or is it a no?
Me 4,000 times. You keep muting me, and I haven't been able to explain myself.
Is it a yes or a
if
no?
you keep muting,
Is it a yes or no?
I could pin you down with so many questions, but that's not the way you debate. The way you
just wanna
debate is
know.
I have my side, and you have your
I'm
side, and then we move
literally
on to the
just
next debate. But
questioning
we've only
your
done
view.
3. You're 0 for 3,
I'm
and
literally
now you're
just
trying to
questioning
pound it
your
out
view.
of me.
Is it
You're
too
trying to-
extreme to say that that is sexual exploitation?
Yeah, it's too extreme to say that it's sexual. It's not becoming of a
Define
decent man.
define sexual
It's not
exploitation.
becoming of a decent man. It's
Define
closer
sexual
to what I
exploitation.
like. I said, that would be something like a fake trans
No,
person
no,
going into
no,
the girls'
no.
bathroom,
That's
right?
an That's an
They took
example. I
advantage.
want a
That's
definition.
exploitation.
That's an example. I want a
There's
definition.
many examples
I don't.
could
But I
give
don't.
you.
But the
I
thing
could give you more
is that
examples.
I don't want an example. I want a definition.
There's extreme examples.
I
Like,
don't want a I
women
don't want an
being
example. I want a definition.
exploitation. I mean, you'd
No,
have
a
to look it up.
sexual
I'm not a
exploitation.
dictionary.
Okay. When
I'm not a
listen,
dictionary, but
I literally got the definition that I gave you by looking it up. Okay? When I looked up the definition of sexual exploitation, okay, generally, all right, that included somebody abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability of somebody else to further unconsensual sexual conduct.
well, you treat it like I try to make an example to help you with some logic. Now you're treating it like a murder charge. So if someone
Listen,
gets killed, someone
does the definition?
Let me give you another example. Hold on, let me speak. You spoke.
Yeah, the
Let's
thing
be
is,
logical.
you're just not going to
Let's
engage.
be logical. One point. You'll understand what I'm talking about. If someone kills someone, there is no levels. See, you're treating it like a murder. See, like that's why I try to make a difference. Now, if you stab someone, you can stab them 10 times. You can stab them 15 times. That's the amount, and that's how our courts actually grade things. Just like anything else, you would see the level of ferocity, the level of lack of empathy, things like that, right? So everything other than something is total as murder is up for debate. So for you to be you're a totalitarian, right? With everything that Trump does, but everything is flexible. You're super liberal with everything else. It's amazing. But I know you want to kick me off.
No, I don't want to move on yet.
Do your thing,
I'm not
man.
done. The reason why
I would rather debate topics, real topics.
The reason why I say that it is not extreme to define what Donald Trump did as sexual exploitation is because a reasonable definition of sexual exploitation would include what he did. And that's the argument that you can't directly respond to. And I'll demonstrate that to everybody watching. Directly respond to the following question. Does the definition of sexual exploitation include somebody abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability of somebody else to further unconsensual sexual conduct? Yes or no? This guy will not give a direct answer.
I will give you a direct answer, and you'll have to not mute me to let me finish the answer. I will give you your yes. Now, I get to say something else. You don't get to cut me off. Yes, and I'll give you another example of what you're trying to do here. If I jaywalk, am I a criminal? If I jaywalk, is that to mean I'm the worst criminal on the planet? Because that's what you're doing here. Now, I know that that's not the greatest analogy, but it is within, it's more reasonable to think of it that way than to say, my opinion is it. You know, you're God in that way. You're not God. You're not even a judge. You're not even an attorney. And, you know, although you may be a decent one if you ever chose to, because you do pound out the same stuff and you like to corner. You do that. You're a great manipulator and you're great at cornering. So I'll give you props. You're decent. But you'll never beat me in a debate. Not one. Not one single one. Ever.
Okay. So the argument now is that, yes, what Donald Trump did was sexual exploitation, but barely.
I'm going to say, because that's fair. That's a fair question. I'm going to give it, I mean, we're talking at the max, like where they got, you know, pimps chaining their prostitutes to the fucking iron or something. That would be real shit right there. But I would give it about a 4. Because it's not like looking at a young girl in her dress on accident, right? It's above that. So if we're being honest with it,
I'm just done. I'm just done with that guy. Hey, Santana. How you doing?
Better than you, I guess, at the moment. Like, it seems like, you know, some motherfuckers just love ice skating uphill.
Yeah, I've really built a level of patience
Mm-hmm.
and tenacity. Do you know what the definition of tenacity is? I want to make sure that I'm using that word right.
Yeah. You're absolutely right.
Tenacity.
You're resilient when it comes
Yeah.
to these conversations.
And a level of like mental tenacity and resilience when faced with people like that. It is it's tough, man.
Yeah.
It is very mentally like draining to try to convince somebody that sexual exploitation is bad. You know, I like you don't usually have to do that. You don't usually have to convince somebody that it's really bad for a 60-year-old to look at the naked body of a kid. That's not the norm. That's not the typical. And you know what I'm scared of is that every day it becomes more of that norm. Every day it becomes more of that typical. And you know when we first started having these dialogues about that clip a couple months ago, yeah, God, every time I'd have a guest like him up, God, I'd lose my shit. I'd lose my mind, man. Which is a very reasonable reaction, but anymore it's just, God, it just drains on the back burner.
You can't become numb to it, and then even more so, like the guy that you were talking to, he's a ultra crepidarian. You know what that is?
I don't.
Okay, so he's someone who thinks that he's the smartest person in the room. He confidently speaks on topics that he doesn't know about, and he believes that he's right, even though he has no premise as far as his actual line of logic. So he's an ultra crepidarian. He's just the worst.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How do you?
It said, oh my God, bro, I messed it up. I'm sorry. I'm faking it. I'm so sorry, man. I really had this all planned out.
What
Back
the
and
fuck?
practice in the mirror. She gave up
Yo,
before she
I haven't looked at the donations in like 30 minutes. Backyard Bags. Thank you for the $100.
That's fucking
cool. On PayPal 28 minutes ago, who said, quote unquote, they call me Rodrigo sitting in the queue. Call me up. And then Backyard Bags just now with another $50, who says, you are such a joke. Call me up. They call me Rodrigo. You are pathetic.
Oh, wow.
Dude, you just, let's get them up.
Yeah. You know what's interesting though? So like I'll get super chats with like Trump supporters who are scared to debate, but they want to actually try to get a message across. I've never had someone do that. He really wants to smoke.
Yeah. So you want the smoke. Rodrigo, you gave me $150 to call me pathetic?
No, I gave you $150 to debate you and take that smug little off your face.
Honestly, I don't know if I've ever had a more smug look on my face. Let me come on, smug definition. So the definition of smug is having or showing an excessive pride in one's own achievement. I feel pretty fucking prideful about achieving $150 worth of donations from a Trump supporter's wallet because of how pathetic they think I am. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of feeling smug, Rodrigo.
Well, you're welcome. It's Christmas. I'm glad that you enjoy the $150.
Okay, we'll hop into the debate. I'm going to thank a couple other people. Kelsey, thank you for the $10, who says, I cannot believe guests just compared sexual exploitation to jaywalking. This is a fucking joke. Patsy, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that. Love Patsy. Patsy with a big 50 says, love what you do. Keep voicing and educating. What else did Patsy say here? We all support you 100%. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Patsy. Let's get 500 Patsy W's. Then Hannah and Kayla, thank you both for the 5. Both Hannah and Kayla are just calling that last guest crazy. Then Pamela, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean, I was in the middle school in the 90s. Our male gym teacher frequently came in to our room while we were dressing. Let me go ahead and finish Pamela's message here. He was fired. It was not okay then, and it's not okay now. Men need to stop saying it was a different time. Yeah, and I hope that he fucking went to jail for the rest of his life. Thank you for the $50, Pamela. Then Kelly, thank you for the $5 as well. Deline, thank you for the $2. Gavin with the $1. Then Noelle, thank you for the $20. She says, I'm 41. Anyone over 40 who didn't hand their brain to MAGA knows two things. Point number 1, grape culture was indeed worse. And point number 2, Donald Trump is a fucking rapist who meant every single word. Thanks, Dean. XO. Oh, thank you for the $20, Noelle. Jessica, thank you for the $5. JB, thank you for the $10. And Alyssa, thank you for the $10, who says, I watch your videos every day getting ready, and I'm a goth, so it takes a minute. Lol, thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for the $10, and I hope that, we're offering some good background noise here while you're getting ready. Then Brianna, thank you for the $20, who says, straight from the DNC, we love you. Yo, shout out to you, Brianna. And then Jessica with the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Jessica. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then another Jessica with the $10 saying, love you so much. Definitely a fake donation from the DNC. I completely forgot that guy went down the route of accusing me of being paid by the DNC. Holy shit. And then Harold, thank you for the $20 on PayPal.
Dean.
I'm almost done, sir. Who says, thank you for
I'm not the
bringing
DNC.
Santana.
I'm not the DNC, is all I was going to say.
No, I believe you. I believe that you're not the DNC. Harold with the $20 says, thanks for bringing Santana up. Oh, yeah, Santana's about to fucking destroy, dude. Then Harold with another $10 about 9 minutes ago. Thank you for the love. Zachary with the $10, who says, I hope these guys don't have any daughters, or if they do, would be okay with Trump walking in on their daughter. Dude, dead fucking ass. Linda, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, who says, I'm an ancient 64-year-old woman. Dean, you give me hope for my grandbaby's future. Keep up the good fight. Oh, thank you, Linda. And no, you're not ancient. You're not old. The 64 is young, okay? And then Brooke, thank you for the $30, who says, from an army wife and a worker for IACH. We appreciate you as we fight for the American people. Thank you so much for the love, Brooke. Then Vanessa with a $5, Anna with a $10. And it looks like we're all caught up. Thank you guys so much for all the love over on Venmo and PayPal. Let me see if we need to catch up over on YouTube. Super Chat. CJ, appreciate you for the $20, saying to the last guest, you're not a dictionary. You're also not a decent human being. Oh, he's the opposite of a decent human being, 110%. Now, Rodrigo, I remember you. You did the same thing 6 months ago?
I did, yes, and you kicked me off because I dog walked you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's
right.
You do remember.
Philip, thank you for the $20.
I
Who says, it's not lost on viewers that you make the effort to learn as you teach. Oh, well, I appreciate you for the love, Philip. I'm always trying to learn more. Thank you so much.
Well,
the dog walk.
He's going to love this episode. He's going to love this little segment because you're going to do a lot of learning.
This guy is super confident. Holy smokes.
I
bud.
am so confident, Dean.
I'm excited.
So, well,
I think
Dean, would you like to pick up on the conversation you were having?
What's that?
Would you like to pick up on the conversation you were having with the other gentleman? Would you like to start there?
If you want.
Okay, let's start with this piece of evidence. First of all, Donald Trump's campaign, quote, categorically untrue that there was anything to do with Miss Teen USA involved in that. That's number one. Number two, did anyone ever file a lawsuit against Donald Trump for doing what he admitted to in the segment that you just said? That's number two. And number three
is no.
Okay. And number three, what was the contract all of the beauty contestants signed? Is it confirmed that he was the only male in that area? Was there photographers? Was there beauticians? Was there any other males in that area? Was there a contract that they signed that allowed males to be in that area? Because I'll bet you $1, there was, Dean. Now, answer those questions for me, please.
Yeah, very, very, very simple and very easy. So your first point was that the Trump campaign categorically denied that he did this at Miss Teen USA. You're actually right.
Correct.
They did. But see, the thing is that they also categorically denied him doing it at Miss USA too. Donald Trump called them all a liar. And you can actually find Miss Arizona from 2001, who wasn't...
Let's approach what I said.
One moment. Who wasn't a contestant at Miss Teen USA, but rather a contestant at Miss USA, sitting down with a news anchor on CNN prior to the 2016 election, talking about how Trump...
Let's debate what I'm talking about.
Can you allow me to finish responding here? It is relevant to your point.
I just want to debate what I'm talking about.
So I am debating what you're talking about.
Wait, you sent $150 to get attention just to come up. How about you just stop talking for like 2 seconds and let him finish his point, and then you can respond?
Yeah, I swear I'm responding to your point.
I just wanted to answer my question.
I am.
Okay,
I may not be answering it in the way that you like, but I'm definitely answering it.
Okay, carry on.
So just to kind of recap everything that I've said so far. So yeah, he did categorically deny it doing it Miss Teen USA, but not as a specific statement. More so, the campaign just categorically denied doing it at any event ever. All right?
No,
and the
that's not
reason,
true.
yeah, that is true.
Untrue.
You can listen to Miss Arizona from 2001
Pull it up.
sitting down
Pull it up.
on CNN talking to the news
Pull
anchor.
up the video.
Okay, sounds
Pull it
good.
up.
Hey, really quick, while Dean's pulling it up. Hey, seriously, bud, shushies. What, like, do you want to debate or not? Like, you're being really bad faith right now. Yes, you may have a disagreement with any points, and that's fine. But let them finish and then refute them. You don't have to just go no,
Sam Holvey. She's a former Miss USA contestant. She says Donald Trump personally inspected each woman prior to the 2006 contest. So, Sam, look, you know, you talked about this personal inspection, and you know, you said it was the dirtiest you felt in your entire life.
Okay.
Tell me exactly what happened. What did he do?
So there's a part.
So we were at Trump Towers doing the media tour in New York City, and
So there's a part just affirming that she was a Miss USA contestant. The video is 10 minutes long, so I'm just going to skip ahead to where she's talking about how, like, Donald Trump is denying what she's saying, and, you know, how could I possibly...
Denying what?
Denying...
Wait. What's her claim? What is her claim that he did?
My friend, the claim is that he... Oh, you know what? I'll just play it all. Fine.
And out front now, Sam Holvey. She's a former Miss USA contestant. She says Donald Trump personally inspected each woman prior to the 2006 contest. So, Sam, look, you know, you talked about this personal inspection, and you know, you said it was the dirtiest you felt in your entire life. Tell me exactly what happened. What did he do?
so we were at Trump Towers doing the media tour in New York City, and so he lined all 51 of us up, and I thought it was going to be, hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. That type of kind of meet and greet thing.
Mhm.
It was not. It was him going down and one by one looking us over like we were pieces of meat, and he was trying to decide which, you know, piece of meat he wanted. And I was hoping, you know, that would be the end, that I wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. And so then on finals night, when I'm sitting in hair and makeup, getting ready in just my robe,
This is hilarious.
and he comes walking backstage, and I'm so startled, like, what are you doing back here? We're a bunch of women getting ready for a beauty pageant that we've
Oh my
been working
goodness.
towards, you know, Miss
Right, you're wearing a
USA.
robe.
Oh, startled.
Exactly. Like, why are
Hey,
you back
this is
here?
a
Ask
clown
for the
show,
stop
Dean.
talking. Stop
Walking
talking
to
up.
the
You
dressing
literally
room,
wanted to hear this.
just
Stop it.
like he has bragged about on Howard Stern, and the audio is out there for anybody and everybody to hear. He brags about this. It's not that I'm accusing him. I'm simply verifying what he himself has said.
So, when you hear Sarah Sanders today coming out of the White House, right, highest ranking woman there, saying this White House has empathy for women like you. Empathy?
You know, it's funny that they say they have empathy, but first they call us liars. So which one is it? And if I'm a liar, I'm just verifying what he said.
Right, and I you know, it's actually interesting you say that. You know, she said there's eyewitnesses who back up his claims. As you point out, you're one of 51 people
Yeah,
standing there.
exactly.
They all
For
they all
like
saw this happen.
decades.
So they found this woman, Katie Blair. She told TMZ during a Miss Teen USA contest.
There you go. She talks about how Donald Trump labeled her as a liar and the other women that competed at Miss USA as a liar. The Trump administration,
So wait,
in his
can-
first term, labeled everybody as a liar, including the women from Miss USA.
Can we talk
and
about the substance
teens
of this?
from Miss Teen USA?
Can we talk about the substance, please? So this incredible, damning testimony that you just gave was, and she felt like, quote, a piece of meat. This is quite literally someone who's in a pageant that's getting ready to walk on stage in a bikini because she's literally performing to be a piece of meat. One. Number two, all 51 of the contestants were lined up. To every one of them. Number three, what would you do if you owned a beauty pageant and your goal is to get the most beautiful women in the world on stage? Would you have perhaps look at them? Everything that you just said, Dean, is a clown show. Everything. There is nothing in that clip that is even remoteful damning. Nothing.
Okay, so I think that now that you've lost the debate on your first point, that the Trump administration categorically denied that this happened to teens, and only categorically
you didn't
denied.
disprove that, sir.
I let you speak.
No, I will cut you off if you lie. You just lied.
So I didn't lie.
Okay,
That was your
how
point.
did you prove that? I want the statement
One
from the
second.
Trump
Wait,
administration.
1 second. So you just said that you'd cut me off if I lied. I want you to tell me where the lie
Yes.
is and what I just said. I want
You
to,
just said
no.
that you
1 second.
proved to every
I'm
one
just
of
gonna
them.
play. I'm just gonna
Number
play.
three,
No. I'm just gonna.
what would you
No.
do if
Rodrigo.
you owned a beauty pageant
Rodrigo. I'm
and
gonna.
your goal
I'm gonna
is to
play
get the
back
most
what I
beautiful women
said.
in the world
I'm gonna.
on stage?
I'm gonna play
Would you
back.
have perhaps
Rodrigo.
look at them?
Rodrigo. I'm gonna literally.
Everything they
Oh wait, Rodrigo. I'm gonna play back what I said, and then you tell me where I lied. Okay?
Are you there?
I'm gonna play back what I said, and then you tell me where I lied.
Okay. What you just said, Dean, is a clown show. Everything. There is nothing in that clip that is even remoteful damning. Nothing.
Okay, so I think that now that you've lost the debate on your first point, that the Trump administration categorically denied that this happened to teens, and only
You
categorically
didn't
denied.
disprove that.
Where's a lie?
Where did you disprove that? How did I lose the debate?
Yeah, for sure. Because in that clip, she said that Donald Trump called her a liar, and the other women at Miss USA.
Oh my
2006.
goodness. So you played a clip that somebody else said something? Dean, do you know how proof works, my man?
Oh.
That's
so
not evidence. That's
Oh,
called
okay.
hearsay, moron.
So Donald Trump didn't
Try
call them
again.
liars. So I just want to clarify. Donald Trump didn't call them liars?
Look it up. Show me the
Wait,
exact
I
context of
just
what
want
he
to
said.
clarify. I just want to clarify. Donald Trump did not call the women liars.
That's your claim. Your claim is that he did. My claim is show me the evidence, Dean.
Yeah,
Put it in context.
Yeah, the evidence
Put
is
it
the
in
women
context
talking about
of what.
it.
No.
Yeah,
Put his
testimony
statement in
is absolutely
context.
evidence.
That's not testimony, my guy.
Yes,
She's
that is
not sworn into
testimony.
anything.
We just listened
She's
to her
sworn
say,
under oath.
Donald Trump called me a liar. This was from. Why would she lie about that?
She's sworn under oath.
She was not sworn under
Was
oath.
she under oath?
When I'm saying testimony, I'm saying testimony insofar as this is what Donald Trump said to her. This is what she said. Why would she lie about Donald Trump calling her a liar?
Why don't you just look up the evidence instead of continuing to debate?
Wait,
me? Why don't we just look up the statement, Dean?
you understand that it
Let's just
actually
look it up.
You understand that it'd be within her best interest.
Don't want to
right,
look it up
for Donald
right?
Trump to not
because you're
call her a
talking
liar.
out of your ass.
Okay, and
Like,
I think that
all
you're
you do is
listening
talk out
through
of
your
your-
ass, or you're not listening at all because you won't allow me to speak for more than 3 words. Your $150 is going to be very quickly wasted because I will kick you from my live stream if you do
Oh
not
my
allow me
goodness,
to
you're
speak more than
powerful,
4
Dean.
words. I'm not powerful. I'm fair. It is totally fair for me to want to be able to speak for more than 4 words at a time.
A fair thing to do, Dean, during a debate is to actually answer my question and to debate what I say,
Well, see, the
not to
thing
go
is-
on little tangent.
I'm not going on a
Okay.
tangent. I'm trying to directly respond to your question. That first question being, how did you lose the first point? And I'm trying to do that. I am.
What
But
was-
the thing is
okay.
that you're not allowing me to.
I am. And remember, answering my question, was there a lawsuit and why did no one file it? Did they sign a contract? Did they sign contracts, Dean, that allowed males into the changing room? Do you know factually if that happened?
Okay.
Yes or no? Just answer that question, yes or no.
Okay. So now we'll go on. Now we'll go on to the next point. Okay. If you just want to skip over that first one.
Yes, let's go and skip over the first
By the way, we actually don't need to skip over it. I could still cook you. If you go on Google and you type in lashing back at sexual assault allegations, Trump calls accusers horrible, horrible women, published October 14th in 2016.
Yes, and I would call that woman that you just played a horrible, horrible woman also. Because she intentionally went on there. She intentionally went on there to deceive you, to give you ammunition to deceive the public and pretend that what Donald Trump did was sexual exploitation, like what you just did with the other gentleman. But
So-
all your
so
righteousness is a little bit gone
so
now,
what,
isn't it?
what he
Dean?
did to her was sexual exploitation.
Okay, so
I could
no, you don't
defend
know
that
that.
premise. Yes, I do.
Okay, so you know that there's no contract?
I know that there's no contract.
Was there a contract that males were allowed to enter the dressing room?
So, I don't think. Okay, well, let's try to answer this question about the contract. It's just a weird one, so it's kind of catching me off guard. So, the contract that the beauty pageant contestant signed is a release form for the cameras on stage. So, yeah,
There's also release forms for what goes on in the dressing room.
prove it.
Do you have their contract?
Prove it. That's a positive claim. Prove it.
No, I don't have to. You.
Oh no, you
made
have
the
to.
accusation.
You just made a positive
No, no,
claim.
no. No,
You just made a you just made a
the
positive claim.
accusation.
You just made a positive
No,
claim.
Dean,
You did.
Yes, I did.
Yes,
I did make a positive claim.
So then justify
yes. Okay, I will. The justification is you made the claim that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women. That is your claim, sir. The burden of proof is on you, little boy.
On you. Okay, yeah, for sure. I got you.
You're
Santana.
getting cooked. him, baby. Look at that
Hey,
smug
can I
little
hop
fuck.
in for like 2 seconds?
Not so
2
smug,
seconds?
no,
Santana,
no.
I'll let you respond to the
Not no
toddler,
so smug,
but then
no,
I'll
no.
but then I'll destroy him. But go ahead, Santana.
Yeah. I really, I have other stuff that I want to say, but I'll hold on to it. Rodrigo, quick question for you. How old are you? Serious question.
48.
Okay, so you're 48. You're 40.
Hey,
You're
Dean,
10
I'm
years.
guessing that
Sure,
right now.
hold on. That was a simple question. You're 10
Yep.
years older than me, right? You're 48.
Yes.
Fucking act like it and stop being a child. Like, seriously, I'm dead ass serious at this point. You send $150. If you don't cut the shit, I'll send Dean $300 just to kick you. Like, I'm
I think
over
it's
the
hilarious.
bullshit. Yeah,
I think-
listen, bud. I'm seriously over the bullshit. I can't take this like weird over talking shit that you keep doing. Like, just fucking stop, slow down, have a back and forth. I want to jump in at some point, but I'm dead ass serious. I will send him $300 just to kick you if you don't cut the shit. Act like an adult.
Are you done? Okay, I'll jump in real quick. I think it's really cute that you guys think $300 is a lot of money.
It's double what you sent, slap nuts. It's double what you
Yeah,
sent.
I figured Dean was probably.
wait,
I
yeah,
figured Dean was
literally
probably
double what you said.
Weren't you looking up my name by now?
if $300
Dean,
wasn't a lot of money,
I would assume you were typing in my name by now, right?
No,
That's what you were just doing, right?
no,
Yeah, you were. Don't lie.
no, I wasn't. Who are you?
Okay. Dean can know who I am.
Who are you?
Oh, just do a search.
Okay.
I don't want to go
So
public on it, but I assume you've already done this because, the
haven't.
reason why I assume
So
that.
after
you know why I
after I
assume
look
that?
you up, is it okay if I dispute your argument?
Yeah, it's cool. But you know why I figured you already looked me up?
No.
It was because the little episode that you had with the other gentleman, where I'd have thought you learned your lesson from being so smug, but you haven't. Don't do the same crap.
Oh my god, this is really funny. I have to show everybody this. Oh, I'm fucking dying. This
Oh,
guy,
of course you do.
This guy's trying to act like he's some shit. This guy's trying to act like he's some fucking shit. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm somebody. Bro, Google literally pulls up one fucking search result when I type in your name from They Call Me Tree on Instagram. Who the fuck are you?
Okay, my guy, you're not so smart. I would have thought you'd have been smart enough to do a search for.
Oh my god. Who the hell are you?
I would have thought you'd have been smart enough to do a search by my company name from the money that I sent you, but apparently you weren't.
Okay, so I need to look up the company, not you.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Maybe that would answer a couple
see,
of
the
questions
thing is,
for
is
you.
I don't investigate the people that send me money. That's kind of weird, bro.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Because you were on that other TV show or the other radio program with them. Or remember when you got real personal with them and you wanted their kids taken away and
That's
stuff?
fine. Listen, since you want Dean to do a Google search, how about I get this question off because I'm super interested in this. You're sitting up here, you were talking about the fact that Donald Trump, had the ability to judge them or look at them like a piece of meat while they were actually getting ready to.
No, that's not
compete.
what
And
happened.
I'm finishing my sentence. Please shut
I know,
the fuck
but you're
up. Like,
lying.
hey,
That's
seriously,
not what
seriously.
happened.
Yeah, listen, bud. I don't play the over talking games. Shut the fuck up
I
and let me finish my
only
sentence.
correct you.
Yeah. Look,
She
you know what?
did not-
Hey, correct these nuts. You said that her being judged is
She did not
something
say
that she
she
was
was
up there like a
backstage.
piece of meat, and so it's okay that she was actually being judged because she was in a beauty pageant. My question is, do you think just because certain people put themselves in a situation, i.e. a beauty pageant, means that outside of the agreed upon terms, meaning the beauty pageant, that they should be subjugated to being dehumanized? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
Okay, so everything you said is moronic. She never made a claim that happened in the
I'm
dressing
talking
room.
about what you
She's-
said. I said
No.
what you said. You're not
Did
listening.
she
I
make a
said what
claim?
you said.
Hey, Santana, did she state that happened in the dressing room when they lined up the 51
I said
people?
what you said. You're not listening. Listen one more
No,
time.
you're not listening.
Try to actually focus on the words that I said.
Here, then also,
What's up,
Your
Dean? How's that search
justification-
going?
Your
How's that search
justification
going,
is
Dean?
saying
going
that
fine.
Okay,
like
what do you
a
think now, you little
fucking
smart
toddler.
ass?
You make fucking cornhole bags. You're not shit, Gramps. Sit down, let Santana talk, so then Parker could hop on the mic and fry you real quick before he goes live. He doesn't have too long. And then once Parker's done frying you, I'm going to respond to your original position that I
You guys have
haven't been able to
lost
respond to
every
yet, but it's
single
okay.
thing you've said so far.
Just because you talk over people and be a jackass doesn't mean you won. Like, that's not how it
No,
fucking
just because
works.
I point out when you lie, that's
so,
why I
so
talk
Park,
over you.
Parker
When you
is
lie,
on a,
I
is on
talk
a,
over you.
Parker's on a time. Well, the thing is that you think anything
go ahead,
that we
Parker.
say is a lie because you're confidently dumb. When you're confidently
ultra crepidarian.
yeah, when you're confidently dumb, you'll label anything we say as a lie. Go ahead, Parker.
Well, Rodrigo, I just wanted to let you know that there were no contracts at all that the Miss USA or Miss Teen USA contestants signed that indicated that the owner could just walk into the changing rooms that they were in at any point in time. Nowhere within the contracts, any of them that they signed indicated that. And actually, Trump
Can you show me the contract?
Can I please finish it?
Can you show me the contract?
Can I please finish before you cut me off?
Can you show me the contract?
Go ahead, Parker.
I'm on a phone right now, and I can't show you the contract. I would have to tell you where to look it up. Okay. Now, again, if you want to look at specifically the context of this, again, Trump was alleging that he had the ability to go into their changing rooms because he was the owner. That's what he alleged in this clip. So what you're not understanding is that Trump is making a claim that anyone who's an owner of a particular pageant or of any particular, movie setup or, Broadway or anything, you're saying that they can walk into the changing rooms of the contestants that are a part of their show while they're changing? Is that your position, that every single person who owns a show like this can just do that to any of the contestants on the show?
Thank you, Parker. You took the words out of my mouth. Go ahead, Rodrigo. You had so much to say. You sound really quiet now.
Oh, thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Parker. Can you go ahead and give us that link so I can read the information? I'd appreciate it. And then I'll answer your questions kindly.
I would like a response, and then I'll tell you.
I'm not going to respond to something without reading the evidence. Provide the evidence, please. You made a lot of claims and no evidence. Let's pull up the evidence so we can all read it. Not listen to your filter, which is not.
I just want to clarify. You're the original one that claimed that this was in the context of these contracts. Again, all I would actually have to justify is that wait, hold up. Let me clarify. All I would actually have to justify is that there are contracts in situations like this where they do not justify that an owner can just walk into these changing rooms. So actually, that would actually be the basis for that. Secondly, Trump is the one who claimed himself that the only basis for it was the fact that he was the owner, not that they signed some sort of contract that allowed for this to happen.
Yeah.
Dean, rewind what I said. Correct. I never made that claim. Rewind it and play it for him. You guys are going to learn how you mishear everything because you run it through your little fucked up noodles and you misinterpret everything that's said to you.
So the thing is
rewind it and play it.
So when you've been talking specifically in reference to the contract, you've been asking me to prove that the contract doesn't include this. However,
I asked for you. Hold on. I know exactly what I asked you for.
You asked me to prove that the contract didn't include this.
I said, is there a contract?
Oh.
I never made any claim of what is in the contract. Nothing.
Oh yeah. Then
I
check
said
this out.
there could be
then
a
check this out.
contract.
We have no reason.
Okay.
I have no reason to believe that in any contract agreed to by a contestant of Miss USA, they in turn consented to the naked viewership of their bodies in the changing rooms. I have no.
I
reason
understand
to
that
believe
you don't have that. I know that, but let's do this.
Wait,
Dean.
think about it
Instead
this
of
way.
you not having hold on.
Rodrigo, think about it this way. I have no reason to believe that they consented to Trump looking at them naked, but I do have reason to believe that Trump looked at them while they were naked. And I have a lot of reason to believe, inductively, that he did this without consent because he said that he would allow himself to go into that space because he's the owner, not because they consented or that they had a contractual obligation to do so. Think about this reasonably, okay? Be rational. If we have a lot of reason to believe that he looked at their naked bodies, no reason to believe it was consensual, and a lot of reason to believe it was unconsensual, it is reasonable to therefore conclude that Donald Trump unconsensually looked at their naked bodies. So
how did you get to this point? How did you get to you? This is the problem with you, Dean. You just made a whole statement and you made a leap to, we know that this happened. You don't know that happened.
Yeah, I would argue
Trump
that we do.
bragged about it. Trump literally
so
bragged
you
about it.
guys now
What a
know-
lie. What do you mean we
Okay,
don't know
so
that
you
this
guys-
happened? Trump bragged about it. We have victims that have come out and talked about the fact that
You're
this
not
happened. What
listening.
evidence? Wait. What evidence would you accept that this happened?
The evidence that I want is for one of you to produce the contract.
Again, none of these contracts are
What
publicly.
was
Let me
and
clarify.
not allowed?
The reason why we know you're bullshit on this
What
is because
was
none of
and not allowed,
listen.
Parker?
The reason
Show
why
the
the reason
contract.
why we
You
know
said
that you're
you had
bullshitting on
it.
this. Hey, listen.
You said you
listen,
had it. Where
listen.
is it?
Watch this. I wanted you to look it up and realize that these contracts are not publicly available. So you making a claim that these existed in the contracts could only be justified by Trump himself. So explain to me why Trump would not verify this and claim that, again, the contracts actually said he could walk in. Plus, some of the victims were underage. The parents can't consent that Donald Trump could walk into their changing rooms while they're changing. That's actually an absurd thing for you to say, that parents could actually
So why didn't they sue
consent
him,
for their...
Parker?
Wait, why don't we sue him? Wait, when we sued him in the situation with Each and Carroll, you don't
Why
accept the
didn't the
lawsuit.
parents sue
Wait,
him?
I'm sorry. You didn't accept the lawsuit. And also, you never accept lawsuits, so what's the point? And again, in this
Why
context,
didn't the parents sue him, Parker?
Yes, I will tell you. I tell you. Again, in this
Okay,
context,
thank you.
the victims themselves, the 15-year-olds, didn't come out themselves. It was an 18-year-old that came out and talked about the fact that there were 15-year-olds in these changing rooms. So it's
Yes.
often the case that maybe even the kids at the circumstance didn't even tell their parents this happened because they were taught that it was normal
File the
by people
lawsuit
like
now.
Donald Trump and the people
File
that
it
work
now.
within the field. When you say
File it
lawsuit,
now.
when you
File-
say lawsuit, when you say lawsuit, again, it
Why-
would have to be under a context where, again, you could actually say that he's violated civil law in a certain manner, and then specifically go
File it
after a
now.
lawsuit in that context. So
File
again,
it
just because
now.
there's not a presence of a lawsuit doesn't mean that there's not wrongdoing. It just means that there might not be a violation of civil law, or there might be a statute of limitations, or there might not be a situation where victims specifically want to come out specifically and be attacked or harassed by people like you because you fucking don't believe them regardless. Even when they hold their abuser liable in a civil court, you still say that they're lying, you still say that they're crazy, and you still don't accept the conclusions that come from that civil case. So stop talking like you actually care about the conditions that come from a civil court or from a lawsuit, because when it does happen, you still fucking deny the results. You are a disingenuous piece of shit that has no basis in evidence for anything you say, and you just say random shit and then literally try and...
crashing out,
I'm
guys.
not crashing out. I'm making an argument. If you think that this is crashing out, then you just clearly are trying to deflect away from facts of reality. What crash out? I'm just talking normally to you.
Yeah. And then I'm actually going to go and add on to what Parker said there. They had a lot of reason to not file litigation in the 90s, early 2000s, because he was still a powerful billionaire man that signed their paychecks and furthered their careers, as well as he was willing to violate that implicit social contract that exists to oppose men from going into private women's only spaces. So what would he do to them if they were to file a suit or to tell them to get out? And they honestly have even more reason today, right, not to fucking sue him. Because the woman that did sue him, the woman that did take him to court, the woman that did win a civil case and prove that he raped her, has now been facing demonization from millions
You
of
just
Trump
lied.
supporters. Has now been facing losing her job.
You
because
lied
of it.
again.
Has now been facing the president
God, you're
of
a
the
liar.
most powerful country that has ever existed, calling for her to be incarcerated for her lies. Okay? And by the way, according to RAINN.org, that is RAINN, only 2% of perpetuators of sexual violence ever see full accountability for it inside of the American criminal justice system. But still yet, speculative reasons aside, insofar as why they didn't follow suit, that question is separate and decoupled from the fact that we know Donald Trump has done what we listened to him say in that clip. Why? Because all the evidence that we need to know to understand that he sexually exploited these women and girls is the fact that he said he did it and they said he did it. If your friend went to a party last night and you knew he was there and you knew there was drunk women there too, and then he came home the next day and told you, I'm being serious, I raped a woman at this party last night, and then you seek out the woman who he told you he raped and you asked her, did he rape you at this party last night? And she said yes, but it never went to court. You would be insane to deny that it occurred. And I find the same to be true of this set of circumstances. Donald Trump told us that he sexually exploited them. He told us he abused his position of power as the owner to allow himself to barge into this space, over their position of vulnerability, feeling vulnerable enough to get naked, take their clothes off, in the furtherance of unconsensually then looking at their naked bodies. The victim said he sexually exploited them. Mariah Belgado and 3 other unnamed people that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997 came forward with corroborated victim testimony aligning with what he admitted to. Same thing with Miss Arizona in 2001 and many, many others. You are absolutely insane to deny that he did this to them. In fact, this is something I told to the last guest, and I'll tell it to you too. I don't think we could possess a higher standard of evidence to prove that he did this to these women and girls. If a video or a picture came out today, it'd be stupid to argue, but you could stupidly argue it's AI. Okay? You can't argue that when it's him admitting to doing it, corroborated by the victims affirming that he did it. There couldn't exist better evidence. You're just delusional. And back, one last thing before I let you speak here. You keep on bringing up the contracts. We have a lot of reason to believe that he looked at them while they were naked, because that's what he said. We have a lot of reason to believe that it was without their consent, because he said he allowed himself to go into that space, and then they said it was unconsensual. We have no reason to believe that it is with consent, because you cannot prove or give us any evidence that anywhere inside of this contract that they signed, they gave him consent to walk backstage into the changing room and look at them without any clothes on. Not to mention further inductive lines of reasoning surrounding the fact that you honestly could not point towards a single contract ever signed by any beauty pageant contestant in any contact in any fucking scenario that gives the owner of said pageant consent to follow them into their dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies. And I know that when I stop talking and I pass you the mic, you are going to ignore the 2 arguments I gave you. The first argument being that we couldn't have any more evidence than this because it is the admission of guilt by the perpetrator of sexual violence, corroborated by the victim testimony of multiple victims. And then the second argument being that we have a lot of reason to believe that he looked at them naked, we have a lot of reason to believe that it was unconsensual, and we have no reason to believe that it was consensual. And you're not going to respond to either of those arguments.
I got to get going now and got to go live.
Go live.
It was good seeing everyone. Good seeing you, Santana, indeed.
See you, bro.
So everybody, we're now going to send him an invite to turn back on his mic. Watch him run. Watch him run. Watch him get mad and pivot and deflect and do anything but respond to the 2 arguments that I just made clear. Rodrigo, I've sent you about 5 million invites on your microphone. If you want to do it yourself, you already have multiple times at this live, so you know how it's done. Go ahead and turn that shit back on. Sid, thank you for the Galaxy. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify. I was turning my microphone back on when you were sending them to me, and somebody else was muting me immediately after doing so. So just to clarify that. But I do want to answer your question. So the first thing I want to do is I want to know your claim. Your claim is that we have an agreement that this is sexual exploitation. Is that your claim?
I don't
think Trump sexually. Your claim is he sexually exploited the girls.
My claim is that he sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants. Yes.
Okay. My first question to that is, Dean, do you know whether or not the girls signed a contract that allowed Trump to enter that room?
So I have the answer to that. I've been digging up and down looking for this actual information, and you know what's like so disingenuous, which makes me realize you're even more a disingenuous fuck, is that this actual information, since it is a contract for the Miss USA pageant, the only place that you would be able to locate this contract is if it was a part of a court filing. Outside of that, this is a document that is sealed and you do not have access to it. You have to have special permission to get it. Even if you try to enter what's listed right now as any of those pageants, you won't be able to find the contract that was signed. So yes, there was a contract that was signed, but the contract is not a public thing. You can't just find it unless you do a couple of things. Again, if there's been mediations, there's been a couple of different cases, including Miss Teen USA and Miss USA and Miss Universe, but none of them actually have had the contract submitted as an exhibit for any type of documentation. You can go to legal libraries, and then you can also see if you can find any archive history of Miss Teen USA or Miss USA. But again, this is not something that's available or read easy to find. So I guess the better question that I would have is, do you have the contract? Yes or no?
Santana, I appreciate you reading all that information.
Yes
Thank
or
you.
no? Do you have the contract?
I do not, but I'm
Okay,
not
then
the one.
shut the fuck up about the contract.
Okay, I'm not the one making the claim. Dean is.
Wait,
Dean made all the
wait,
claims,
wait,
Dean.
wait,
So,
wait,
Dean, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You just made all those claims, and Santana, your boy here, just read a message to you that you couldn't have made those claims. You couldn't have made those. Oh, shut up with your
Rodriguez,
racist bullshit.
No,
whatever.
fuck you.
I meant
First and
boy
foremost,
as in
yeah.
boy, dumb
Yeah,
fuck.
I'm a
not racist.
38-year-old grown
God,
man.
fuck.
I don't even care about you trying to use a racist dog whistle. I'm a grown man. Watch your mouth.
I meant your boy, like your boy.
Yeah, watch your mouth.
Okay. So, Dean, Santana was nice enough to point out that you in no way, you hateful, smug, arrogant asshole, are able to make the claims that you can because
Yeah, I
we
actually
know there
can.
is a contract, and your arrogant, smug ass sits here and
Thank you
pretends
so much
that
for the
everything you
treasure
say
chest.
is real.
Hey, so I understand.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Dean?
Oh, I can tell you.
You
So
arrogant, smug,
Very nice.
awful human being.
Wow.
You're
Someone's
an
very
awful
emotional.
human being.
So I
Yes,
understand.
because you're a
Yeah.
awful human being and you
Yeah.
know what you're doing.
Highly angry. Very big angry.
Yes, I am
So
angry. I hate people like you.
Oh, I know, buddy.
I know that I do.
I know that you hate people that are half your age and twice
Yes,
as smart.
liars and deceivers. I don't
liars
like
and
them, you arrogant shit.
Y'all
So
just-
why
I don't
did you
understand
lie?
why are you
Dean?
so emotional?
Dean,
It's
why
okay,
did you
Santana.
make
It's okay.
Dean, why did you make the claim that there was sexual exploitation
tell
when
you.
you could not have known that, you
well,
arrogant little demon?
Yeah, I know that there's sexual exploitation because we have
How?
because we have a lot of reason to believe that it was unconsensual, and we don't have any reason to
How
believe
do
that it was
no.
consensual.
No, you
Yeah,
have no
Can you address that claim? We have a lot of reason to believe it was unconsensual.
None.
Listen, I'll go over it. Can I give you my reasons?
You have none because
I'll
you
give
don't know if there's a contract,
I'll give
Dean.
I'll give you the reasons.
These are all bullshit
I'll
assumptions
give
by you.
I'll give you the reasons that we
All
have.
BS.
The
All
reasons,
BS.
the reasons that we have to believe that it was unconsensual, first and foremost, would be the fact that the victim said it was unconsensual. The second reason that we have to believe that it was unconsensual is Donald Trump said that he would allow himself in as the owner of the pageant, not that the women or girls competing
Then produce the
backstage would be
contract.
consensual. The third reason
Produce
that we
the
have to,
contract.
Sir, can
Produce
you,
the contract.
Can you just calm down
Produce
a
the-
little bit? By the way, this arrogant, smug, pompous asshole that you hate so much has $150 of your own. And when you first came on here, you said that you're going to dog walk me, and now you're just spewing
whole
off all
100
of the insults in the book because you're getting fucking
And I-
fried. Because you're getting
Get outta
fucking
here.
fried.
I dog walk you, boy.
If I got dog walked, then why am I the one composing myself like an adult, and you're the one composing yourself like a 5-year-old little boy?
Why are you the one who keeps putting me on mute, not letting me
You don't have impulse
show?
control.
Because you lack impulse control.
I-
Thank you for the question. I'm happy I could answer.
I do lack impulse control when I deal with smug little assholes that are lying,
Well,
and I
once again-
expose them.
Yeah, once
So,
again,
Dean,
very emotional.
why did you make?
Womp womp. I'm sorry that I'm better than you in every conceivable way whatsoever.
Dean-
I'm sorry that I am the embodiment of everything that you wanted to be
Why
growing
did
up,
you-
but then realize that you can't be it because you hate yourself. And
Why
because
did
you
you-
hate yourself, you therefore must hate everybody else
Why-
in the process. Me, but I don't really care about that, but more so the hate and divisiveness that you hold in your heart towards women and girls. Now, the reasons that we have to believe that what happened to these women and girls was unconsensual is because inside of the clip, Donald Trump said he was allowed to go into that space, not because the women let him. He was allowed to go into that space, not because it was with consent, but rather he was allowed to go into the space under the guise of an inspection as he was the owner. By the way, if there was a contract that said that this was with consent, then he wouldn't need to walk into that space under the guise of a quote-unquote inspection. And at the end of that clip, he wouldn't have said that.
Why
he
don't
got
we
away
just
with
read
it.
the contract?
And by the way, on top of that, the other reasons that we have to believe that it was unconsensual is
Let's
because
just read the
that
contract.
is the victim testimony of everyone.
That's
Every
not-
single woman and girl that competed
God,
at Miss
you're
Teen
all-
USA that has publicly spoken out about this either said that it was unconsensual, either said that he just barged in there and looked at them while they're naked, and even the women and girls that publicly outspoke in defense of Trump, like Victoria Hughes, who's a Miss Teen USA beauty pageant contestant in 1997, when she spoke out in defense of Trump, Victoria Hughes, one of the girls that signed the fucking contract, that read the fucking contract, she didn't say that Trump didn't do anything wrong because we consented to this. She said that Trump didn't do anything wrong because he would never walk in there when we were naked and he always gave us a 45-minute heads up. Fourth point. I think that this is a point that you really need to understand. And honestly, one that I should have made light years ago. It's a point about what consent even is. When you engage in sex, you need to have consent. But that consent
This is hilarious.
also has to be enthusiastic and ongoing. Even if Donald Trump had the contractual consent 6 months ago from these women and girls to walk into that space, he would need the present and ongoing enthusiastic consent to continue to look at their naked bodies every single time he goes into that space. You can't draft a contract with your wife saying that you could just pull her pants off and stick your penis in her whenever you want. That contract would not be legally binding. And that's probably, honestly, the best counter argument yet. The knowledge that I have, the reason why I know this wasn't in the contract is because it would not be legally binding. It would not be legally binding for the same fucking reason, as I just pointed out. You cannot have a legally binding contract with your wife to pull her pants down and stick your penis in her whenever you want. Thank you.
Also, I want to call this out really quick. This is from Pageant Planet. Pageant Planet is a place that houses all the information from Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. And it has a complete breakdown of not only the history and information related to Miss USA and Miss Teen USA, but it has a detailed breakdown of what the actual pageant entails, the requirements, the things that you actually get, the wins. Like you get a six-figure salary for a year, you get a luxury condo in LA for rent-free for a year, you get a new car, a new wardrobe, celebrity skincare and hair care treatment, exclusive event access. And then it goes on to talk about like the salary, can you be married, can you be divorced, can you have tattoos, what's the age limit, how tall can you be, where can the contestants be from, do you have to be a citizen? And then it gives a statistical breakdown of the women that actually qualify for Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. You know, it gives stuff as far as like brown eyes is the most popular eye color of all Miss USA. 55% of all Miss USA have brown eyes. You know, 54% of Miss USA are either Virgo, Taurus, Scorpio, Sagittarius, or Aquarius. I mean, like, there's a shit ton. 15% of all Miss USA have been African-American, with the first African-American Miss USA, Carol Giss, Miss Michigan USA, was crowned in 1990. I say all that to say, looking through all of this information, the actual competition, the eligibility, the actual history of the winners going all the way back to 1952. The point that I'm making is there is nothing in this entire repository that says anything about it's okay for the owner to come and prejudge the contestants. This is not listed here. There's no actual prerequisite for that. So while we don't have the contract, we have the explicit detail, a repository that has been documented of all the contestants since 1952, a statistical breakdown of every single contestant and everything that they get when they win, all the requirements, different information about them. I say all that to say you're a piece of shit, and this is the best that we have when we don't have an actual contract. You're a liar. Sorry. To Dean, not you. Fuck you.
You know what he's going to say?
Okay,
He's going to say, where's the contract?
Yeah, what I'm going to say is, Dean, do you think it's irresponsible to make claims about people
He's not gonna.
When
address
you
it.
have zero evidence.
Bro,
No,
you know what,
I'm
Santana? Santana, if I was with you in person right now, I'd give you the fucking.
You wouldn't show him evidence.
Santana,
I know that.
if I was with you in person right now, I'd give you the meanest fucking fist bump ever, bro. We fucking
I know he
destroyed
wouldn't
this
have
fool.
evidence.
I
know he wouldn't have evidence in that
We
fit.
eviscerated this dumbass.
Fucking give and go. Shaq and Kobe, give and go.
Like, oh my God, give and go, dude. Like, talk, just S tier, S tier shit right there. Okay, like it was like from like Dean was like, boom, damn, we have so much reason to believe it was unconsensual. Ranging from the fact that he said that he was allowed to go in that space because he was the owner, not because he had the consent of the woman. Ranging from the fact that even the Miss Teen USA and Miss USA beauty pageant contestants that are pro-Trump in the cult, pro-MAGA, and coming out in defense of Trump in relation to what he said on Howard Stern's podcast, just simply said that he never go in there when they're naked. He always had their advanced consent, never saying that it was explicitly stated inside of the contract. They got to see their naked bodies whenever. And then I brought up an inalienable autonomy, which legally permits an infringement on fundamental rights of Americans when entering into contractual agreements. That means no, you can't sign a contract with your wife saying that you get to pull down her pants and stick your penis in her whenever you want. And no, Donald Trump cannot legally sign a contract with individuals to suggest that he could just look at their naked bodies whenever he wants by walking into that space, walking into the dressing room, and then boom, you took the fucking ball. Then you're like, I'm looking at this depository of all the documents about Miss Teen USA, Miss USA from multiple years back, and nowhere inside of this depository can I find a single contract referencing implicit consent given to Donald Trump to just look at them whenever. And in consideration of all those facts, I'd say that we fucking dunked on you. So let me hear you whine. Let me hear you scream. Let me hear you bitch. Let me hear you moan. Let me hear you fucking complain. Okay? I want to hear Dean's an asshole. He's an idiot. He's so mean. He's so pompous. He's so... Let me hear it all. We want to see those tears. We want to see them. Cry. Cry for us. Fucking cry, Rodrigo.
You done crashing, buddy?
That was a crash out. Then what were you doing earlier?
You know what? His tone and temperament
Okay, so
has
Dean,
changed.
this
for
is
some
what.
reason,
Here's
didn't
my
he?
question.
I know. His
Here's my
temperament.
question.
He's
for you,
settling
Dean.
down.
Here's,
Isn't he settling
yeah, I
down,
know, because
Santana?
He did.
Yeah.
He's a lot more calm.
So here's,
I know.
Yeah, I know because I already won and I know that. And now you're just making yourselves look like a fool.
Bro, you
So
just
here's
made
my
me
question
fucking
for you,
joke.
Dean.
You can't say something like you. Okay, like when you're gonna make a joke, please make sure it's not when I'm taking a hit of the anxiety pin because that hurts. Oh my God, I just joked.
Okay, I'll warn you. I'll warn you next time.
God.
Okay.
That was funny
So
as
my
shit,
question is,
Rodrigo. Honestly, instead
you.
of like going into the creation of like cornhole bags, which you were like boasting about, by the way, you should have been a stand-up comedian.
oh, I thought you looked up and found cornhole and buyamerican.com, you ignorant, stupid fool.
You cut out, so
You
you
didn't
sounded
look
really
up-
silly. Oh, you're calling me an ignorant, stupid fool. Are you crashing out, Rodrigo? Are you crashing out? Oh my God.
I was just making a comment about your ignorance.
Oh my
about the
God, you're
cornhole
just
bags.
really crashing out. Oh wait, you get
Okay.
mad over cornhole
So-
bags?
So
I would hate to
my-
be your wife.
Also,
my
horseshoes is
question.
better.
So
You'll call people ignorant, stupid fools because they don't think it's like cool to make cornhole bags?
I'll ask again, Dean.
I'm sorry for disrespecting you, Mr. Cornhole Bag Man. God.
Hey, Dean. Hey, Dean. You done?
I'm playing. I'm having fun. Yeah, like this is too fun for me.
I'm having fun. I'm having a lot of fun too. So my question is, Dean, have you learned that you shouldn't make accusations when you don't know if there's a contract? You arrogant little demon.
He did it. He did the thing.
He did.
Dude,
He did the thing.
dude.
He did the thing.
He did the thing.
He fucking did the thing.
He did the
Proved you wrong.
thing.
I did do the thing.
You
I
did
proved
the
you wrong. I
thing.
did do that thing.
Dude, you
I did do the thing. Yeah.
Dude.
I proved you
yes,
right in the wrong.
I proved that nowhere in a contract did it give them consent. My proof was the fact
No,
that that's,
you
that's literally illegal because of inalienable autonomy. And my inductive evidence was a fact that the Miss Teen USA beauty pageant contestant Victoria Hughes, when coming out in defense of Trump, didn't argue that Donald Trump had her or anybody's consent when doing this, but rather that he didn't do it at all. and then the fact that Santana brought up, going over the fact that on this depository of like all paperwork, agreements, contracts surrounding Miss Teen USA, Miss USA ranging 25 years back, nowhere in any of that paperwork did it suggest that Donald Trump had the consent of the women or girls to do this. Obviously because it's illegal. Obviously because it wasn't in there. Reference MAGA Victoria Hughes saying otherwise by arguing that he didn't do it at all compared to the fact that he had their consent, which she would know because she was a beauty pageant contestant. And then I also brought up the fourth data point of evidence, that being that when he said he did this, he didn't say he did it because he had their consent. He didn't say he did this because it was in the contract. He said he did this because he's the owner and the owner can do anything. And that he also had to go in under the guise of an inspection. If the contract allowed him to look at them while they're naked, then he wouldn't have to say that he was doing it under the guise of an inspection. He could just say that he was doing it because he wanted to. And if he did have their consent through a contract or otherwise, well, then at the end of the clip, he wouldn't say that he got away with that since he wasn't doing anything bad, since according to you, he had their consent. So get dunked. I just gave you the 5 data points in which refute you, which prove you wrong. Explode, call me ignorant again. I can't wait. It's really funny. Get fucked.
Also, I would really love to just read these 2 points off like super quickly.
Am I allowed to talk yet?
This is something directly for you, Rodrigo, because I think this would be like really pertinent to what you're saying. Really quick, I'm just going to read this off. This is the Miss USA and Miss Teen USA competition. Says the Miss USA and Teen USA pageant contestants, 4 judges, areas of competition, interview, swimsuit, on-stage interview, and evening gown. At the beginning of both preliminary and final competitions, there's also an undisclosed introduction portion where each contestant introduces themselves by their name, age, home state. After preliminary competition, the semifinalists are chosen and announced during the live broadcast of the final competition on Fox. Semifinal competes in the swimsuit and the evening gown again during the final competition, which the point of the finalists are selected. Finalists then proceed to the final question or our on-stage interview portion of the competition. At the end of the live final show, the runners-up and the new title holders are announced. Typically, there are 2 panel judges for the preliminary competition and 1 on the final competition. Now, one other thing I want to read. Miss USA and Teen USA eligibility. Miss USA and Teen USA contestants must be, Miss USA contestants must be from the age of 18 to 27 before January 1st of the year of the national pageant to take place. Miss Teen USA competition must be in the ages of 14 to 18 before January the 1st of the year of the national pageant take place. All contestants of Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, the Miss USA Universe pageant must not be married or have ever been married or have ever had a marriage annulled. Contestants must also have never given birth to a child, can't be pregnant or a parent. Contestants must also be in good health and be of good moral character, and additionally meeting residency requirements. The reason why I read those 2 very important things off is 1, the actual competition gives you the breakdown where at no point does it says that there's a super secret squirrel where you get to actually meet the pageant owner and he gets to actually judge you. And number 2, if they have details as so down to the specifics as far as you can't be pregnant, you can't be married, you can never have been annulled, you can't, like, there's all of these important factors. You think if there was some type of clause where the owner got to prejudge you, you don't think this information would be listed?
Roll.
Are you 2 clowns aware that there's a difference between public contracts and private contracts?
Oh my God.
Wait, now you're arguing that the contract is private? So then why were you asking us to show it to you?
Oh my God.
No, I didn't argue it. He read it to you earlier, stupid clowns. The point is, Dean, here's the point. I'll help you again. The point is...
No, shut up real quick. I need to thank a couple donors here. You can wait.
I have a few big ones as well when you're done, Dean, if you don't mind.
Fucking Kevin! Oh my God! Kevin, thank you for the $150. And this is the petty part. 1 penny. Thank you for the $150 and the 1 penny, Kevin. Show some love to Kevin. You just got mogged by Kevin, Rodrigo. You just got mogged by Kevin. Say it. Say it. Kevin's your daddy. Say it. Say it, Rodrigo. Listen, he's dying back there, okay? Because of how hard you absolutely mogged him, Kevin. Kevin with $150, and I'm going to make sure to highlight the 1 cent, says, ask this guy if his daughter was at Miss Teen USA, if he would sign a contract that allowed Donald Trump to look at his daughter while she was naked, and then clarify why he thinks it wouldn't be sexual exploitation because others may quote-unquote agree to it. You know what, Kevin? You actually bring up a good point. If that was in the contract, no one would sign it.
Exactly.
Dead ass, Kevin.
Yeah, because that's not
Thank you
what
so much for the
anybody is proposing in the
Kevin.
contract.
Yo, make sure to call Kevin your daddy because he just owned you.
Hey, Dean, did
Little
anybody
brother.
make the claim that that was in the contract, or is that some bullshit that you made up?
He little bro'd you.
Yeah, I figured. Thank you for answering. It's something you made up.
Oh, the answer to your question is that you haven't claimed that it's in the contract. You've just been asking us to
Correct.
prove that it wasn't in the contract. And we have. We have proved it. I know we have. Thank you for the $150.01. You
I
love the
asked
shit out of
for
him.
you to show evidence to your
yeah,
claim.
we've given you 7 data points of evidence so far. I'm still thanking the people.
Okay, so show the
Gabrielle,
contract.
thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says consent is not about the absence of no, it's about the presence of a hell yeah. Exactly, Gabrielle. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Gabrielle down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Jacob for the $10, who says, dang, imagine spending money to come up to debate Dean and getting owned by Dean. Congratulations, you earned your money, man. You and Santana make a great team. This dude's a typical Trump supporter, not wanting to admit they're wrong. I feel like the only type of people we've been dealing with all day is like people like this guy who won't admit that they're wrong. So honestly, at this point, I'm having a little fun with it. We're just running circles around Rodrigo. I'm enjoying it. Then Brooke, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Brooke, as well as Brooke. I just read your message. Thank you so much for your love and support. Lori, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Nicole with the $1. Johnny with the $5. Ryan with the $2. Thank you guys so very much for the love over on Venmo. A couple people I'd like to thank real quick. Kelly, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, who says sexual contracts don't hold up in law. They are invalidated by courts. Look at my law professor's article. That looks like a reliable link. I'll click it.
Oh, hey, be careful clicking links for people, anything that people may send you in your inbox as well. I'll text you about it.
Well, I mean, I just look at the URL, and if the URL's from like
Yeah.
a domain that's reliable, well, then I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So if you actually go on Google and you type in Washington University Law School Repository Sexual Agreements, it is a paper written by a law professor that concludes that like no, like sexual agreements and contract under typical circumstances just don't hold up in law. Emily, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Who says, I've missed my favorite show for a while. Well, welcome back, Emily. Thank you for the 15. Shauna with a $10 says, Cornholio, Mr. Todd is a loser. Oh yeah, this guy's a real big loser. Then Serena, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Who says, listening at work, continue to cook MAGA. You always encourage me to stand up to the MAGA part of my family. Love you. Oh, I love you too, Serena. Thank you for the $30. You were awesome, awesome, awesome. And then Cassandra, thank you for the $5. Rami, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Rami, holy shit. Thank you so very much for your kindness. I want everybody watching right now to show some love to Rami down below in that chat for the $100, who says, F you guest, you are a joke. Fucking preach, Rami. Sarah, thank you for the 10. Ben with a 5. Sarah with a 5. Then Leah, thank you for the $20, who says, is this guy insinuating that if a 15-year-old told a 65-year-old man and that it's okay to look at her naked, that the 65-year-old would be perfectly normal in doing so? I know I'm honestly sick of the predatory guests you often get. Yeah, I'm fucking sick of them too. Norma, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, original bet from this guy is that there was a contract. He came in saying that there quote unquote was a contract that allowed them in. I bet you $1 there was. He said that. Oh my God, I forgot about that. You're right. You're fucking right, dude. He did put $1 on that shit.
He did.
Tom, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, also, I cover civil law. Suing somebody costs money and risk going into debt if the jury doesn't side with you. Some courts can make you pay the court costs of the accused. Yeah. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Jolie, thank you for the $1. Ali, thank you for the $10. Asking Rodrigo to think rationally is a big ask. Yeah, I'll never do it. Kirsten with the $5. Tom with the $5. Thank you so much for the love. And it looks like we're all caught up. Oh, Sarah, thank you for the $20. And then Serenity, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we're all caught up. Go ahead.
I'm just going to read out a couple of, for anyone else that I don't, because you guys sent so many, and thank you so much for all your love, kindness, and support. I will send you a direct message thanking you. I don't want anyone to think that I missed their donation or I didn't read it off, but I don't want to hold everything up. So just a couple. Harold, thank you so much for the 20. Absolutely. I think that's an important point that needs to be talked about more. And I'm really happy that you got to catch that. Evan, thank you so much for the 20. I will absolutely keep killing it. I appreciate you so fucking much. Darcy, thank you so much for the fucking $50 saying cooking with Dean, happy holidays, and then followed up with another fucking $50 to say another $50 to cook this Delulu guest. He is fucking delusional. And last but not least, holy shit. Massive, massive, massive W's for Valerie. Valerie, thank you so much for the $100 donation saying, I got a bonus, so you get a bonus. Happy holidays. Thank you for all that you do. Valerie, you are far too kind. I truly mean that. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone that sent donations, and I promise you I will directly reach out to everyone and say thank you.
And then Nicholas, thank you for the $50 on Super Chat, who says, why are we still glossing over the burden of proof? Without a contract allowing it, the default assumption is that there was no consent. It is on the guest to present proof of this contract as consent. Yeah, you'd actually have to present proof of the contract as consent.
So people have to prove their...
You would have the burden of proof as it relates to this conversation.
The
and
burden
then
of
Stephanie,
proof.
thank you for the $100 over on Super Chat. Show some love to Stephanie, who says, there's seriously no way that this country can be this disgusting. I'm a survivor, and what these women/girls have gone through is beyond not talked about enough. Nightmare that most can ever imagine. I really hope that you never have a daughter. Directed towards you, Rodrigo. And it's not very funny to laugh at victims of sexual violence.
It's hilarious, actually.
It's hilarious to laugh at victims of sexual violence when the victims of sexual violence say that it was a horror. Oh, so I just want to clarify. Victims of sexual violence talking about how terrible it was when they were a victim of sexual violence is laughable. That's funny. Is that how you feel, Rodrigo? Turn back on the mic, big boy. Is that how you feel?
Am I allowed to talk? Am I allowed to talk now, Dean?
For right now, you can speak.
Oh, thank you so much, oh powerful one.
Is that funny?
It's hilarious how people fake outrage, fake sexual assaults, and then pretend they're real. Yes, it's hilarious to me.
So are
like
you just
just
accusing?
So is the burden of proof now on the innocent
I'm going to
people?
respond to that. So I just want to clarify. You're accusing this random woman that sent me a super chat of faking her claim that she was essayed.
No, I'm accusing the people that...
You're out of here.
Fucking gross.
He's out of here.
And it ran his course. Like, good on you, Dean. Fuck that guy.
Yeah. I mean, what a delusional person. Very, very, very delusional. Heavily delusional. Patrick, thank you for the $10 who says, if a contract like that exists, then it's written proof of sexual exploitation.
Yes.
Yup. Taylor, thank you for the $20 who says, why is this guy arguing that it's okay even with contracts that an old man could look at naked teens and women? Yup. Thank you for the $20, Taylor. Bobby, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for the love. Oh man, Bobby, I just read your message. I love you. Shout out some love to Bobby down below in that chat. That is BOBEE. Seriously, thank you so much for your kindness. And then Des, appreciate you so much for the $15. Thank you. Oh yeah. I'm happy that we got to take some of his money. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, dude, oh my God, he got dog walked and he had to pay for it.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
He's a masochist.
Yeah.
Masochist, right?
Yeah. Dean, I want to give you $150 so you could absolutely shit on me in a debate. What life am I living? What kind of life am I living? Very, very interesting.
I don't know, Dean. I don't kink shame people, and maybe that was his kink. Like maybe that was his thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, gotcha, girl. Thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. I seriously thank you so much for your love. I just read your message, and I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, and gotcha, girl. You know, I'm sorry that you have to listen to him like that. I truly am. Thank you for the $50. Now, you guys, I've just been going fucking off today with the love. I genuinely appreciate you guys to the fucking moon and back. Thank you, everybody, so much for all the love. At this point in time, we are at close to 5 hours on the stream. We are going to go to an end for the day.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, a long stream. I really appreciate every single person that tuned in today. It's a little bit of a wild ride. If you are still in the mood for debates, you can find those debates on @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Santana, thank you for joining me, and for everybody else.
Thank you for having me up. I'm gonna treat myself. My wife and I made a decision to get elevated this evening. So
Nice.
That's what we're doing. I'll see you later, bro.
Yeah, dude. See you later, Santana. You know what? Now that you say it, obviously I don't condone this. I think maybe I'll go make a drink. Yeah, I'll get quote unquote elevated too. Hey, listen, guys. Wild day. You want more debates? Go raid Parker at Parker. Get a job on all platforms. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Bye bye.